Produced by David Widger. Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, being the historic memoirs of Madame Campan, First Lady-in-Waiting to the Queen. List of illustrations: Duchesse du Barry, Princess de Lamballe, the Parisian Bonne, Louis Roman XVI, and Marie Antoinette. Beaumarchais, the Réveillé, Madame Adelaide is Diana, the Bastille, Opening of the States General, Louis Roman XVI, Marie Antoinette on the way to the guillotine, Madame Campan. Preface by the author. Louis Roman XVI possessed an immense crowd of confidants, advisors, and guides. He selected them even from among the factions which attacked him. Never, perhaps, did he make a full disclosure to any one of them, and certainly he spoke with sincerity to but very few. He invariably kept the reins of all secret intrigues in his own hand, and thence, doubtless, arose the want of cooperation and the weakness which were so conspicuous in his measures. From these causes, considerable chasms will be found in the detailed history of the Revolution. In order to become thoroughly acquainted with the latter years of the reign of Louis Roman XV, memoirs written by the Duc de Choiseul, the Duc d'Aiguillon, the Marechal de Richelieu, and the Duc de la Vauguin should be before us. I heard le Marechal de Richelieu desire M. Campan, who was librarian to the Queen, not to buy the memoirs which would certainly be attributed to him after his death, declaring them false by anticipation, and adding that he was ignorant of orthography and had never amused himself with writing. Shortly after the death of the Marshal, one Solevi put forth memoirs of the Marechal de Richelieu, to give us a faithful portrait of the unfortunate reign of Louis Roman XVI. The Marechal Dumas, M. de Maurepas, M. de Vergennes, M. de Malesherbes, the Duc d'Orléans, M. de Lafayette, the Abbé de Vermond, the Abbé Montesquieu, Murabeau, the Duchesse de Polignac, and the Duchesse de Lines should have noted faithfully in writing all the transactions in which they took decided parts. The secret political history of a later period has been disseminated among a much greater number of persons. There are ministers who have published memoirs, but only when they had their own measures to justify, and then they confined themselves to the vindication of their own characters, without which powerful motive they probably would have written nothing. In general, those nearest to the sovereign, either by birth or by office, have left no memoirs. And in absolute monarchies, the mainsprings of great events will be found in particulars which the most exalted persons alone could know. Those who have had but little under their charge find no subject in it for a book, and those who have long borne the burden of public business conceive themselves to be forbidden by duty or by respect for authority to disclose all they know. Others, again, preserve notes, with the intention of reducing them to order when they shall have reached the period of a happy leisure. Vain illusion of the ambitious, which they cherish, for the most part, but as a veil to conceal from their sight the hateful image of their inevitable downfall. And when it does at length take place, despair or chagrin deprives them of fortitude to dwell upon the dazzling period which they never cease to regret. Louis Roman XVI meant to write his own memoirs. The manner in which his private papers were arranged indicated this design. The Queen also had the same intention. She long preserved a large correspondence and a great number of minute reports, made in the spirit and upon the event of the moment. But after the 20th of June, 1792, she was obliged to burn the larger portion of what she had so collected, and the remainder were conveyed out of France. Considering the rank and situations of the persons I have named as capable of elucidating by their writings the history of our political storms, it will not be imagined that I aim at placing myself on a level with them. But I have spent half my life either with the daughters of Louis Roman XV or with Marie Antoinette. I knew the characters of those princesses. I became privy to some extraordinary facts, the publication of which may be interesting, and the truth of the details will form the merit of my work. I was very young when I was placed about the princesses, the daughters of Louis Roman XV, in the capacity of reader. I was acquainted with the court of Versailles before the time of the marriage of Louis Roman XVI, with the Archduchess Marie Antoinette. Madame Campan. My father, who was employed in the Department of Foreign Affairs, enjoyed the reputation due to his talents and to his useful labors. He had traveled much. Frenchmen, on their return home from foreign countries, bring with them a love for their own, increased in warmth, and no man was more penetrated with this feeling, which ought to be the first virtue of every placeman, than my father. Men of high title, academicians and learned men, both natives and foreigners, sought my father's acquaintance, and were gratified by being admitted into his house. 20 years before the Revolution, I often heard it remarked that the imposing character of the power of Louis Roman XIV was no longer to be found in the Palace of Versailles, that the institutions of the ancient monarchy were rapidly sinking, and that the people, crushed beneath the weight of taxes, were miserable though silent, but that they began to give ear to the bold speeches of the philosophers, who loudly proclaimed their sufferings and their rights. And, in short, that the age would not pass away without the occurrence of some great outburst, which would unsettle France and change the course of its progress. Those who thus spoke were almost all partisans of M. Turgot's system of administration. They were Murraybough the father, Dr. Quesnay, Ab Bando, and Ab Nicoli, charged affairs to Leopold, Grand Duke of Tuscany, and as enthusiastic an admirer of the maxims of the innovators as his sovereign. My father sincerely respected the purity of intention of these politicians. With them, he acknowledged many abuses in the government, but he did not give these political sectarians credit for the talent necessary for conducting a judicious reform. He told them frankly that in the art of moving the great machine of government, the wisest of them was inferior to a good magistrate, and that if ever the helm of affairs should be put into their hands, they would be speedily checked in the execution of their schemes by the immeasurable difference existing between the most brilliant theories and the simplest practice of administration. Destiny having formerly placed me near crowned heads, I now amuse my solitude when in retirement with collecting a variety of facts, which may prove interesting to my family when I shall be no more. The idea of collecting all the interesting materials which my memory affords occurred to me from reading the work entitled Paris, Versailles, and the Provinces in the 18th century. That work, composed by a man accustomed to the best society, is full of piquant anecdotes, nearly all of which have been recognized as true by the contemporaries of the author. I have put together all that concerned the domestic life of an unfortunate princess, whose reputation is not yet cleared of the stains it received from the attacks of calumny, and who justly merited a different lot in life, a different place in the opinion of mankind after her fall. These memoirs, which were finished 10 years ago, have met with the approbation of some persons, and my son may, perhaps, think proper to print them after my decease. J.L.H.C. When Madame Campan wrote these lines, she did not anticipate that the death of her son would precede her own. Historic Court Memoirs. Marie Antoinette. Memoir of Madame Campan. Jean-Louise Henriette Genet was born in Paris on the 6th of October, 1752. M. Genet, her father, had obtained, through his own merit and the influence of the Duc de Choiseul, the place of first clerk in the Foreign Office. Literature, which he had cultivated in his youth, was often the solace of his leisure hours. Surrounded by a numerous family, he made the instruction of his children his chief recreation, and omitted nothing which was necessary to render them highly accomplished. His clever and precocious daughter Henriette was very early accustomed to enter society and to take an intelligent interest in current topics and public events. Accordingly, many of her relations being connected with the court or holding official positions, she amassed a fund of interesting recollections and characteristic anecdotes, some gathered from personal experience, others handed down by old friends of the family. The first event which made any impression on me in my childhood, she says in her reminiscences, was the attempt of Damiens to assassinate Louis Roman XV. This occurrence struck me so forcibly that the most minute details relating to the confusion and grief which prevailed at Versailles on that day seem as present to my imagination as the most recent events. Had dined with my father and mother, in company with one of their friends. The drawing-room was lighted up with a number of candles, and 4 card tables were already occupied, when a friend of the gentleman of the house came in, with a pale and terrified countenance, and said, in a voice scarcely audible, "I bring you terrible news. The king has been assassinated." 2 ladies in the company fainted. A brigadier of the bodyguards threw down his cards and cried out, "I do not wonder at it. It is those rascally Jesuits. What are you saying, brother?" Cried a lady, flying to him, Would you get yourself arrested? Arrested? For what? For unmasking those wretches who want a bigot for a king? My father came in. He recommended circumspection, saying that the blow was not mortal and that all meetings ought to be suspended at so critical a moment. He had brought the chaise for my mother, who placed me on her knees. We lived in the Avenue de Paris, and throughout our drive I heard incessant cries and sobs from the footpaths. At last I saw a man arrested. He was an usher of the king's chamber who had gone mad and was crying out, "Yes, I know them, the wretches, the villains." Our chaise was stopped by this bustle. My mother recognized the unfortunate man who had been seized. She gave his name to the trooper who had stopped him. The poor usher was therefore merely conducted to the gens d'armes guardroom, which was then in the avenue. I have often heard M. de Lansmouth, equerry and master of the hounds, who used to come frequently to my father's, say that on the news of the attempt on the king's life, he instantly repaired to his majesty. I cannot repeat the coarse expressions he made use of to encourage his majesty, but his account of the affair, long afterwards, amused the parties in which he was prevailed on to relate it, when all apprehensions respecting the consequences of the event had subsided. This M. de Lansmouth was an old soldier, who had given proofs of extraordinary valor. Nothing had been able to soften his manners or subdue his excessive bluntness to the respectful customs of the court. The king was very fond of him. He possessed prodigious strength, and had often contended with Marechal Saxe, renowned for his great bodily power, in trying the strength of their respective wrists. One day when the king was hunting in the forest of Saint-Germain, Landamath, riding before him, wanted a cart, filled with the slime of a pond that had just been cleansed, to draw up out of the way. The carter resisted, and even answered with impertinence. Lansmouth, without dismounting, seized him by the breast of his coat, lifted him up, and threw him into his cart. Madame Campan. M. de Lansmouth had a thundering voice. When he came into the king's apartment, he found the Dauphin and Mesdames, his majesty's daughters, there. The princesses, in tears, surrounded the king's bed. "Send out all these weeping women, sire," said the old equerry. "I want to speak to you alone." The king made a sign to the princesses to withdraw. "Come," said Lansmouth, "your wound is nothing. You had plenty of waistcoats and flannels on." Then uncovering his breast, "Look here," said he, showing 4 or 5 great scars. "These are something like wounds. I received them 30 years ago. Now cough as loud as you can." The king did so. "'Tis nothing at all," said Lansmouth. "You must laugh at it. We shall hunt a stag together in 4 days. But suppose the blade was poisoned," said the king. "Old grandam's tales," replied Lansmouth. "If it had been so, the waistcoats and flannels would have rubbed the poison off." The king was pacified, and passed a very good night. His Majesty one day asked M. de Lansmouth how old he was. He was aged, and by no means fond of thinking of his age. He evaded the question. A fortnight later, Louis Roman XV took a paper out of his pocket and read aloud. "On such a day in the month of 1680 was baptized by me, rector of the Son of the High and Mighty Lord," etc. "What's that?" said Lansmouth angrily. "Has your Majesty been procuring the certificate of my baptism?" "There it is, you see, Lansmouth," said the king. "Well, sire, hide it as fast as you can. A prince entrusted with the happiness of 25 millions of people ought not willfully to hurt the feelings of a single individual." The king learned that Lansmouth had lost his confessor, a missionary priest of the parish of Notre Dame. It was the custom of the Lazarists to expose their dead with the face uncovered. Louis Roman XV wished to try his equerry's firmness. "You have lost your confessor, I hear," said the king. "Yes, sire. He will be exposed with his face bare, such is the custom. I command you to go and see him. Sire, my confessor was my friend. It would be very painful to me. No matter, I command you." "Are you really in earnest, sire?" "Quite so. It would be the first time in my life that I had disobeyed my sovereign's order. I will go." The next day the king at his levee, as soon as he perceived Lansmouth, said, "Have you done as I desired you?" "Lansmouth, undoubtedly, sire." "Well, what did you see?" "Faith, I saw that your Majesty and I are no great shakes." At the death of Queen Maria Leczinska, M. Campan, her father-in-law, afterwards secretary to Marie Antoinette, then an officer of the chamber, having performed several confidential duties, the king asked Madame Adelaide how he should reward him. She requested him to create an office in his household of Master of the Wardrobe, with a salary of 1,000 crowns. "I will do so," said the king. "It will be an honorable title. But tell Campan not to add a single crown to his expenses, for you will see they will never pay him. Louis Roman 15. By his dignified carriage and the amiable yet majestic expression of his features, was worthy to succeed to Louis the Great. But he too frequently indulged in secret pleasures, which at last were sure to become known. During several winters, he was passionately fond of candles and balls, as he called those parties amongst the very lowest classes of society. He got intelligence of the picnics given by the tradesmen, milliners, and sempstresses of Versailles, whither he repaired in a black domino, and masked, accompanied by the captain of his guards, masked like himself. His great delight was to go, en brouettin, a kind of sedan chair, running on 2 wheels and drawn by a chairman. Care was always taken to give notice to 5 or 6 officers of the king's or queen's chamber to be there, in order that his majesty might be surrounded by people on whom he could depend without finding it troublesome. Probably the captain of the guards also took other precautions of this description on his part. My father-in-law, when the king and he were both young, has often made one amongst the servants desired to attend masked at these parties, assembled in some garret or parlor of a public house. In those times, during the carnival, masked companies had a right to join the citizens' balls. It was sufficient that one of the party should unmask and name himself. These secret excursions, and his too habitual intercourse with ladies more distinguished for their personal charms than for the advantages of education, were no doubt the means by which the king acquired many vulgar expressions which otherwise would never have reached his ears. Yet amidst the most shameful excesses, the king sometimes suddenly resumed the dignity of his rank in a very noble manner. The familiar courtiers of Louis Roman 15 had one day abandoned themselves to the unrestrained gaiety of a supper after returning from the chase. Each boasted of and described the beauty of his mistress. Some of them amused themselves with giving a particular account of their wives' personal defects. An imprudent word, addressed to Louis Roman 15, and applicable only to the queen, instantly dispelled all the mirth of the entertainment. The king assumed his regal air, and knocking with his knife on the table twice or thrice, "Gentlemen," said he, "here is the king." Those men who are most completely abandoned to dissolute manners are not, on that account, insensible to virtue in women. The Comtesse de Perigord was as beautiful as virtuous. During some excursions she made to Choisy, whither she had been invited, she perceived that the king took great notice of her. Her demeanor of chilling respect, her cautious perseverance in shunning all serious conversation with the monarch, were insufficient to extinguish this rising flame, and he at length addressed a letter to her, worded in the most passionate terms. This excellent woman instantly formed her resolution. Honor forbade her returning the king's passion, whilst her profound respect for the sovereign made her unwilling to disturb his tranquillity. She therefore voluntarily banished herself to an estate she possessed called Chalais, near Barbizia, the mansion of which had been uninhabited nearly a century. The porter's lodge was the only place in a condition to receive her. From this seat, she wrote to His Majesty, explaining her motives for leaving court, and she remained there several years without visiting Paris. Louis Roman 15 was speedily attracted by other objects and regained the composure to which Madame de Perigord had thought it her duty to sacrifice so much. Some years after, Mesdames, Lady of Honor, died. Many great families solicited the place. The king, without answering any of their applications, wrote to the Comtesse de Perigord, "My daughters have just lost their Lady of Honor. This place, madam, is your due, as much on account of your personal qualities as of the illustrious name of your family." 3 young men of the College of Saint Germain, who had just completed their course of studies, knowing no person about the court, and having heard that strangers were always well treated there, resolved to dress themselves completely in the Armenian costume, and, thus clad, to present themselves to see the grand ceremony of the reception of several knights of the Order of the Holy Ghost. Their stratagem met with all the success with which they had flattered themselves. While the procession was passing through the long mirror gallery, the Swiss of the apartments placed them in the first row of spectators, recommending everyone to pay all possible attention to the strangers. The latter, however, were imprudent enough to enter the Audiobook chamber, where were Messieurs Cardon and Ruffin, interpreters of Oriental languages, and the first clerk of the consul's department, whose business it was to attend to everything which related to the natives of the East who were in France. The three scholars were immediately surrounded and questioned by these gentlemen, at first in modern Greek. Without being disconcerted, they made signs that they did not understand it. They were then addressed in Turkish and Arabic. At length, one of the interpreters, losing all patience, exclaimed, "Gentlemen, you certainly must understand some of the languages in which you have been addressed." "What country can you possibly come from then?" "From Saint-Germain-en-Laye, sir," replied the boldest among them. "This is the first time you have put the question to us in French." They then confessed the motive of their disguise. The eldest of them was not more than 18 years of age. Louis Roman XV was informed of the affair. He laughed heartily, ordered them a few hours, confinement, and a good admonition, after which they were to be set at liberty. Louis Roman XV liked to talk about death, though he was extremely apprehensive of it, but his excellent health and his royal dignity probably made him imagine himself invulnerable. He often said to people who had very bad colds, "You've a churchyard cough there." Hunting one day in the forest of Senard, in a year in which bread was extremely dear, he met a man on horseback carrying a coffin. "Whither are you carrying that coffin?" "To the village of," answered the peasant. "Is it for a man, or a woman for a man? What did he die of hunger?" bluntly replied the villager. The king spurred on his horse and asked no more questions. Weak as Louis Roman XV was, the parliaments would never have obtained his consent to the convocation of the States General. I heard an anecdote on this subject from two officers attached to that prince's household. It was at the period when the remonstrances of the parliaments and the refusals to register the decrees for levying taxes produced alarm with respect to the state of the finances. This became the subject of conversation one evening at the coucher of Louis Roman XV. "You will see, sire," said a courtier, whose office placed him in close communication with the king, "that all this will make it absolutely necessary to assemble the States General." The king, roused by this speech from the habitual apathy of his character, seized the courtier by the arm and said to him, in a passion, "Never repeat these words. I am not sanguinary, but had I a brother, and were he to dare to give me such advice, I would sacrifice him within 24 hours to the duration of the monarchy and the tranquility of the kingdom." Several years prior to his death, the Dauphin, the father of Louis Roman XVI, had confluent smallpox, which endangered his life, and after his convalescence he was long troubled with a malignant ulcer under the nose. He was injudiciously advised to get rid of it by the use of extract of lead, which proved effectual. But from that time the Dauphin, who was corpulent, insensibly grew thin, and a short, dry cough evinced that the humor, driven in, had fallen on the lungs. Some persons also suspected him of having taken acids in too great a quantity for the purpose of reducing his bulk. The state of his health was not, however, such as to excite alarm. At the camp at Campigny, in July 1764, the Dauphin reviewed the troops, and evinced much activity in the performance of his duties. It was even observed that he was seeking to gain the attachment of the army. He presented the Dauphiness to the soldiers, saying, with a simplicity which at that time made a great sensation, "Mes enfants, here is my wife." Returning late on horseback to Campigny, he found he had taken a chill. The heat of the day had been excessive. The prince's clothes had been wet with perspiration. An illness followed, in which the prince began to spit blood. His principal physician wished to have him bled. The consulting physicians insisted on purgation, and their advice was followed. The pleurisy, being ill-cured, assumed and retained all the symptoms of consumption. The Dauphin languished from that period until December 1765, and died at Fontainebleau, where the court, on account of his condition, had prolonged its stay, which usually ended on the 2d of November. The Dauphiness, his widow, was deeply afflicted, but the immoderate despair which characterized her grief induced many to suspect that the loss of the crown was an important part of the calamity she lamented. She long refused to eat enough to support life. She encouraged her tears to flow by placing portraits of the Dauphin in every retired part of her apartments. She had him represented pale and ready to expire in a picture placed at the foot of her bed under draperies of gray cloth, with which the chambers of the princesses were always hung in court mornings. Their grand cabinet was hung with black cloth, with an alcove, a canopy, and a throne on which they received compliments of condolence after the first period of the deep mourning. The Dauphiness, some months before the end of her career, regretted her conduct in abridging it, but it was too late. The fatal blow had been struck. It may also be presumed that living with a consumptive man had contributed to her complaint. This princess had no opportunity of displaying her qualities. Living in a court in which she was eclipsed by the king and queen, the only characteristics that could be remarked in her were her extreme attachment to her husband and her great piety. The Dauphin was little known, and his character has been much mistaken. He himself, as he confessed to his intimate friends, sought to disguise it. He one day asked one of his most familiar servants, "What do they say in Paris of that great fool of a Dauphin?" The person interrogated seeming confused, the Dauphin urged him to express himself sincerely, saying, "Speak freely. That is positively the idea which I wish people to form of me." As he died of a disease which allows the last moment to be anticipated long beforehand, he wrote much, and transmitted his affections and his prejudices to his son by secret notes. Madame de Pompadour's brother received letters of nobility from His Majesty, and was appointed superintendent of the buildings and gardens. He often presented to Her Majesty, through the medium of his sister, the rarest flowers, pineapples, and early vegetables from the gardens of Trianon and Choisy. One day, when the marquise came into the queen's apartments, carrying a large basket of flowers, which she held in her two beautiful arms, without gloves, as a mark of respect, the queen loudly declared her admiration of her beauty, and seemed as if she wished to defend the king's choice by praising her various charms in detail, in a manner that would have been as suitable to a production of the fine arts as to a living being. After applauding the complexion, eyes, and fine arms of the favorite, with that haughty condescension which renders approbation more offensive than flattering, the queen at length requested her to sing, in the attitude in which she stood, being desirous of hearing the voice and musical talent by which the king's court had been charmed in the performances of the private apartments, and thus combining the gratification of the ears with that of the eyes. The marquise, who still held her enormous basket, was perfectly sensible of something offensive in this request, and tried to excuse herself from singing. The queen at last commanded her. She then exerted her fine voice in the solo of Armida at length, "He is in my power." The change in Her Majesty's countenance was so obvious that the ladies present at this scene had the greatest difficulty to keep theirs. The queen was affable and modest, but the more she was thankful in her heart to heaven for having placed her on the first throne in Europe, the more unwilling she was to be reminded of her elevation. This sentiment induced her to insist on the observation of all the forms of respect due to royal birth, whereas in other princes the consciousness of that birth often induces them to disdain the ceremonies of etiquette and to prefer habits of ease and simplicity. There was a striking contrast in this respect between Maria Leczinska and Marie Antoinette, as has been justly and generally observed. The latter unfortunate queen, perhaps, carried her disregard of everything belonging to the strict forms of etiquette too far. One day, when the Marechal de Mauchy was teasing her with questions relative to the extent to which she would allow the ladies the option of taking off or wearing their cloaks, and of pinning up the lappets of their caps, or letting them hang down, the queen replied to her in my presence, "Arrange all those matters, madame, just as you please. But do not imagine that a queen, born Archduchess of Austria, can attach that importance to them which might be felt by a Polish princess who had become Queen of France. The virtues and information of the great are always evinced by their conduct. Their accomplishments, coming within the scope of flattery, are difficult to be ascertained by any authentic proofs, and those who have lived near them may be excused for some degree of skepticism with regard to their attainments of this kind. If they draw or paint, there is always an able artist present, who, if he does not absolutely guide the pencil with his own hand, directs it by his advice. If a princess attempt a piece of embroidery in colors, of that description which ranks amongst the productions of the arts, a skillful embroideress is employed to undo and repair whatever has been spoilt. If the princess be a musician, there are no ears that will discover when she is out of tune. At least there is no tongue that will tell her so. This imperfection in the accomplishments of the great is but a slight misfortune. It is sufficiently meritorious in them to engage in such pursuits, even with indifferent success, because this taste and the protection it extends produce abundance of talent on every side. Maria Leczinska delighted in the art of painting, and imagined she herself could draw and paint. She had a drawing master, who passed all his time in her cabinet. She undertook to paint 4 large Chinese pictures, with which she wished to ornament her private drawing room, which was richly furnished with rare porcelain and the finest marbles. This painter was entrusted with the landscape and background of the pictures. He drew the figures with a pencil. The faces and arms were also left by the queen to his execution. She reserved to herself nothing but the draperies and the least important accessories. The queen every morning filled up the outline marked out for her, with a little red, blue, or green color, which the master prepared on the palette, and even filled her brush with, constantly repeating, "Higher up, Madame lower down, Madame a little to the right more to the left." After an hour's work, the time for hearing Mass or some other family or pious duty would interrupt Her Majesty. And the painter, putting the shadows into the draperies she had painted, softening off the color where she had laid too much, etc., finished the small figures. When the work was completed, the private drawing room was decorated with Her Majesty's work, and the firm persuasion of this good queen that she had painted it herself was so entire that she left this cabinet, with all its furniture and paintings, to the Comtesse de Noailles, her lady of honor. She added to the bequest, "The pictures in my cabinet being my own work, I hope the Comtesse de Noailles will preserve them for my sake." Madame de Noailles, afterwards Marechal de Mauchy, had a new pavilion constructed in her hotel in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in order to form a suitable receptacle for the queen's legacy, and had the following inscription placed over the door, in letters of gold: "The innocent falsehood of a good princess." Maria Leczinska could never look with cordiality on the Princess of Saxony, who married the Dauphin, but the attentive behavior of the Dauphiness at length made Her Majesty forget that the princess was the daughter of a king who wore her father's crown. Nevertheless, although the queen now saw in the Princess of Saxony only a wife beloved by her son, she never could forget that Augustus wore the crown of Stanislaus. One day, an officer of her chamber having undertaken to ask a private audience of her for the Saxon minister, and the queen being unwilling to grant it, he ventured to add that he should not have presumed to ask this favor of the queen had not the minister been the ambassador of a member of the family. "Say of an enemy of the family," replied the queen angrily, "and let him come in." Count de Tesse, father of the last count of that name, who left no children, was first equerry to Queen Maria Leczinska. She esteemed his virtues, but often diverted herself at the expense of his simplicity. One day, when the conversation turned on the noble military actions by which the French nobility was distinguished, the queen said to the count, "And your family, M. de Tesse, has been famous, too, in the field." "Ah, madam, we have all been killed in our master's service. How rejoiced I am," replied the queen, "that you have revived to tell me of it." The son of this worthy M. de Tesse was married to the amiable and highly gifted daughter of the Duc d'Ayen, afterwards Marechal de Noailles. He was exceedingly fond of his daughter-in-law, and never could speak of her without emotion. The queen, to please him, often talked to him about the young countess, and one day asked him which of her good qualities seemed to him most conspicuous. "Her gentleness, madame, her gentleness," said he, with tears in his eyes. "She is so mild, so soft as a good carriage." "Well," said Her Majesty, "that's an excellent comparison for a first equerry." In 1730, Queen Maria Leczinska, going to Mass, met old Marechal Villars leaning on a wooden crutch not worth 15 pence. She rallied him about it, and the marshal told her that he had used it ever since he had received a wound, which obliged him to add this article to the equipments of the army. Her Majesty, smiling, said she thought this crutch so unworthy of him that she hoped to induce him to give it up. On returning home, she dispatched M. Campan to Paris with orders to purchase at the celebrated Germain's the handsomest cane, with a gold enameled crutch, that he could find, and carry it without delay to Marechal Villars's hotel, and present it to him from her. He was announced accordingly, and fulfilled his commission. The marshal, in attending him to the door, requested him to express his gratitude to the queen, and said that he had nothing fit to offer to an officer who had the honor to belong to Her Majesty. But he begged him to accept of his old stick, saying that his grandchildren would probably some day be glad to possess the cane with which he had commanded at Marchiennes and Denain. The known frugality of Marechal Villars appears in this anecdote, but he was not mistaken with respect to the estimation in which his stick would be held. It was thenceforth kept with veneration by M. Campan's family. On the 10th of August, 1792, a house which I occupied on the Carousel, at the entrance of the Court of the Tuileries, was pillaged and nearly burnt down. The cane of Merchel Villers was thrown into the carousel as of no value and picked up by my servant. Had its old master been living at that period, we should not have witnessed such a deplorable day. Before the Revolution, there were customs and words in use at Versailles with which few people were acquainted. The king's dinner was called the king's meat. 2 of the bodyguard accompanied the attendants who carried the dinner. Every one rose as they passed through the halls, saying, "There is the king's meat." All precautionary duties were distinguished by the words "in case." One of the guards might be heard to say, "I am in case in the forest of Saint-Germain." In the evening they always brought the queen a large bowl of broth, a cold roast fowl, 1 bottle of wine, 1 of orgeat, 1 of lemonade, and some other articles, which were called the in case for the night. An old medical gentleman, who had been physician in ordinary to Louis Roman XIV, and was still living at the time of the marriage of Louis Roman XV, told Madame Campan's father an anecdote which seems too remarkable to have remained unknown. Nevertheless, he was a man of honor, incapable of inventing this story. His name was Lafosse. He said that Louis Roman XIV was informed that the officers of his table evinced, in the most disdainful and offensive manner, the mortification they felt at being obliged to eat at the table of the controller of the kitchen, along with Molière, valet de chambre to His Majesty, because Molière had performed on the stage, and that this celebrated author consequently declined appearing at that table. Louis Roman XIV, determined to put an end to insults which ought never to have been offered to one of the greatest geniuses of the age, said to him one morning at the hour of his private levee, "They say you live very poorly here, Molière, and that the officers of my chamber do not find you good enough to eat with them. Perhaps you are hungry. For my part, one awoke with a very good appetite this morning. Sit down at this table. Serve up my in case for the night there." The king, then cutting up his fowl, and ordering Molière to sit down, helped him to a wing, at the same time taking one for himself, and ordered the persons entitled to familiar entrance, that is to say the most distinguished and favorite people at court, to be admitted. "You see me," said the king to them, "engaged in entertaining Molière, whom my valets de chambre do not consider sufficiently good company for them." From that time, Molière never had occasion to appear at the valets' table. The whole court was forward enough to send him invitations. M. de Lafosse used also to relate that a brigade major of the bodyguard, being ordered to place the company in the little theatre at Versailles, very roughly turned out one of the king's controllers who had taken his seat on one of the benches, a place to which his newly acquired office entitled him. In vain, he insisted on his quality and his right. The altercation was ended by the brigade major in these words: "Gentlemen bodyguards, do your duty." In this case, their duty was to turn the offender out at the door. This controller, who had paid 60 or 80,000 francs for his appointment, was a man of a good family, and had had the honor of serving His Majesty 25 years in one of his regiments. Thus ignominiously driven out of the hall, he placed himself in the king's way in the great hall of the guards, and, bowing to His Majesty, requested him to vindicate the honor of an old soldier who had wished to end his days in his prince's civil employment, now that age had obliged him to relinquish his military service. The king stopped, heard his story, and then ordered him to follow him. His Majesty attended the representation in a sort of amphitheater, in which his armchair was placed. Behind him was a row of stools for the captain of the guards, the first gentleman of the chamber, and other great officers. The brigade major was entitled to one of these places. The king stopped opposite the seat which ought to have been occupied by that officer, and said to the controller, "Take, monsieur, for this evening, the place near my person of him who has offended you, and let the expression of my displeasure at this unjust affront satisfy you instead of any other reparation." During the latter years of the reign of Louis Roman XIV, he never went out but in a chair carried by porters, and he showed a great regard for a man named d'Aigramont, one of those porters who always went in front and opened the door of the chair. The slightest preference shown by sovereigns, even to the meanest of their servants, never fails to excite observation. People of the very first rank did not disdain to descend to the level of d'Aigramont. "Lauzun," said the Duchesse d'Orléans in her Memoirs, "sometimes affects stupidity in order to show people their own with impunity, for he is very malicious." In order to make Merchel de Tease feel the impropriety of his familiarity with people of the common sort, he called out in the drawing room at Marly, "Merchel, give me a pinch of snuff, some of your best, such as you take in the morning with Monsieur d'Aigramont, the chairman." Note by the editor. The king had done something for this man's numerous family and frequently talked to him. An abbé belonging to the chapel thought proper to request d'Aigramont to present a memorial to the king, in which he requested His Majesty to grant him a benefice. Louis Roman XIV did not approve of the liberty thus taken by his chairman, and said to him, in a very angry tone, "D'Aigramont, you have been made to do a very unbecoming act, and I am sure there must be simony in the case." "No, sire, there is not the least ceremony in the case, I assure you," answered the poor man, in great consternation. "The abbé only said he would give me 100 louis. D'Aigramont," said the king, "I forgive you on account of your ignorance and candor. I will give you the 100 louis out of my privy purse, but I will discharge you the very next time you venture to present a memorial to me." Louis Roman XIV was very kind to those of his servants who were nearest his person, but the moment he assumed his royal deportment, those who were most accustomed to see him in his domestic character were as much intimidated as if they were appearing in his presence for the first time in their lives. Some of the members of His Majesty's civil household, then called commensalite, enjoying the title of equerry and the privileges attached to officers of the king's household, had occasion to claim some prerogatives, the exercise of which the municipal body of Saint-Germain, where they resided, disputed with them. Being assembled in considerable numbers in that town, they obtained the consent of the minister of the household to allow them to send a deputation to the king, and for that purpose chose from amongst them 2 of His Majesty's valets de chambre named Bazier and Solager. The king's levee being over, the deputation of the inhabitants of the town of Saint-Germain was called in. They entered with confidence. The king looked at them and assumed his imposing attitude. Bazier, one of these valets de chambre, was about to speak, but Louis the Great was looking on him. He no longer saw the prince he was accustomed to attend at home. He was intimidated and could not find words. He recovered, however, and began as usual with the word "sire." But timidity again overpowered him, and finding himself unable to recollect the slightest particle of what he came to say, he repeated the word "sire" several times, and at length concluded by saying, "Sire, here is Solager." Solager, who was very angry with Bazier and expected to acquit himself much better, then began to speak. But he also, after repeating "sire" several times, found his embarrassment increasing upon him until his confusion equaled that of his colleague. He therefore ended with "Sire, here is Bazier." The king smiled and answered, "Gentlemen, I have been informed of the business upon which you have been deputed to wait on me, and I will take care that what is right shall be done. I am highly satisfied with the manner in which you have fulfilled your functions as deputies." Mademoiselle Genet's education was the object of her father's particular attention. Her progress in the study of music and of foreign languages was surprising. Albans instructed her in singing, and Goldoni taught her Italian. Tasso, Milton, Dante, and even Shakespeare soon became familiar to her, but her studies were particularly directed to the acquisition of a correct and elegant style of reading. Rachon de Chabens, Duclos, Barthe, Marmontel, and Thomas took pleasure in hearing her recite the finest scenes of Racine. Her memory and genius at the age of 14 charmed them. They talked of her talents in society, and perhaps applauded them too highly. She was soon spoken of at court. Some ladies of high rank, who took an interest in the welfare of her family, obtained for her the place of reader to the princesses. Her presentation, and the circumstances which preceded it, left a strong impression on her mind. "I was then 15, she says. My father felt some regret at yielding me up at so early an age to the jealousies of the court. The day on which I first put on my court dress and went to embrace him in his study, tears filled his eyes and mingled with the expression of his pleasure. I possessed some agreeable talents, in addition to the instruction which it had been his delight to bestow on me. He enumerated all my little accomplishments, to convince me of the vexations they would not fail to draw upon me." Mademoiselle Genet, at 15, was naturally less of a philosopher than her father was at 40. Her eyes were dazzled by the splendor which glittered at Versailles. The queen, Maria Leczinska, the wife of Louis Roman XV, died, she says, just before I was presented at court. The grand apartments hung with black, the great chairs of state, raised on several steps, and surmounted by a canopy adorned with plumes. The caparisoned horses, the immense retinue in court mourning, the enormous shoulder knots, embroidered with gold and silver spangles, which decorated the coats of the pages and footmen. All this magnificence had such an effect on my senses that I could scarcely support myself when introduced to the princesses. The first day of my reading in the inner apartment of Madame Victoire, I found it impossible to pronounce more than 2 sentences. My heart palpitated, my voice faltered, and my sight failed. How well understood was the potent magic of the grandeur and dignity which ought to surround sovereigns. Marie Antoinette, dressed in white, with a plain straw hat and a little switch in her hand, walking on foot, followed by a single servant, through the walks leading to the Petit Trianon, would never have thus disconcerted me. And I believe this extreme simplicity was the first and only real mistake of all those with which she is reproached. When once her awe and confusion had subsided, Mademoiselle Genet was enabled to form a more accurate judgment of her situation. It was by no means attractive. The court of the princesses, far removed from the revels to which Louis Roman XV was addicted, was grave, methodical, and dull. Madame Adelaide, the eldest of the princesses, lived secluded in the interior of her apartments. Madame Sophie was haughty, Madame Louise a devotee. Mademoiselle Genet never quitted the princess's apartments, but she attached herself most particularly to Madame Victoire. This princess had possessed beauty, her countenance bore an expression of benevolence, and her conversation was kind, free, and unaffected. The young reader excited in her that feeling which a woman in years, of an affectionate disposition, readily extends to young people who are growing up in her sight and who possess some useful talents. Whole days were passed in reading to the princess, as she sat at work in her apartment. Mademoiselle Genet frequently saw there Louis Roman XV, of whom she has related the following anecdote. One day, at the Château of Campigny, the king came in whilst I was reading to Madame. I rose and went into another room. Alone, in an apartment from which there was no outlet, with no book but a Massillon, which I had been reading to the princess. Happy in all the lightness and gaiety of 15, I amused myself with turning swiftly round, with my court hoop, and suddenly kneeling down to see my rose-colored silk petticoat swelled around me by the wind. In the midst of this grave employment enters His Majesty, followed by one of the princesses. I attempt to rise, my feet stumble, and down I fall in the midst of my robes, puffed out by the wind. "Daughter," said Louis Roman XV, laughing heartily, "I advise you to send back to school a reader who makes cheeses." The railleries of Louis Roman XV were often much more cutting, as Mademoiselle Genet experienced on another occasion, which 30 years afterwards she could not relate without an emotion of fear. "Louis Roman XV," she said, "had the most imposing presence. His eyes remained fixed upon you all the time he was speaking, and notwithstanding the beauty of his features, he inspired a sort of fear. I was very young, it is true, when he first spoke to me. You shall judge whether it was in a very gracious manner. I was 15. The king was going out to hunt, and a numerous retinue followed him. As he stopped opposite me, he said, 'Mademoiselle Genet, I am assured you are very learned and understand 4 or 5 foreign languages.' 'I know only 2, sire,' I answered, trembling. 'Which are they?' 'English and Italian.' 'Do you speak them fluently?' 'Yes, sire, very fluently.' That is quite enough to drive a husband mad." After this pretty compliment, the king went on. The retinue saluted me, laughing, and, for my part, I remained for some moments motionless with surprise and confusion. At the time when the French alliance was proposed by the Duc de Choiseul, there was at Vienna a doctor named Gassner, Jean-Joseph Gassner, a pretender to miraculous powers, who had fled thither to seek an asylum against the persecutions of his sovereign, one of the ecclesiastical electors. Gassner, gifted with an extraordinary warmth of imagination, imagined that he received inspirations. The Empress protected him, saw him occasionally, rallied him on his visions, and nevertheless heard them with a sort of interest. "Tell me," said she to him one day, "whether my Antoinette will be happy." Gassner turned pale and remained silent, being still pressed by the Empress and wishing to give a general expression to the idea with which he seemed deeply occupied. "Madame," he replied, "there are crosses for all shoulders." The occurrences at the place Louis Roman XV, on the marriage festivities at Paris, are generally known. The conflagration of the scaffolds intended for the fireworks, the want of foresight of the authorities, the avidity of robbers, the murderous career of the coaches, brought about and aggravated the disasters of that day. And the young Dauphiness, coming from Versailles by the Cours la Reine, elated with joy, brilliantly decorated, and eager to witness the rejoicings of the whole people, fled, struck with consternation and drowned in tears from the dreadful scene. This tragic opening of the young princess's life in France seemed to bear out Gassner's hint of disaster, and to be ominous of the terrible future which awaited her. In the same year in which Marie Antoinette was married to the Dauphin, Henriette Genet married a son of M. Campan, already mentioned as holding an office at the court. And when the household of the Dauphiness was formed, Madame Campan was appointed her reader, and received from Marie Antoinette a consistent kindness and confidence to which by her loyal service she was fully entitled. Madame Campan's intelligence and vivacity made her much more sympathetic to a young princess, gay and affectionate in disposition, and reared in the simplicity of a German court, than her lady of honor, the Comtesse de Noailles. This respectable lady, who was placed near her as a minister of the laws of etiquette, instead of alleviating their weight, rendered their yoke intolerable to her. Madame de Noailles, says Madame Campan, abounded in virtues. Her piety, charity, and irreproachable morals rendered her worthy of praise, but etiquette was to her a sort of atmosphere. At the slightest derangement of the consecrated order, one would have thought the principles of life would forsake her frame. One day I unintentionally threw this poor lady into a terrible agony. The queen was receiving I know not whom some persons just presented, I believe. The lady of honor, the queen's tirewoman, and the ladies of the bedchamber were behind the queen. I was near the throne, with the two women on duty. All was right, at least I thought so. Suddenly I perceived the eyes of Madame de Noailles fixed on mine. She made a sign with her head, and then raised her eyebrows to the top of her forehead, lowered them, raised them again, then began to make little signs with her hand. From all this pantomime, I could easily perceive that something was not as it should be, and as I looked about on all sides to find out what it was, the agitation of the Countess kept increasing. The Queen, who perceived all this, looked at me with a smile. I found means to approach Her Majesty, who said to me in a whisper, "Let down your lappets, or the Countess will expire." All this bustle arose from two unlucky pins which fastened up my lappets, whilst the etiquette of costume said, "Lappets hanging down." Her contempt of the vanities of etiquette became the pretext for the first reproaches leveled at the Queen. What misconduct might not be dreaded from a princess who could absolutely go out without a hoop, and who, in the salons of Trianon, instead of discussing the important rights to chairs and stools, good-naturedly invited everybody to be seated? M. de Fresnay forget, being one day in company with the Queen Marguerite, told her he was astonished how men and women with such great ruffs could eat soup without spoiling them, and still more how the ladies could be gallant with their great fartingales. The Queen made no answer at that time, but a few days after, having a very large ruff on and some bouilli to eat, she ordered a very long spoon to be brought, and ate her bouilli with it, without soiling her ruff. Upon which, addressing herself to M. de Fresnay, she said, laughing, "There now you see, with a little ingenuity one may manage anything." "Yes, faith, madame," said the good man, "as far as regards the soup I am satisfied." Laplace's Collection, Volume Roman II, p. 350. The anti-Austrian party, discontented and vindictive, became spies upon her conduct, exaggerated her slightest errors, and calumniated her most innocent proceedings. What seems unaccountable at the first glance, says Monche, is that the first attack on the reputation of the Queen proceeded from the bosom of the court. What interest could the courtiers have in seeking her destruction, which involved that of the king? Was it not drying up the source of all the advantages they enjoyed, or could hope for? Madame Campan relates the following among many anecdotes illustrative of the Queen's kindness of heart. A petition was addressed to the Queen by a corporation in the neighborhood of Paris, praying for the destruction of the game, which destroyed their crops. I was the bearer of this petition to Her Majesty, who said, "I will undertake to have these good people relieved from so great an annoyance." She gave the document to M. de Vermond in my presence, saying, "I desire that immediate justice be done to this petition." An assurance was given that her order should be attended to, but 6 weeks afterwards, a second petition was sent up, for the nuisance had not been abated after all. If the second petition had reached the Queen, M. de Vermond would have received a sharp reprimand. She was always so happy when it was in her power to do good. The quick repartee, which was another of the queen's characteristics, was less likely to promote her popularity. M. Brunier, says Madame Campan, was physician to the royal children. During his visits to the palace, if the death of any of his patients was alluded to, he never failed to say, "Ah, there I lost one of my best friends." "Well," said the queen, "if he loses all his patients who are his friends, what will become of those who are not?" When the terrible Danton exclaimed, "The kings of Europe menace us, it behooves us to defy them, let us throw down to them the head of a king as our gage." These detestable words, followed by so cruel a result, formed, however, a formidable stroke of policy. But the queen, what urgent reasons of state could Danton, Caillot de Herbois, and Robespierre allege against her? What savage greatness did they discover in stirring up a whole nation to avenge their quarrel on a woman? What remained of her former power? She was a captive, a widow, trembling for her children. In those judges who at once outraged modesty and nature, in that people whose vilest scoffs pursued her to the scaffold, who could have recognized the generous people of France. Of all the crimes which disgraced the Revolution, none was more calculated to show how the spirit of party can degrade the character of a nation. The news of this dreadful event reached Madame Campan in an obscure retreat which she had chosen. She had not succeeded in her endeavors to share the queen's captivity, and she expected every moment a similar fate. After escaping, almost miraculously, from the murderous fury of the Marseillais, after being denounced and pursued by Robespierre, and entrusted, through the confidence of the king and queen, with papers of the utmost importance, Madame Campan went to Coubertin, in the valley of Chevreuse. Madame Augwood, her sister, had just committed suicide at the very moment of her arrest. Maternal affection prevailed over her religious sentiments. She wished to preserve the wreck of her fortune for her children. Had she deferred this fatal act for one day, she would have been saved. The cart which conveyed Robespierre to execution stopped her funeral procession. The scaffold awaited Madame Campan when the 9th of Thermidor restored her to life, but did not restore to her the most constant object of her thoughts, her zeal, and her devotion. A new career now opened to Madame Campan. At Coubertin, surrounded by her nieces, she was fond of directing their studies. This occupation caused her ideas to revert to the subject of education and awakened once more the inclinations of her youth. At the age of 12 years, she could never meet a school of young ladies passing through the streets without feeling ambitious of the situation and authority of their mistress. Her abode at court had diverted but not altered her inclinations. A month after the fall of Robespierre, she says, "I considered as to the means of providing for myself, for a mother 70 years of age, my sick husband, my child 9 years old, and part of my ruined family. I now possessed nothing in the world but an assignat of 500 francs. I had become responsible for my husband's debts to the amount of 30,000 francs. I chose Saint-Germain to set up a boarding school, for that town did not remind me, as Versailles did, both of happy times and of the misfortunes of France. I took with me a nun of L'Enfant Jesus to give an unquestionable pledge of my religious principles. The school of Saint-Germain was the first in which the opening of an oratory was ventured on. The directory was displeased at it and ordered it to be immediately shut up, and some time after commissioners were sent to desire that the reading of the scriptures should be suppressed in my school. I inquired what books were to be substituted in their stead. After some minutes' conversation, they observed, "Citizeness, you are arguing after the old fashion, no reflections. The nation commands, we must have obedience and no reasoning." Not having the means of printing my prospectus, I wrote 100 copies of it and sent them to the persons of my acquaintance who had survived the dreadful commotions. At the year's end, I had 60 pupils, soon afterwards 100. I bought furniture and paid my debts. The rapid success of the establishment at Saint-Germain was undoubtedly owing to the talents, experience, and excellent principles of Madame Campan, seconded by public opinion. All property had changed hands. All ranks found themselves confusedly jumbled by the shock of the Revolution. The grand seigneur dined at the table of the opulent contractor, and the witty and elegant marquise was present at the ball by the side of the clumsy peasant lately grown rich. In the absence of the ancient distinctions, elegant manners and polished language now formed a kind of aristocracy. The house of Saint-Germain, conducted by a lady who possessed the deportment and the habits of the best society, was not only a school of knowledge, but a school of the world. A friend of Madame de Beauharnais, continues Madame Campan, brought me her daughter Hortense de Beauharnais and her niece Emily de Beauharnais. 6 months afterwards, she came to inform me of her marriage with a Corsican gentleman who had been brought up in the military school and was then a general. I was requested to communicate this information to her daughter, who long lamented her mother's change of name. I was also desired to watch over the education of little Eugene de Beauharnais, who was placed at Saint-Germain, in the same school with my son. A great intimacy sprang up between my nieces and these young people. Madame de Beauharnais set out for Italy and left her children with me. On her return, after the conquests of Bonaparte, that general, much pleased with the improvement of his stepdaughter, invited me to dine at Malmaison, and attended 2 representations of Esther at my school. He also showed his appreciation of her talents by sending his sister Caroline to Saint-Germain. Shortly before Caroline's marriage to Murat, and while she was yet at Saint-Germain, Napoleon observed to Madame Campan, "I do not like those love matches between young people whose brains are excited by the flames of the imagination. I had other views for my sister. Who knows what high alliance I might have procured for her? She is thoughtless and does not form a just notion of my situation. The time will come when, perhaps, sovereigns might dispute for her hand. She is about to marry a brave man, but in my situation that is not enough. Fate should be left to fulfill her decrees." Madame Murat one day said to Madame Campan, "I am astonished that you are not more awed in our presence. You speak to us with as much familiarity as when we were your pupils." "The best thing you can do," replied Madame Campan, "is to forget your titles when you are with me, for I can never be afraid of queens whom I have held under the rod." Madame Campan dined at the Tuileries in company with the Pope's nuncio, at the period when the Concordat was in agitation. During dinner, the First Consul astonished her by the able manner in which he conversed on the subject under discussion. She said he argued so logically that his talent quite amazed her. During the consulate, Napoleon one day said to her, "If ever I establish a republic of women, I shall make you First Consul." Napoleon's views as to woman's mission are now well known. Madame Campan said that she heard from him that, when he founded the convent of the Sisters of La Charite, he was urgently solicited to permit perpetual vows. He, however, refused to do so, on the ground that tastes may change, and that he did not see the necessity of excluding from the world women who might some time or other return to it, and become useful members of society. "Nunneries," he added, "assail the very roots of population. It is impossible to calculate the loss which a nation sustains in having 10,000 women shut up in cloisters. War does but little mischief, for the number of males is at least 1/25 greater than that of females. Women may, if they please, be allowed to make perpetual vows at 50 years of age, for then their task is fulfilled." Napoleon once said to Madame Campan, "The old systems of education were good for nothing. What do young women stand in need of to be well brought up in France?" "Of mothers," answered Madame Campan. "It is well said," replied Napoleon. "Well, Madame, let the French be indebted to you for bringing up mothers for their children." Napoleon one day interrupted Madame de Staël in the midst of a profound political argument to ask her whether she had nursed her children. Never had the establishment at Saint-Germain been in a more flourishing condition than in 18023. What more could Madame Campan wish? For 10 years absolute in her own house, she seemed also safe from the caprice of power. But the man who then disposed of the fate of France and Europe was soon to determine otherwise. After the Battle of Austerlitz, the state undertook to bring up, at the public expense, the sisters, daughters, or nieces of those who were decorated with the Cross of Honor. The children of the warriors killed or wounded in glorious battle were to find paternal care in the ancient abodes of the Montmorencys and the Cons. Accustomed to concentrate around him all superior talents, fearless himself of superiority, Napoleon sought for a person qualified by experience and abilities to conduct the institution of Ecouen. He selected Madame Campan. Comte de Lacépède, the pupil, friend, and rival of Buffon, then Grand Chancellor of the Legion of Honor, assisted her with his enlightened advice. Napoleon, who could descend with ease from the highest political subjects to the examination of the most minute details, who was as much at home in inspecting a boarding school for young ladies as in reviewing the grenadiers of his guard, whom it was impossible to deceive, and who was not unwilling to find fault when he visited the establishment at Equin, was forced to say, "It is all right." Napoleon wished to be informed of every particular of the furniture, government and order of the house, the instruction and education of the pupils. The internal regulations were submitted to him. One of the intended rules, drawn up by Madame Campan, proposed that the children should hear Mass on Sundays and Thursdays. Napoleon himself wrote on the margin, "Every day." In the summer of 1811, relates Madame Campan, Napoleon, accompanied by Marie-Louise and several personages of distinction, visited the establishment at Equin. After inspecting the chapel and the refectories, Napoleon desired that the 3 principal pupils might be presented to him. "Sire," said I cannot select 3, I must present 6. He turned on his heel and repaired to the platform, where, after seeing all the classes assembled, he repeated his demand. "Sire," said I beg leave to inform your Majesty that I should commit an injustice towards several other pupils, who are as far advanced as those whom I might have the honor to present to you." Berthier and others intimated to me, in a low tone of voice, that I should get into disgrace by my noncompliance. Napoleon looked over the whole of the house, entered into the most trivial details, and after addressing questions to several of the pupils, "Well, madame," said he, "I am satisfied. Show me your 6 best pupils." Madame Campan presented them to him, and as he stepped into his carriage, he desired that their names might be sent to Berthier. On addressing the list to the Prince de Neufchâtel, Madame Campan added to it the names of 4 other pupils, and all the 10 obtained a pension of 300 francs. During the 3 hours which this visit occupied, Marie-Louise did not utter a single word. M. de Beaumont, chamberlain to the Empress Josephine, one day at Malmaison was expressing his regret that M.D., one of Napoleon's generals who had recently been promoted, did not belong to a great family. "You mistake, monsieur," observed Madame Campan. "He is of very ancient descent. He is one of the nephews of Charlemagne. All the heroes of our army sprang from the elder branch of that sovereign's family, who never emigrated." When Madame Campan related this circumstance, she added, "After the 30th of March, 1814, some officers of the army of Condé presumed to say to certain French marshals that it was a pity they were not more nobly connected. In answer to this, one of them said, 'True nobility, gentlemen, consists in giving proofs of it. The field of honor has witnessed ours, but where are we to look for yours? Your swords have rusted in their scabbards. Our laurels may well excite envy. We have earned them nobly, and we owe them solely to our valor. You have merely inherited a name. This is the distinction between us.' When one of the princes of the smaller German states was showing Merchel lands, with a contemptuous superiority of manner but ill concealed, the portraits of his ancestors, and covertly alluding to the absence of lands, that general turned the tables on him by haughtily remarking, 'But I am an ancestor.' Napoleon used to observe that if he had had 2 such field marshals as Suchet in Spain, he would have not only conquered, but kept the peninsula. Suchet's sound judgment, his governing yet conciliating spirit, his military tact, and his bravery had procured him astonishing success. It is to be regretted, added he, that a sovereign cannot improvise men of his stamp. On the 19th of March, 1815, a number of papers were left in the king's closet. Napoleon ordered them to be examined, and among them was found the letter written by Madame Campan to Louis Roman XVIII, immediately after the First Restoration. In this letter she enumerated the contents of the portfolio which Louis Roman XVI had placed under her care. When Napoleon read this letter, he said, "Let it be sent to the Office of Foreign Affairs. It is an historical document." Madame Campan thus described a visit from the Tsar of Russia. "A few days after the Battle of Paris, the Emperor Alexander came to Equin, and he did me the honor to breakfast with me. After showing him over the establishment, I conducted him to the park, the most elevated point of which overlooked the plain of St. Denis. 'Sire,' said I, 'from this point I saw the Battle of Paris. If,' replied the Emperor, 'that battle had lasted 2 hours longer, we should not have had a single cartridge at our disposal. We feared that we had been betrayed, for on arriving so precipitately before Paris, all our plans were laid, and we did not expect the firm resistance we experienced.' I next conducted the Emperor to the chapel, and showed him the seats occupied by Le Connétable, the Constable of Montmorency, and La Connétable, the Constable's lady, when they went to hear Mass. Barbarians like us, observed the emperor, would say la connétable and le connétable. The Tsar inquired into the most minute particulars respecting the establishment of Equine, and I felt great pleasure in answering his questions. I recollect having dwelt on several points which appeared to me to be very important, and which were in their spirit hostile to aristocratic principles. For example, I informed His Majesty that the daughters of distinguished and wealthy individuals and those of the humble and obscure mingled indiscriminately in the establishment. If, said I were to observe the least pretension on account of the rank or fortune of parents, I should immediately put an end to it. The most perfect equality is preserved. Distinction is awarded only to merit and industry. The pupils are obliged to cut out and make all their own clothes. They are taught to clean and mend lace. And 2 at a time, they by turns, 3 times a week, cook and distribute food to the poor of the village. The young girls who have been brought up at Equine or in my boarding school at Saint Germain are thoroughly acquainted with everything relating to household business, and they are grateful to me for having made that a part of their education. In my conversations with them, I have always taught them that on domestic management depends the preservation or dissipation of their fortunes. The postmaster of Equine was in the courtyard at the moment when the emperor, as he stepped into his carriage, told me he would send some sweetmeats for the pupils. I immediately communicated to them the intelligence, which was joyfully received, but the sweetmeats were looked for in vain. When Alexander set out for England, he changed horses at Equine, and the postmaster said to him, "Sire, the pupils of Equine are still expecting the sweetmeats which your Majesty promised them." To which the emperor replied that he had directed Sakin to send them. The Cossacks had most likely devoured the sweetmeats, and the poor little girls, who had been so highly flattered by the promise, never tasted them. A second house was formed at St. Denis, on the model of that of Equine. Perhaps Madame Campan might have hoped for a title to which her long labors gave her a right. Perhaps the superintendence of the 2 houses would have been but the fair recompense of her services, but her fortunate years had passed. Her fate was now to depend on the most important events. Napoleon had accumulated such a mass of power as no one but himself in Europe could overturn. France, content with 30 years of victories, in vain asked for peace and repose. The army which had triumphed in the sands of Egypt, on the summits of the Alps, and in the marshes of Holland, was to perish amidst the snows of Russia. Nations combined against a single man. The territory of France was invaded. The orphans of Equine, from the windows of the mansion which served as their asylum, saw in the distant plain the fires of the Russian bivouacs, and once more wept the deaths of their fathers. Paris capitulated. France hailed the return of the descendants of Henry Roman IV. They reascended the throne so long filled by their ancestors, which the wisdom of an enlightened prince established on the empire of the laws. A lady connected with the establishment of St. Denis told Madame Campan that Napoleon visited it during the 100 Days, and that the pupils were so delighted to see him that they crowded round him, endeavoring to touch his clothes and evincing the most extravagant joy. The matron endeavored to silence them, but Napoleon said, "Let them alone, let them alone. This may weaken the head, but it strengthens the heart." This moment, which diffused joy amongst the faithful servants of the royal family, and brought them the rewards of their devotion, proved to Madame Campan a period of bitter vexation. The hatred of her enemies had revived. The suppression of the school at Equine had deprived her of her position. The most absurd calumnies followed her into her retreat. Her attachment to the Queen was suspected. She was accused not only of ingratitude, but of perfidy. Slander has little effect on youth, but in the decline of life its darts are envenomed with a mortal poison. The wounds which Madame Campan had received were deep. Her sister, Madame Auguy, had destroyed herself. M. Rousseau, her brother-in-law, had perished, a victim of the Reign of Terror. In 1813, a dreadful accident had deprived her of her niece, Madame de Broc, one of the most amiable and interesting beings that ever adorned the earth. Madame Campan seemed destined to behold those whom she loved go down to the grave before her. Beyond the walls of the mansion of Equine, in the village which surrounds it, Madame Campan had taken a small house where she loved to pass a few hours in solitary retirement. There, at liberty to abandon herself to the memory of the past, the superintendent of the imperial establishment became, once more, for the moment, the first lady of the chamber to Marie Antoinette. To the few friends whom she admitted into this retreat, she would show, with emotion, a plain muslin gown which the queen had worn, and which was made from a part of Tippoo Saib's present. A cup, out of which Marie Antoinette had drunk, a writing stand which she had long used, were, in her eyes, of inestimable value, and she has often been discovered sitting, in tears, before the portrait of her royal mistress. After so many troubles, Madame Campan sought a peaceful retreat. Paris had become odious to her. She paid a visit to one of her most beloved pupils, Mademoiselle Cruzet, who had married a physician at Mantes, a man of talent, distinguished for his intelligence, frankness, and cordiality. M. Maney, physician to the infirmaries at Mantes. Madame Campan found in him a friend and comforter, of whose merit and affection she knew the value. Mantes is a cheerful place of residence, and the idea of an abode there pleased her. A few intimate friends formed a pleasant society, and she enjoyed a little tranquility after so many disturbances. The revisal of her memoirs, the arrangement of the interesting anecdotes of which her recollections were to consist, alone diverted her mind from the one powerful sentiment which attached her to life. She lived only for her son. M. Campan deserved the tenderness of his mother. No sacrifice had been spared for his education. After having pursued that course of study which, under the imperial government, produced men of such distinguished merit, he was waiting till time and circumstances should afford him an opportunity of devoting his services to his country. Although the state of his health was far from good, it did not threaten any rapid or premature decay. He was, however, after a few days' illness, suddenly taken from his family. "I never witnessed so heartrending a scene," M. Maney says, "as that which took place when Mère Ney's lady, her niece, and Madame Panelier, her sister, came to acquaint her with this misfortune. The wife of Mère Ney was a daughter of Madame Aguy and had been an intimate friend of Hortense Beauharnais. When they entered her apartment, she was in bed. All three at once uttered a piercing cry. The two ladies threw themselves on their knees and kissed her hands, which they bedewed with tears. Before they could speak to her, she read in their faces that she no longer possessed a son. At that instant, her large eyes, opening wildly, seemed to wander. Her face grew pale, her features changed, her lips lost their color. She struggled to speak, but uttered only inarticulate sounds, accompanied by piercing cries. Her gestures were wild, her reason was suspended. Every part of her being was in agony. To this state of anguish and despair, no calm succeeded until her tears began to flow. Friendship and the tenderest cares succeeded for a moment in calming her grief, but not in diminishing its power. This violent crisis had disturbed her whole organization. A cruel disorder, which required a still more cruel operation, soon manifested itself. The presence of her family, a tour which she made in Switzerland, a residence at Baden, and above all, the sight, the tender and charming conversation of a person by whom she was affectionately beloved, occasionally diverted her mind, and in a slight degree relieved her suffering. She underwent a serious operation, performed with extraordinary promptitude and the most complete success. No unfavorable symptoms appeared. Madame Campan was thought to be restored to her friends, but the disorder was in the blood. It took another course. The chest became affected. "From that moment," says M. Maney, "I could never look on Madame Campan as living. She herself felt that she belonged no more to this world. My friend," she said to her physician the day before her death, "I am attached to the simplicity of religion. I hate all that savors of fanaticism." When her codicil was presented for her signature, her hand trembled. "It would be a pity," she said, "to stop when so fairly on the road." Madame Campan died on the 16th of March, 1822. The cheerfulness she displayed throughout her malady had nothing affected in it. Her character was naturally powerful and elevated. At the approach of death, she evinced the soul of a sage, without abandoning for an instant her feminine character. Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, being the historic memoirs of Madame Campan, First Lady in Waiting to the Queen. Chapter 1. I was 15 years of age when I was appointed reader to Mesdames. I will begin by describing the court at that period. Maria Leczinska was just dead. The death of the Dauphin had preceded hers by 3 years, the Jesuits were suppressed, and piety was to be found at court only in the apartments of Mesdames. The Duc de Choiseul ruled. Etiquette still existed at court with all the forms it had acquired under Louis Roman XIV. Dignity alone was wanting. As to gaiety, there was none. Versailles was not the place at which to seek for assemblies where French spirit and grace were displayed. The focus of wit and intelligence was Paris. The king thought of nothing but the pleasures of the chase. It might have been imagined that the courtiers indulged themselves in making epigrams by hearing them say seriously, "On those days when the king did not hunt, the king does nothing today." The arrangement beforehand of his movements was also a matter of great importance with Louis Roman XV. On the first day of the year, he noted down in his almanac the days of departure for Campigny, Fontainebleau, Choisy, etc. The weightiest matters, the most serious events, never deranged this distribution of his time. Since the death of the Marquise de Pompadour, the king had no titled mistress. He contented himself with his seraglio in the Parcoq serfs. It is well known that the monarch found the separation of Louis de Bourbon from the King of France the most animating feature of his royal existence. They would have it so, they thought it for the best, was his way of expressing himself when the measures of his ministers were unsuccessful. The king delighted to manage the most disgraceful points of his private expenses himself. He one day sold to a head clerk in the War Department a house in which one of his mistresses had lodged. The contract ran in the name of Louis de Bourbon, and the purchaser himself took in a bag the price of the house in gold to the king in his private closet. Until recently little was known about the Parcoq serfs, and it was believed that a great number of young women had been maintained there at enormous expense. The investigations of M.J.A. Leroy, given in his interesting work, Curiosités historiques sur Louis Roman XIII, Louis Roman XIV, Louis Roman XV, etc. Paris, Plan, 1864, have thrown fresh light upon the matter. The result he arrives at, see page 229 of his work, is that the house in question, number 4 Rue Saint-Médéric, on the site of the Parcoq serfs, or breeding place for deer, of Louis Roman XIII, was very small and could have held only one girl, the woman in charge of her, and a servant. Most of the girls left it only when about to be confined, and it sometimes stood vacant for 5 or 6 months. It may have been rented before the date of purchase, and other houses seem sometimes to have been used also. But in any case, it is evident that both the number of girls and the expense incurred have been absurdly exaggerated. The system flourished under Madame de Pompadour, but ceased as soon as Madame du Barry obtained full power over the king, and the house was then sold to M.J. B7 for 16,000 livres on 27 May, 1771, Louis not acting under the name of Louis de Bourbon, but as king, vent par le roi, not her sire. In 1755, he had also been declared its purchaser in a similar manner. Thus, Madame Campan is in error in saying that the king made the contract as Louis de Bourbon, and it also possible that Madame Campan was correct, and that the house she refers to as sold for a bag of gold was another of the several of the seraglio establishments of Louis Roman XV. D.W. Louis Roman XV saw very little of his family. He came every morning by a private staircase into the apartment of Madame Adelaide. Louis Roman XV seemed to feel for Madame Adelaide the tenderness he had had for the Duchesse de Bourgogne, his mother, who perished so suddenly, under the eyes and almost in the arms of Louis Roman XIV. The birth of Madame Adelaide, 23 March, 1732, was followed by that of Madame Victoire Louise Marie Therese on the 11th May, 1733. Louis had besides 6 daughters, Mesdames Sophie and Louise, who are mentioned in this chapter, the Princesses Marie and Félicite, who died young. Madame Henriette died at Versailles in 1752, aged 24, and finally Madame the Duchess of Parma, who also died at the court. He often brought and drank their coffee that he had made himself. Madame Adelaide pulled a bell which apprised Madame Victoire of the king's visit. Madame Victoire, on rising to go to her sister's apartment, rang for Madame Sophie, who in her turn rang for Madame Louise. The apartments of Mesdames were of very large dimensions. Madame Louise occupied the farthest room. This latter lady was deformed and very short. The poor princess used to run with all her might to join the daily meeting, but having a number of rooms to cross, she frequently, in spite of her haste, had only just time to embrace her father before he set out for the chase. Every evening, at 6, Mesdames interrupted my reading to them to accompany the princes to Louis Roman XV. This visit was called the king's débattre, and was marked by a kind of etiquette. Mesdames put on an enormous hoop, which set out a petticoat ornamented with gold or embroidery. They fastened a long train round their waists and concealed the undress of the rest of their clothing by a long cloak of black taffety which enveloped them up to the chin. The chevaliers d'honneur, the ladies-in-waiting, the pages, the equerries, and the ushers bearing large flambeaux, accompanied them to the king. In a moment the whole palace, generally so still, was in motion. The king kissed each princess on the forehead, and the visit was so short that the reading which it interrupted was frequently resumed at the end of a quarter of an hour. Mesdames returned to their apartments, and untied the strings of their petticoats and trains. They resumed their tapestry, and I my book. During the summer season, the king sometimes came to the residence of Mesdames before the hour of his debaucher. One day he found me alone in Madame Victoire's closet, and asked me where Koch was. I started, and he repeated his question, but without being at all the more understood. When the king was gone, I asked Madame of whom he spoke. She told me that it was herself, and very coolly explained to me that, being the fattest of his daughters, the king had given her the familiar name of Koch, that he called Madame Adelaide, Log, Madame Sophie, Grail, and Madame Louise, Chiffy. The people of the king's household observed that he knew a great number of such words. Possibly he had amused himself with picking them out from dictionaries. If this style of speaking betrayed the habits and tastes of the king, his manner savored nothing of such vulgarity. His walk was easy and noble, he had a dignified carriage of the head, and his aspect, without being severe, was imposing. He combined great politeness with a truly regal demeanor, and gracefully saluted the humblest woman whom curiosity led into his path. He was very expert in a number of trifling matters which never occupy attention, but when there is a lack of something better to employ it. For instance, he would knock off the top of an eggshell at a single stroke of his fork. He therefore always ate eggs when he dined in public, and the Parisians who came on Sundays to see the king dine returned home less struck with his fine figure than with the dexterity with which he broke his eggs. Repartees of Louis Roman XV, which mark the keenness of his wit and the elevation of his sentiments, were quoted with pleasure in the assemblies of Versailles. This prince was still beloved. It was wished that a style of life suitable to his age and dignity should at length supersede the errors of the past and justify the love of his subjects. It was painful to judge him harshly. If he had established avowed mistresses at court, the uniform devotion of the queen was blamed for it. Mesdames were reproached for not seeking to prevent the king's forming an intimacy with some new favorite. Madame Henriette, twin sister of the Duchess of Parma, was much regretted, for she had considerable influence over the king's mind, and it was remarked that if she had lived she would have been assiduous in finding him amusements in the bosom of his family, would have followed him in his short excursions, and would have done the honors of the petty suppers, which he was so fond of giving in his private apartments. Mesdames too much neglected the means of pleasing the wing, but the cause of that was obvious in the little attention he had paid them in their youth. In order to console the people under their sufferings, and to shut their eyes to the real depredations on the treasury, the ministers occasionally pressed the most extravagant measures of reform in the king's household, and even in his personal expenses. Cardinal Fleury, who in truth had the merit of re-establishing the finances, carried this system of economy so far as to obtain from the king the suppression of the household of the 4 younger princesses. They were brought up as mere boarders in a convent 80 leagues distant from the court. Saint Cyr would have been more suitable for the reception of the king's daughters, but probably the cardinal shared some of those prejudices which will always attach to even the most useful institutions, and which, since the death of Louis Roman XIV, had been raised against the noble establishment of Madame de Maintenon. Madame Louise often assured me that at 12 years of age she was not mistress of the whole alphabet, and never learnt to read fluently until after her return to Versailles. Madame Victoire attributed certain paroxysms of terror, which she was never able to conquer, to the violent alarms she experienced at the Abbey of Fontevrault, whenever she was sent, by way of penance, to pray alone in the vault where the sisters were interred. A gardener belonging to the abbey died raving mad. His habitation, without the walls, was near a chapel of the abbey, where mesdames were taken to repeat the prayers for those in the agonies of death. Their prayers were more than once interrupted by the shrieks of the dying man. When mesdames, still very young, returned to court, they enjoyed the friendship of Monseigneur the Dauphin and profited by his advice. They devoted themselves ardently to study and gave up almost the whole of their time to it. They enabled themselves to write French correctly and acquired a good knowledge of history. Italian, English, the higher branches of mathematics, turning and dialing, filled up in succession their leisure moments. Madame Adelaide, in particular, had a most insatiable desire to learn. She was taught to play upon all instruments, from the horn, will it be believed, to the Jew's harp. Madame Adelaide was graced for a short time with a charming figure, but never did beauty so quickly vanish. Madame Victoire was handsome and very graceful. Her address, mien, and smile were in perfect accordance with the goodness of her heart. Madame Sophie was remarkably ugly. Never did I behold a person with so unprepossessing an appearance. She walked with the greatest rapidity, and, in order to recognize the people who placed themselves along her path without looking at them, she acquired the habit of leering on one side, like a hare. This princess was so exceedingly diffident that a person might be with her daily for years together without hearing her utter a single word. It was asserted, however, that she displayed talent and even amiability in the society of some favorite ladies. She taught herself a great deal, but she studied alone. The presence of a reader would have disconcerted her very much. There were, however, occasions on which the princess, generally so intractable, became all at once affable and condescending, and manifested the most communicative good nature. This would happen during a storm. So great was her alarm on such an occasion that she then approached the most humble, and would ask them 1,000 obliging questions. A flash of lightning made her squeeze their hands. A peal of thunder would drive her to embrace them, but with the return of the calm, the princess resumed her stiffness, her reserve, and her repellent air, and passed all by without taking the slightest notice of anyone, until a fresh storm restored to her at once her dread and her affability. Which reminds one of the elder and puritanic Cato, who said that he embraced his wife only when it thundered, but added that he did enjoy a good thunderstorm. D.W. Mesdames found in a beloved brother, whose rare attainments are known to all Frenchmen, a guide in everything wanting to their education. In their august mother, Maria Leczinska, they possessed the noblest example of every pious and social virtue. That princess, by her eminent qualities and her modest dignity, veiled the failings of the king, and while she lived, she preserved in the court of Louis Roman XV. That decorous and dignified tone which alone secures the respect due to power. The princesses, her daughters, were worthy of her, and if a few degraded beings did aim the shafts of calumny at them, these shafts dropped harmless, warded off by the elevation of their sentiments and the purity of their conduct. If mesdames had not tasked themselves with numerous occupations, they would have been much to be pitied. They loved walking, but could enjoy nothing beyond the public gardens of Versailles. They would have cultivated flowers, but could have no others than those in their windows. The Marquise de Durfort, since Duchesse de Sivrac, afforded to Madame Victoire agreeable society. The princess spent almost all her evenings with that lady, and ended by fancying herself domiciled with her. Madame de Narbonne had, in a similar way, taken pains to make her intimate acquaintance pleasant to Madame Adelaide. Madame Louise had for many years lived in great seclusion. I read to her 5 hours a day. My voice frequently betrayed the exhaustion of my lungs. The princess would then prepare sugared water for me, place it by me, and apologize for making me read so long, on the score of having prescribed a course of reading for herself. One evening, while I was reading, she was informed that M. Burton, Minister des Parties Casuels, desired to speak with her. She went out abruptly, returned, resumed her silks and embroidery, and made me resume my book. When I retired, she commanded me to be in her closet the next morning at 11 o'clock. When I got there, the princess was gone out. I learnt that she had gone at 7 in the morning to the convent of the Carmelites of St. Denis, where she was desirous of taking the veil. I went to Madame Victoire. There I heard that the king alone had been acquainted with Madame Louise's project, that he had kept it faithfully secret, and that, having long previously opposed her wish, he had only on the preceding evening sent her his consent, that she had gone alone into the convent, where she was expected, and that a few minutes afterwards she had made her appearance at the grating, to show to the Princess de Gistel, who had accompanied her to the convent gate, and to her equerry, the king's order to leave her in the monastery. Upon receiving the intelligence of her sister's departure, Madame Adelaide gave way to violent paroxysms of rage and reproached the king bitterly for the secret, which he had thought it his duty to preserve. Madame Victoire missed the society of her favorite sister, but she shed tears in silence only. The first time I saw this excellent princess after Madame Louise's departure, I threw myself at her feet, kissed her hand, and asked her with all the confidence of youth whether she would quit us as Madame Louise had done. She raised me, embraced me, and said, pointing to the lounge upon which she was extended, "Make yourself easy, my dear. I shall never have Louise's courage. I love the conveniences of life too well. This lounge is my destruction." As soon as I obtained permission to do so, I went to St. Denis to see my late mistress. She deigned to receive me with her face uncovered in her private parlor. She told me she had just left the wash-house, and that it was her turn that day to attend to the linen. "I much abused your youthful lungs for 2 years before the execution of my project," added she. "I knew that here I could read none but books tending to our salvation, and I wished to review all the historians that had interested me." She informed me that the king's consent for her to go to St. Denis had been brought to her while I was reading. She prided herself, and with reason, upon having returned to her closet without the slightest mark of agitation, though she said she felt so keenly that she could scarcely regain her chair. She added that moralists were right when they said that happiness does not dwell in palaces, that she had proved it, and that, if I desired to be happy, she advised me to come and enjoy a retreat in which the liveliest imagination might find full exercise in the contemplation of a better world. I had no palace, no earthly grandeur to sacrifice to God, nothing but the bosom of a united family, and it is precisely there that the moralists whom she cited have placed true happiness. I replied that, in private life, the absence of a beloved and cherished daughter would be too cruelly felt by her family. The princess said no more on the subject. The seclusion of Madame Louise was attributed to various motives. Some were unkind enough to suppose it to have been occasioned by her mortification at being, in point of rank, the last of the princesses. I think I penetrated the true cause. Her aspirations were lofty. She loved everything sublime. Often while I was reading, she would interrupt me to exclaim, "That is beautiful, that is noble." There was but one brilliant action that she could perform: to quit a palace for a cell and rich garments for a stuff gown. She achieved it. I saw Madame Louise 2 or 3 times more at the grating. I was informed of her death by Louis Roman XVI. "My Aunt Louise," said he to me, "your old mistress, is just dead at St. Denis. I have this moment received intelligence of it. Her piety and resignation were admirable, and yet the delirium of my good aunt recalled to her recollection that she was a princess, for her last words were, 'To paradise, haste, haste, full speed.' No doubt she thought she was again giving orders to her equerry." The retirement of Madame Louise and her removal from court had only served to give her up entirely to the intrigues of the clergy. She received incessant visits from bishops, archbishops, and ambitious priests of every rank. She prevailed on the king, her father, to grant many ecclesiastical preferments, and probably looked forward to playing an important part when the king, weary of his licentious course of life, should begin to think of religion. This perhaps might have been the case had not a sudden and unexpected death put an end to his career. The project of Madame Louise fell to the ground in consequence of this event. She remained in her convent, whence she continued to solicit favors, as I knew from the complaints of the queen, who often said to me, "Here is another letter from my Aunt Louise. She is certainly the most intriguing little Carmelite in the kingdom." The court went to visit her about 3 times a year, and I recollect that the queen, intending to take her daughter there, ordered me to get a doll dressed like a Carmelite for her, that the young princess might be accustomed, before she went into the convent, to the habit of her aunt, the nun Madame Campan. Madame Victoire, good, sweet-tempered, and affable, lived with the most amiable simplicity in a society wherein she was much caressed. She was adored by her household. Without quitting Versailles, without sacrificing her easy chair, she fulfilled the duties of religion with punctuality, gave to the poor all she possessed, and strictly observed Lent and the fasts. The table of Mesdames acquired a reputation for dishes of abstinence, spread abroad by the assiduous parasites at that of their maître d'hôtel. Madame Victoire was not indifferent to good living, but she had the most religious scruples respecting dishes of which it was allowable to partake at penitential times. I saw her one day exceedingly tormented by her doubts about a waterfowl, which was often served up to her during Lent. The question to be determined was whether it was maigre or gras. She consulted a bishop, who happened to be of the party. The prelate immediately assumed the grave attitude of a judge who is about to pronounce sentence. He answered the princess that, in a similar case of doubt, it had been resolved that after dressing the bird it should be pricked over a very cold silver dish. If the gravy of the animal congealed within a quarter of an hour, the creature was to be accounted flesh. But if the gravy remained in an oily state, it might be eaten without scruple. Madame Victoire immediately made the experiment. The gravy did not congeal, and this was a source of great joy to the princess, who was very partial to that sort of game. The abstinence which so much occupied the attention of Madame Victoire was so disagreeable to her that she listened with impatience for the midnight hour of Holy Saturday. And then she was immediately supplied with a good dish of fowl and rice, and sundry other succulent viands. She confessed with such amiable candor her taste for good cheer and the comforts of life, that it would have been necessary to be as severe in principle as insensible to the excellent qualities of the princess, to consider it a crime in her. Madame Adelaide had more mind than Madame Victoire, but she was altogether deficient in that kindness which alone creates affection for the great, abrupt manners, a harsh voice, and a short way of speaking, rendering her more than imposing. She carried the idea of the prerogative of rank to a high pitch. One of her chaplains was unlucky enough to say Dominus vobiscum with rather too easy an air. The princess rated him soundly for it after Mass, and told him to remember that he was not a bishop, and not again to think of officiating in the style of a prelate. Mesdames lived quite separate from the king. Since the death of Madame de Pompadour, he had lived alone. The enemies of the Duc de Choiseul did not know in what department, nor through what channel, they could prepare and bring about the downfall of the man who stood in their way. The king was connected only with women of so low a class that they could not be made use of for any delicate intrigue. Moreover, the Parcock serfs was a seraglio, the beauties of which were often replaced. It was desirable to give the king a mistress who could form a circle, and in whose drawing-room the long-standing attachment of the king for the Duc de Choiseul might be overcome. It is true that Madame du Barry was selected from a class sufficiently low. Her origin, her education, her habits, and everything about her bore a character of vulgarity and shamelessness. But by marrying her to a man whose pedigree dated from 1400, it was thought scandal would be avoided. The conqueror of man conducted this coarse intrigue. It appeared at this period as if every feeling of dignity was lost. Few noblemen of the French court, says a writer of the time, preserved themselves from the general corruption. The Marechal de Brissac was one of the latter. He was bantered on the strictness of his principles of honor and honesty. It was thought strange that he should be offended by being thought, like so many others, exposed to hymeneal disgrace. Louis Roman XV, who was present and laughed at his angry fit, said to him, "Come, M. de Brissac, don't be angry. 'Tis but a trifling evil. Take courage, sire," replied M. de Brissac. "I possess all kinds of courage, except that which can brave shame." Note by the editor. Such a mistress was judiciously selected for the diversion of the latter years of a man weary of grandeur, fatigued with pleasure, and cloyed with voluptuousness. Neither the wit, the talents, the graces of the Marquise de Pompadour, her beauty, nor even her love for the king, would have had any further influence over that worn-out being. He wanted a Roxalana of familiar gaiety, without any respect for the dignity of the sovereign. Madame du Barry one day so far forgot propriety as to desire to be present at a council of state. The king was weak enough to consent to it. There she remained ridiculously perched upon the arm of his chair, playing all sorts of childish monkey tricks, calculated to please an old sultan. Another time she snatched a packet of sealed letters from the king's hand. Among them she had observed one from Comte de Broglie. She told the king that she knew that rascal Broglie spoke ill of her to him, and that for once, at least, she would make sure he should read nothing respecting her. The king wanted to get the packet again. She resisted and made him run 2 or 3 times round the table, which was in the middle of the council chamber, and then, on passing the fireplace, she threw the letters into the grate, where they were consumed. The king became furious. He seized his audacious mistress by the arm and put her out of the door without speaking to her. Madame du Barry thought herself utterly disgraced. She returned home and remained 2 hours alone, abandoned to the utmost distress. The king went to her, she threw herself at his feet in tears, and he pardoned her. Madame la Marechale de Beauvau, the Duchesse de Choiseul, and the Duchesse de Gramont had renounced the honor of the king's intimate acquaintance rather than share it with Madame du Barry. But a few years after the death of Louis Roman XV, Madame la Marechale being alone at the Val, a house belonging to M. de Beauvau, Mademoiselle de Dillon saw the Countess's calèche take shelter in the forest of Saint-Germain during a violent storm. She invited her in, and the Countess herself related these particulars, which I had from Madame de Beauvau. The Comte du Barry, surnamed Leroux, the profligate, and Mademoiselle du Barry advised, or rather prompted, Madame du Barry in furtherance of the plans of the party of the Marechal de Richelieu and the Duc d'Aiguillon. Sometimes they even set her to act in such a way as to have a useful influence upon great political measures. Under pretense that the page who accompanied Charles I in his flight was a du Barry or Barrymore, they persuaded the Comtesse du Barry to buy in London that fine portrait which we now have in the museum. She had the picture placed in her drawing room, and when she saw the king hesitating upon the violent measure of breaking up his parliament, and forming that which was called the Maupeou Parliament, she desired him to look at the portrait of a king who had given way to his parliament. The Memoirs of General Dumouriez, Volume I, page 142, contain some curious particulars about Madame du Barry, and novel details respecting her will be found at page 243 of Curiosités historiques, by J. A. Leroll, Paris, Plan, 1864. His investigations lead to the result that her real name was Jeanne Bécu, born 19th August, 1743, at Vaucouleurs, the natural daughter of Anne Bécu, otherwise known as Quantony. Her mother afterwards married Nicolas Rankin. Comte Jean du Barry met her among the demi-monde, and succeeded about 1767, and by the help of his friend Label, the valet de chambre of Louis Roman XV, in introducing her to the king under the name of Mademoiselle Elange. To be formally mistress, a husband had to be found. The Comte Jean du Barry, already married himself, found no difficulty in getting his brother, Comte Guillaume, a poor officer of the marine troops, to accept the post of husband. In the marriage contract, signed on 23 July, 1768, she was described as the daughter of Anne Bécu and of an imaginary first husband, Sire Jean-Jacques Gaumard de Vaubernier, and 3 years were taken off her age. The marriage contract was so drawn as to leave Madame du Barry entirely free from all control by her husband. The marriage was solemnized on 1 September, 1768, after which the nominal husband returned to Toulouse. Madame du Barry in later years provided for him, and in 1772, tired of his applications, she obtained an act of separation from him. He married later Jean Madeleine Lemon and died in 1811. Madame du Barry took care of her mother, who figured as Madame de Montrable. In all, she received from the king, M. Leroy calculates, about 12.5 millions of livres. On the death of Louis Roman XV, she had to retire first to the Abbey of Pontoux-Dames, near Meaux, then she was allowed to go to her small house at St. Vrain, near Arpeggion, and finally in 1775 to her chateau at Louveciennes. Much to her credit be it said, she retained many of her friends, and was on the most intimate terms till his death with the Duc de Brissac, Louis Hercule Timoldon de Causse-Brissac, who was killed at Versailles in the massacre of the prisoners in September 1792, leaving at his death a large legacy to her. Even the Emperor Joseph visited her. In 1790, many of her jewels were stolen and taken to England. This caused her to make several visits to that country, where she gained her suit. But these visits, though she took every precaution to legalize them, ruined her. Betrayed by her servants, among them by Zammer, the Negro page, she was brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal and was guillotined on 8 December, 1793, in a frenzy of terror, calling for mercy and for delay up to the moment when her head fell. The men of ambition who were laboring to overthrow the Duc de Choiseul strengthened themselves by their concentration at the house of the favorite and succeeded in their project. The bigots, who never forgave that minister the suppression of the Jesuits, and who had always been hostile to a treaty of alliance with Austria, influenced the minds of Mesdames. The Duc de la Vaughan, the young Dauphin's governor, infected them with the same prejudices. Such was the state of the public mind when the young Archduchess Marie Antoinette arrived at the court of Versailles, just at the moment when the party which brought her there was about to be overthrown. Madame Adelaide openly avowed her dislike to a princess of the House of Austria, and when Madame Campan, my father-in-law, went to receive his orders, at the moment of setting off with the household of the Dauphiness to go and receive the Archduchess upon the frontiers, she said she disapproved of the marriage of her nephew with an archduchess, and that, if she had the direction of the matter, she would not send for an Austrian. Chapter 2. After the 14th of July, by a maneuver for which the most skillful factions of any age might have envied the Assembly, the whole population of France was armed and organized into a national guard. A report was spread throughout France on the same day, and almost at the same hour, that 4,000 brigands were marching towards such towns or villages as it was wished to induce to take arms. Never was any plan better laid. Terror spread at the same moment all over the kingdom. In 1791, a peasant showed me a steep rock in the mountains of the Mont d'Or on which his wife concealed herself on the day when the 4,000 brigands were to attack their village, and told me they had been obliged to make use of ropes to let her down from the height which fear alone had enabled her to climb. Versailles was certainly the place where the national military uniform appeared most offensive. All the king's valets, even of the lowest class, were metamorphosed into lieutenants or captains. Almost all the musicians of the chapel ventured one day to make their appearance at the king's mass in a military costume, and an Italian soprano adopted the uniform of a grenadier captain. The king was very much offended at this conduct, and forbade his servants to appear in his presence in so unsuitable a dress. The departure of the Duchesse de Polignac naturally left the Abbé de Vermond exposed to all the dangers of favoritism. He was already talked of as an adviser dangerous to the nation. The queen was alarmed at it, and recommended him to remove to Valenciennes, where Count Esterhazy was in command. He was obliged to leave that place in a few days and set off for Vienna, where he remained. On the night of the 17th of July, the queen, being unable to sleep, made me watch by her until 3 in the morning. I was extremely surprised to hear her say that it would be a very long time before the Abbé de Vermond would make his appearance at court again, even if the existing ferment should subside, because he would not readily be forgiven for his attachment to the Archbishop of Sens, and that she had lost in him a very devoted servant. Then she suddenly remarked to me that although he was not much prejudiced against me, I could not have much regard for him, because he could not bear my father-in-law to hold the place of secretary of the closet. She went on to say that I must have studied the abbé's character, and, as I had sometimes drawn her portraits of living characters, in imitation of those which were fashionable in the time of Louis Roman XIV. She desired me to sketch that of the abbé without any reserve. My astonishment was extreme. The queen spoke of the man who, the day before, had been in the greatest intimacy with her with the utmost coolness, and as a person whom, perhaps, she might never see again. I remained petrified. The queen persisted, and told me that he had been the enemy of my family for more than 12 years, without having been able to injure it in her opinion, so that I had no occasion to dread his return, however severely I might depict him. I promptly summarized my ideas about the favorite, but I only remember that the portrait was drawn with sincerity, except that everything which could denote antipathy was kept out of it. I shall make but one extract from it. I said that he had been born talkative and indiscreet, and had assumed a character of singularity and abruptness in order to conceal those two failings. The queen interrupted me by saying, "Ah, how true that is! I have since discovered that, notwithstanding the high favor which the Abbé de Vermond enjoyed, the queen took precautions to guard herself against an ascendancy, the consequences of which she could not calculate. On the death of my father-in-law, his executors placed in my hands a box containing a few jewels deposited by the queen with Madame Campan on the departure from Versailles of the 6th of October, and 2 sealed packets, each inscribed, 'Campan will take care of these papers for me.' I took the 2 packets to Her Majesty, who kept the jewels and the larger packet, and returning me the smaller said, 'Take care of that for me as your father-in-law did.' After the fatal 10th of August, 1792, the day of the attack on the Tuileries, slaughter of the Swiss Guard, and suspension of the king from his functions, when my house was about to be surrounded, I determined to burn the most interesting papers of which I was the depositary. I thought it my duty, however, to open this packet, which it might perhaps be necessary for me to preserve at all hazards. I saw that it contained a letter from the Abbé de Vermond to the Queen. I have already related that in the earlier days of Madame de Polignac's favor he determined to remove from Versailles, and that the Queen recalled him by means of the Comte de Mercy. This letter contained nothing but certain conditions for his return. It was the most whimsical of treaties. I confess I greatly regretted being under the necessity of destroying it. He reproached the Queen for her infatuation for the Comtesse Jules, her family, and society, and told her several truths about the possible consequences of a friendship which ranked that lady among the favorites of the Queens of France, a title always disliked by the nation. He complained that his advice was neglected, and then came to the conditions of his return to Versailles. After strong assurances that he would never, in all his life, aim at the higher church dignities, he said that he delighted in an unbounded confidence, and that he asked but two things of Her Majesty as essential. The first was, not to give him her orders through any third person, and to write to him herself. He complained much that he had had no letter in her own hand since he had left Vienna. Then he demanded of her an income of 80,000 livres in ecclesiastical benefices, and concluded by saying that, if she condescended to assure him herself that she would set about procuring him what he wished, her letter would be sufficient in itself to show him that Her Majesty had accepted the two conditions he ventured to make respecting his return. No doubt the letter was written. At least it is very certain that the benefices were granted, and that his absence from Versailles lasted only a single week. In the course of July, 1789, the regiment of French Guards, which had been in a state of insurrection from the latter end of June, abandoned its colors. One single company of grenadiers remained faithful to its post at Versailles. Le Baron de Level was the captain of this company. He came every evening to request me to give the Queen an account of the disposition of his soldiers, but M. de Lafayette having sent them a note, they all deserted during the night and joined their comrades, who were enrolled in the Paris Guard, so that Louis Roman XVI, on rising, saw no guard whatever at the various posts entrusted to them. The decrees of the 4th of August, by which all privileges were abolished, are well known. It was during the night of the 4th of August, says Rivarol, that the demagogues of the nobility, wearied with a protracted discussion upon the rights of man, and burning to signalize their zeal, rose all at once, and with loud exclamations called for the last size of the feudal system. This demand electrified the assembly. All heads were frenzied. The younger sons of good families, having nothing, were delighted to sacrifice their two fortunate elders upon the altar of the country. A few country cures felt no less pleasure in renouncing the benefices of others. But what posterity will hardly believe is that the same enthusiasm infected the whole nobility. Zeal walked hand in hand with malevolence. They made sacrifice upon sacrifice. And as in Japan the point of honor lies in a man's killing himself in the presence of the person who has offended him, so did the deputies of the nobility vie in striking at themselves and their constituents. The people who were present at this noble contest increased the intoxication of their new allies by their shouts, and the deputies of the Commons, seeing that this memorable night would only afford them profit without honor, consoled their self-love by wondering at what nobility, grafted upon the Third Estate, could do. They named that night the Night of Dupes. The nobles called it the Night of Sacrifices. Note by the editor. The king sanctioned all that tended to the diminution of his own personal gratifications, but refused his consent to the other decrees of that tumultuous night. This refusal was one of the chief causes of the ferments of the month of October. In the early part of September, meetings were held at the Palais Royal, and propositions made to go to Versailles. It was said to be necessary to separate the king from his evil counselors, and keep him, as well as the Dauphin, at the Louvre. The proclamations by the officers of the Commune for the restoration of tranquility were ineffectual, but M. de Lafayette succeeded this time in dispersing the populace. The Assembly declared itself permanent, and during the whole of September, in which no doubt the preparations were made for the great insurrections of the following month, the court was not disturbed. The king had the Flanders regiment removed to Versailles. Unfortunately, the idea of the officers of that regiment fraternizing with the bodyguards was conceived, and the latter invited the former to a dinner, which was given in the Great Theatre of Versailles, and not in the Salon of Hercules, as some chroniclers say. Boxes were appropriated to various persons who wished to be present at this entertainment. The Queen told me she had been advised to make her appearance on the occasion, but that under existing circumstances she thought such a step might do more harm than good, and that, moreover, neither she nor the King ought directly to have anything to do with such a festival. She ordered me to go, and desired me to observe everything closely, in order to give a faithful account of the whole affair. The tables were set out upon the stage. At them were placed one of the bodyguard and an officer of the Flanders regiment alternately. There was a numerous orchestra in the room, and the boxes were filled with spectators. The air, "O Richard, O mon Roy," was played, and shouts of "Vive de Roy" shook the roof for several minutes. I had with me one of my nieces and a young person brought up with Madame by Her Majesty. They were crying "Vive le Roy" with all their might when a deputy of the Third Estate, who was in the next box to mine, and whom I had never seen, called to them, and reproached them for their exclamations. It hurt him, he said, to see young and handsome Frenchwomen brought up in such servile habits, screaming so outrageously for the life of one man, and with true fanaticism exalting him in their hearts above even their dearest relations. He told them what contempt worthy American women would feel on seeing Frenchwomen thus corrupted from their earliest infancy. My niece replied with tolerable spirit, and I requested the deputy to put an end to the subject, which could by no means afford him any satisfaction, inasmuch as the young persons who were with me lived, as well as myself, for the sole purpose of serving and loving the King. While I was speaking, what was my astonishment at seeing the King, the Queen, and the Dauphin enter the chamber. It was M. de Luxembourg who had effected this change in the Queen's determination. The enthusiasm became general. The moment their Majesties arrived, the orchestra repeated the air I have just mentioned, and afterwards played a song in the Deserter, "Can we grieve those whom we love?" which also made a powerful impression upon those present. On all sides were heard praises of their Majesties, exclamations of affection, expressions of regret for what they had suffered, clapping of hands, and shouts of "Vive le Roy," "Vive la Reine," "Vive le Dauphin." It has been said that white cockades were worn on this occasion. That was not the case. The fact is that a few young men belonging to the National Guard of Versailles, who were invited to the entertainment, turned the white lining of their national cockades outwards. All the military men quitted the hall and reconducted the King and his family to their apartments. There was intoxication in these ebullitions of joy. 1,000 extravagances were committed by the military, and many of them danced under the King's windows. A soldier belonging to the Flanders regiment climbed up to the balcony of the King's chamber in order to shout "Vive le Roy" nearer His Majesty. This very soldier, as I have been told by several officers of the corps, was one of the first and most dangerous of their insurgents in the riots of the 5th and 6th of October. On the same evening, another soldier of that regiment killed himself with a sword. One of my relations, chaplain to the Queen, who supped with me, saw him stretched out in a corner of the place d'armes. He went to him to give him spiritual assistance, and received his confession and his last sighs. He destroyed himself out of regret at having suffered himself to be corrupted by the enemies of his King, and said that, since he had seen him and the Queen and the Dauphin, remorse had turned his brain. I returned home, delighted with all that I had seen. I found a great many people there. M. de Beaumetz, deputy for Arras, listened to my description with a chilling air, and, when I had finished, told me that all that had passed was terrific, that he knew the disposition of the assembly, and that the greatest misfortunes would follow the drama of that night. And he begged my leave to withdraw, that he might take time for deliberate reflection whether he should on the very next day emigrate or pass over to the left side of the assembly. He adopted the latter course, and never appeared again among my associates. On the 2d of October, the military entertainment was followed up by a breakfast given at the Hotel of the Bodyguards. It is said that a discussion took place whether they should not march against the assembly, but I am utterly ignorant of what passed at that breakfast. From that moment, Paris was constantly in commotion. There were continual mobs, and the most virulent proposals were heard in all public places. The conversation was invariably about proceeding to Versailles. The King and Queen did not seem apprehensive of such a measure, and took no precaution against it. Even when the army had actually left Paris, on the evening of the 5th of October, the King was shooting at Meudon, and the queen was alone in her gardens at Trianon, which she then beheld for the last time in her life. She was sitting in her grotto absorbed in painful reflection when she received a note from the Comte de Saint-Priest, entreating her to return to Versailles. M. de Cubières at the same time went off to request the king to leave his sport and return to the palace. The king did so on horseback, and very leisurely. A few minutes afterwards, he was informed that a numerous body of women, which preceded the Parisian army, was at Chaville, at the entrance of the avenue from Paris. The scarcity of bread and the entertainment of the bodyguards were the pretext for the insurrection of the 5th and 6th of October, 1789. But it is clear to demonstration that this new movement of the people was a part of the original plan of the factious, insomuch as, ever since the beginning of September, a report had been industriously circulated that the king intended to withdraw, with his family and ministers, to some stronghold. And at all the popular assemblies, there had been always a great deal said about going to Versailles to seize the king. At first only women showed themselves. The lattice doors of the chateau were closed, and the bodyguard and Flanders regiment were drawn up in the place d'armes. As the details of that dreadful day are given with precision in several works, I will only observe that general consternation and disorder reigned throughout the interior of the palace. I was not in attendance on the queen at this time. M. Campan remained with her till 2 in the morning. As he was leaving her, she condescendingly, and with infinite kindness, desired him to make me easy as to the dangers of the moment, and to repeat to me M. de Lafayette's own words, which he had just used on soliciting the royal family to retire to bed, undertaking to answer for his army. The queen was far from relying upon M. de Lafayette's loyalty, but she has often told me that she believed on that day that Lafayette, having affirmed to the king, in the presence of a crowd of witnesses, that he would answer for the army of Paris, would not risk his honor as a commander, and was sure of being able to redeem his pledge. She also thought the Parisian army was devoted to him, and that all he said about his being forced to march upon Versailles was mere pretense. On the first intimation of the march of the Parisians, the Comte de Saint-Priest prepared Rambouillet for the reception of the king, his family, and suite, and the carriages were even drawn out, but a few cries of "Vive le Roi!" when the women reported His Majesty's favorable answer, occasioned the intention of going away to be given up, and orders were given to the troops to withdraw. Compare this account with the particulars given in the Memoirs of Feribers, Weber, Bailly, and Saint-Priest, from the latter of which the following sentence is taken. M. d'Estaing knew not what to do with the bodyguards beyond bringing them into the courtyard of the ministers and shutting the grilles. Thence they proceeded to the terrace of the chateau, then to Trianon, and lastly to Rambouillet. I could not refrain from expressing to M. d'Estaing, when he came to the king, my astonishment at not seeing him make any military disposition. "Monsieur," replied he, "I await the orders of the king, who did not open his mouth. When the king gives no orders," pursued I, "a general should decide for himself in a soldierly manner." This observation remained unanswered. The bodyguards were, however, assailed with stones and musketry while they were passing from the Place d'Armes to their hotel. Alarm revived. Again it was thought necessary that the royal family should go away. Some carriages still remained ready for traveling. They were called for. They were stopped by a wretched player belonging to the theatre of the town, seconded by the mob. The opportunity for flight had been lost. The insurrection was directed against the queen in particular. I shudder even now at the recollection of the poissards, or rather furies, who wore white aprons, which they screamed out were intended to receive the bowels of Marie Antoinette, and that they would make cockades of them, mixing the most obscene expressions with these horrible threats. The queen went to bed at 2 in the morning, and even slept, tired out with the events of so distressing a day. She had ordered her 2 women to bed, imagining there was nothing to dread, at least for that night. But the unfortunate princess was indebted for her life to that feeling of attachment which prevented their obeying her. My sister, who was one of the ladies in question, informed me next day of all that I am about to relate. On leaving the queen's bedchamber, these ladies called their femmes de chambre, and all 4 remained sitting together against Her Majesty's bedroom door. About 4:30 in the morning they heard horrible yells and discharges of firearms. One ran to the queen to awaken her and get her out of bed. My sister flew to the place from which the tumult seemed to proceed. She opened the door of the antechamber which leads to the great guardroom, and beheld one of the bodyguard holding his musket across the door and attacked by a mob who were striking at him. His face was covered with blood. He turned round and exclaimed, "Save the queen, madam. They are come to assassinate her." She hastily shut the door upon the unfortunate victim of duty, fastened it with the great bolt, and took the same precaution on leaving the next room. On reaching the queen's chamber, she cried out to her, "Get up, madame. Don't stay to dress yourself. Fly to the king's apartment." The terrified queen threw herself out of bed. They put a petticoat upon her without tying it, and the two ladies conducted her towards the Audiobook. A door, which led from the queen's dressing room to that apartment, had never before been fastened but on her side. What a dreadful moment! It was found to be secured on the other side. They knocked repeatedly with all their strength. A servant of one of the king's valets de chambre came and opened it. The queen entered the king's chamber, but he was not there. Alarmed for the queen's life, he had gone down the staircases and through the corridors under the Audiobook, by means of which he was accustomed to go to the queen's apartments without being under the necessity of crossing that room. He entered Her Majesty's room and found no one there but some bodyguards who had taken refuge in it. The king, unwilling to expose their lives, told them to wait a few minutes, and afterwards sent to desire them to go to the Audiobook. Madame de Tourzel, at that time governess of the children of France, had just taken Madame and the Dauphin to the king's apartments. The queen saw her children again. The reader must imagine this scene of tenderness and despair. It is not true that the assassins penetrated to the queen's chamber and pierced the bed with their swords. The fugitive bodyguards were the only persons who entered it, and if the crowd had reached so far, they would all have been massacred. Besides, when the rebels had forced the doors of the antechamber, the footmen and officers on duty, knowing that the queen was no longer in her apartments, told them so with that air of truth which always carries conviction. The ferocious horde instantly rushed towards the Audiobook, hoping, no doubt, to intercept her on her way. Many have asserted that they recognized the Duc d'Orléans in a greatcoat and slouched hat, at 4:30 in the morning, at the top of the marble staircase, pointing out with his hand the guardroom, which led to the queen's apartments. This fact was deposed to at the Chatelet by several individuals in the course of the inquiry instituted respecting the transactions of the 5th and 6th of October. The National Assembly was sitting when information of the march of the Parisians was given to it by one of the deputies who came from Paris. A certain number of the members were no strangers to this movement. It appears that Mirabeau wished to avail himself of it to raise the Duc d'Orléans to the throne. Mounier, who presided over the National Assembly, rejected the idea with horror. "My good man," said Mirabeau to him, "what difference will it make to you to have Louis Roman 17? For your king instead of Louis Roman 16, the Duc d'Orléans was baptized Louis." The prudence and honorable feeling of several officers of the Parisian Guards, and the judicious conduct of M. de Vaudreuil, Lieutenant General of Marine, and of M. de Chavannes, one of the king's guards, brought about an understanding between the grenadiers of the National Guard of Paris and the King's Guard. The doors of the Audiobook were closed, and the antechamber which precedes that room was filled with grenadiers who wanted to get in to massacre the guards. M. de Chavannes offered himself to them as a victim if they wished for one, and demanded what they would have. A report had been spread through their ranks that the bodyguards set them at defiance, and that they all wore black cockades. M. de Chavannes showed them that he wore, as did the corps, the cockade of their uniform, and promised that the guards should exchange it for that of the nation. This was done. They even went so far as to exchange their grenadiers' caps for the hats of the bodyguards. Those who were on guard took off their shoulder belts. Embraces and transports of fraternization instantly succeeded to the savage eagerness to murder the band which had shown so much fidelity to its sovereign. The cry was now, "Vivent le roi, la nation, et les gardes du corps." The army occupied the place d'armes, all the courtyards of the chateau, and the entrance to the avenue. They called for the queen to appear in the balcony. She came forward with Madame and the Dauphin. There was a cry of "No children." Was this with a view to deprive her of the interest she inspired, accompanied as she was by her young family, or did the leaders of the Democrats hope that some madman would venture to aim a mortal blow at her person? The unfortunate princess certainly was impressed with the latter idea, for she sent away her children, and with her hands and eyes raised towards heaven, advanced upon the balcony like a self-devoted victim. A few voices shouted to Paris. The exclamations soon became general. Before the king agreed to this removal, he wished to consult the National Assembly and caused that body to be invited to sit at the chateau. Murraybow opposed this measure. While these discussions were going forward, it became more and more difficult to restrain the immense, disorderly multitude. The king, without consulting anyone, now said to the people, "You wish, my children, that I should follow you to Paris. I consent, but on condition that I shall not be separated from my wife and family." The king added that he required safety also for his guards. He was answered by shouts of "Vive le Roi! Vivent les gardes du corps!" The guards, with their hats in the air, turned so as to exhibit the cockade, shouted "Vive le Roi! Vive la nation!" Shortly afterwards, a general discharge of all the muskets took place, in token of joy. The king and queen set off from Versailles at 1 o'clock. The Dauphin, Madame, the king's daughter, Monsieur, Madame here, the wife of Monsieur le Comte de Provence. Madame Elizabeth and Madame de Tourzel were in the carriage, the Princess de Chimay and the ladies of the bedchamber for the week. The king's suite and servants followed in court carriages. 100 deputies in carriages and the bulk of the Parisian army closed the procession. The Poissards went before and around the carriage of their majesties, crying, "We shall no longer want bread. We have the baker, the baker's wife, and the baker's boy with us." In the midst of this troop of cannibals, the heads of 2 murdered bodyguards were carried on poles. The monsters, who made trophies of them, conceived the horrid idea of forcing a wigmaker of Sevres to dress them up and powder their bloody locks. The unfortunate man who was forced to perform this dreadful work died in consequence of the shock it gave him. The king did not leave Versailles till 1 o'clock. The queen, the Dauphin, Madame Royale, Monsieur, Madame Elizabeth, and Madame de Tourzel were in his majesty's carriage. The 100 deputies in their carriages came next. A detachment of brigands, bearing the heads of the 2 bodyguards in triumph, formed the advance guard and set out 2 hours earlier. These cannibals stopped a moment at Sevres and carried their cruelty to the length of forcing an unfortunate hairdresser to dress the gory heads. The bulk of the Parisian army followed them closely. The king's carriage was preceded by the Poissards, who had arrived the day before from Paris, and a rabble of prostitutes, the vile refuse of their sex, still drunk with fury and wine. Several of them rode astride upon cannons, boasting in the most horrible songs of the crimes they had committed themselves or seen others commit. Those who were nearest the king's carriage sang ballads, the allusions in which by means of their vulgar gestures they applied to the queen. Wagons, full of corn and flour, which had been brought into Versailles, formed a train escorted by grenadiers and surrounded by women and bullies, some armed with pikes and some carrying long branches of poplar. At some distance, this part of the procession had a most singular effect. It looked like a moving forest, amidst which shone pike heads and gun barrels. In the paroxysms of their brutal joy, the women stopped passengers and, pointing to the king's carriage, howled in their ears, "Cheer up, friends, we shall no longer be in want of bread. We bring you the baker's wife, and the baker's little boy." Behind His Majesty's carriage were several of his faithful guards, some on foot and some on horseback, most of them uncovered, all unarmed and worn out with hunger and fatigue. The dragoons, the Flanders Regiment, the 100 Swiss, and the National Guards preceded, accompanied, or followed the file of carriages. I witnessed this heartrending spectacle. I saw the ominous procession. In the midst of all the tumult, clamor, and singing, interrupted by frequent discharges of musketry, which the hand of a monster or a bungler might so easily render fatal, I saw the queen preserving most courageous tranquility of soul and an air of nobleness and inexpressible dignity, and my eyes were suffused with tears of admiration and grief. Memoirs of Bertrand de Malville. The progress of the procession was so slow that it was near 6 in the evening when this august family, made prisoners by their own people, arrived at the Hôtel de Ville. Bailly received them there. They were placed upon a throne, just when that of their ancestors had been overthrown. The king spoke in a firm yet gracious manner. He said that he always came with pleasure and confidence among the inhabitants of his good city of Paris. M. Bailly repeated this observation to the representatives of the commune, who came to address the king, but he forgot the word confidence. The queen instantly and loudly reminded him of the omission. The king and queen, their children, and Madame Elizabeth retired to the Tuileries. Nothing was ready for their reception there. All the living rooms had been long given up to persons belonging to the court. They hastily quitted them on that day, leaving their furniture, which was purchased by the court. The Comtesse de la Marque, sister to the Marechaux de Noailles and de Mauchy, had occupied the apartments now appropriated to the Queen. Monsieur and Madame retired to the Luxembourg. The Queen had sent for me on the morning of the 6th of October to leave me and my father-in-law in charge of her most valuable property. She took away only her casket of diamonds. Comte Gouverneur de la Tour du Pin, to whom the military government of Versailles was entrusted, pro tempore, came and gave orders to the National Guard, which had taken possession of the apartments, to allow us to remove everything that we should deem necessary for the Queen's accommodation. I saw Her Majesty alone in her private apartments a moment before her departure for Paris. She could hardly speak. Tears bedewed her face, to which all the blood in her body seemed to have rushed. She condescended to embrace me, gave her hand to Madame Campan to kiss, and said to us, "Come immediately and settle at Paris. I will lodge you at the Tuileries. Come, and do not leave me henceforward. Faithful servants at moments like these become useful friends. We are lost, dragged away, perhaps to death. When kings become prisoners, they are very near it." I had frequent opportunities, during the course of our misfortunes, of observing that the people never entirely give their allegiance to factious leaders, but easily escape their control when some cause reminds them of their duty. As soon as the most violent Jacobins had an opportunity of seeing the Queen near at hand, of speaking to her, and of hearing her voice, they became her most zealous partisans. And even when she was in the prison of the Temple, several of those who had contributed to place her there perished for having attempted to get her out again. On the morning of the 7th of October, the same women who the day before surrounded the carriage of the august prisoners, riding on cannons and uttering the most abusive language, assembled under the Queen's windows, upon the terrace of the chateau, and desired to see her. Her Majesty appeared. There are always among mobs of this description orators, that is to say, beings who have more assurance than the rest. A woman of this description told the Queen that she must now remove far from her all such courtiers as ruin kings, and that she must love the inhabitants of her good city. The Queen answered that she had loved them at Versailles, and would likewise love them at Paris. "Yes, yes," said another, "but on the 14th of July you wanted to besiege the city and have it bombarded, and on the 6th of October you wanted to fly to the frontiers." The Queen replied, affably, that they had been told so, and had believed it, that there lay the cause of the unhappiness of the people and of the best of kings. A third addressed a few words to her in German. The Queen told her she did not understand it, that she had become so entirely French as even to have forgotten her mother tongue. This declaration was answered with bravo, and clapping of hands. They then desired her to make a compact with them. "Ah," said she, "how can I make a compact with you, since you have no faith in that which my duty points out to me, and which I ought for my own happiness to respect?" They asked her for the ribbons and flowers out of her hat. Her Majesty herself unfastened them and gave them. They were divided among the party, which for above half an hour cried out without ceasing, "Marie Antoinette forever! Our good Queen forever!" 2 days after the King's arrival at Paris, the city and the National Guard sent to request the Queen to appear at the theatre and prove by her presence and the King's that it was with pleasure they resided in their capital. I introduced the deputation which came to make this request. Her Majesty replied that she should have infinite pleasure in acceding to the invitation of the city of Paris. But that time must be allowed her to soften the recollection of the distressing events which had just occurred, and from which she had suffered too much. She added that having come into Paris preceded by the heads of the faithful guards who had perished before the door of their sovereign, she could not think that such an entry into the capital ought to be followed by rejoicings, but that the happiness she had always felt in appearing in the midst of the inhabitants of Paris was not effaced from her memory, and that she should enjoy it again as soon as she found herself able to do so. Their Majesties found some consolation in their private life. From Madame, here, the Princess Marie-Therese, daughter of Marie Antoinette. Gentle manners and filial affection, from the accomplishments and vivacity of the little Dauphin, and the attention and tenderness of the pious Princess Elizabeth, they still derived moments of happiness. The young Prince daily gave proofs of sensibility and penetration. He was not yet beyond female care, but a private tutor, the Abbé Devout, gave him all the instructions suitable to his age. His memory was highly cultivated, and he recited verses with much grace and feeling. On the 19th of October, that is to say, 13 days after he had taken up his abode at Paris, the king went on foot and almost alone to review some detachments of the National Guard. After the review, Louis Roman XVI met with a child sweeping the street who asked him for money. The child called the king M. le Chevalier. His Majesty gave him 6 francs. The little sweeper, surprised at receiving so large a sum, cried out, "Oh, I have no change, you will give me money another time." A person who accompanied the monarch said to the child, "Keep it all, my friend. The gentleman is not Chevalier, he is the eldest of the family." Note by the editor. The day after the arrival of the court at Paris, terrified at hearing some noise in the gardens of the Tuileries, the young prince threw himself into the arms of the queen, crying out, "Grandeur, mamma, will it be yesterday over again?" A few days after this affecting exclamation, he went up to the king and looked at him with a pensive air. The king asked him what he wanted. He answered that he had something very serious to say to him. The king having prevailed on him to explain himself, the young prince asked why his people, who formerly loved him so well, were all at once angry with him, and what he had done to irritate them so much. His father took him upon his knees and spoke to him nearly as follows. "I wished, child, to render the people still happier than they were. I wanted money to pay the expenses occasioned by wars. I asked my people for money, as my predecessors have always done. Magistrates, composing the parliament, opposed it and said that my people alone had a right to consent to it. I assembled the principal inhabitants of every town, whether distinguished by birth, fortune, or talents, at Versailles. That is what is called the States General. When they were assembled, they required concessions of me, which I could not make, either with due respect for myself or with justice to you, who will be my successor. Wicked men, inducing the people to rise, have occasioned the excesses of the last few days. The people must not be blamed for them." The queen made the young prince clearly comprehend that he ought to treat the commanders of battalions, the officers of the National Guard, and all the Parisians who were about him, with affability. The child took great pains to please all those people, and when he had had an opportunity of replying obligingly to the mayor or members of the commune, he came and whispered in his mother's ear, "Was that right?" He requested M. Bailey to show him the shield of Scipio, which is in the royal library. And M. Bailey asking him which he preferred, Scipio or Hannibal, the young prince replied, without hesitation, that he preferred him who had defended his own country. He gave frequent proofs of ready wit. One day, while the queen was hearing Madame repeat her exercises in ancient history, the young princess could not at the moment recollect the name of the Queen of Carthage. The Dauphin was vexed at his sister's want of memory, and though he never spoke to her in the second person singular, he bethought himself of the expedient of saying to her, "But dis donc, the name of the queen, to mamma. Dis donc," what her name was. Shortly after the arrival of the king and his family at Paris, the Duchesse de Lines came, in pursuance of the advice of a committee of the Constitutional Assembly, to propose to the queen a temporary retirement from France in order to leave the Constitution to perfect itself, so that the patriots should not accuse her of influencing the king to oppose it. The Duchess knew how far the schemes of the conspirators extended, and her attachment to the queen was the principal cause of the advice she gave her. The queen perfectly comprehended the Duchesse de Lines's motive, but replied that she would never leave either the king or her son, that if she thought herself alone obnoxious to public hatred, she would instantly offer her life as a sacrifice, but that it was the throne which was aimed at, and that, in abandoning the king, she should be merely committing an act of cowardice, since she saw no other advantage in it than that of saving her own life. One evening, in the month of November, 1790, I returned home rather late. I there found the Prince de Poix. He told me he came to request me to assist him in regaining his peace of mind, that at the commencement of the sittings of the National Assembly, he had suffered himself to be seduced into the hope of a better order of things, that he blushed for his error, and that he abhorred plans which had already produced such fatal results, that he broke with the reformers for the rest of his life, that he had given in his resignation as a deputy of the National Assembly, and finally, that he was anxious that the Queen should not sleep in ignorance of his sentiments. I undertook his commission and acquitted myself of it in the best way I could, but I was totally unsuccessful. The Prince de Poix remained at court. He there suffered many mortifications, never ceasing to serve the king in the most dangerous commissions with that zeal for which his house has always been distinguished. When the king, the queen, and the children were suitably established at the Tuileries, as well as Madame Elizabeth and the Princess de Lamballe, the queen resumed her usual habits. She employed her mornings in superintending the education of Madame, who received all her lessons in her presence, and she herself began to work large pieces of tapestry. Her mind was too much occupied with passing events and surrounding dangers to admit her of applying herself to reading. The needle was the only employment which could divert her. There was long preserved at Paris, in the house of Mademoiselle Dubuquoy, a tapestry worker, a carpet worked by the Queen and Madame Elizabeth for the large room of Her Majesty's ground-floor apartments at the Tuileries. The Empress Josephine saw and admired this carpet, and desired it might be taken care of, in the hope of one day sending it to Madame Campan. She received the court twice a week before going to Mass, and on those days dined in public with the king. She spent the rest of the time with her family and children. She had no concert, and did not go to the play until 1791, after the acceptation of the Constitution. The Princess de Lamballe, however, had some evening parties in her apartments at the Tuileries, which were tolerably brilliant in consequence of the great number of persons who attended them. The Queen was present at a few of these assemblies, but being soon convinced that her present situation forbade her appearing much in public, she remained at home and conversed as she sat at work. The sole topic of her discourse was, as may well be supposed, the Revolution. She sought to discover the real opinions of the Parisians respecting her, and how she could have so completely lost the affections of the people, and even of many persons in the higher ranks. She well knew that she ought to impute the whole to the spirit of party, to the hatred of the Duc d'Orléans, and the folly of the French, who desired to have a total change in the Constitution. But she was not the less desirous of ascertaining the private feelings of all the people in power. From the very commencement of the Revolution, General Luckner indulged in violent sallies against her. Her Majesty, knowing that I was acquainted with a lady who had been long connected with the general, desired me to discover through that channel what was the private motive on which Luckner's hatred against her was founded. On being questioned upon this point, he answered that Marechal de Segur had assured him he had proposed him for the command of a camp of observation, but that the Queen had made a bar against his name, and that this par, as he called it in his German accent, he could not forget. The Queen ordered me to repeat this reply to the King myself, and said to him, "See, sire, whether I was not right in telling you that your ministers, in order to give themselves full scope in the distribution of favors, persuaded the French that I interfered in everything. There was not a single license given out in the country for the sale of salt or tobacco, but the people believed it was given to one of my favorites." "That is very true," replied the king, "but I find it very difficult to believe that Marechal de Segur ever said any such thing to Luckner. He knew too well that you never interfered in the distribution of favors. That Luckner is a good-for-nothing fellow, and Segur is a brave and honorable man who never uttered such a falsehood. However, you are right, and because you provided for a few dependents, you are most unjustly reported to have disposed of all offices, civil and military." All the nobility who had not left Paris made a point of presenting themselves assiduously to the king, and there was a considerable influx to the Tuileries. Marks of attachment were exhibited even in external symbols. The women wore enormous bouquets of lilies in their bosoms and upon their heads, and sometimes even bunches of white ribbon. At the play, there were often disputes between the pit and the boxes about removing these ornaments, which the people thought dangerous emblems. National cockades were sold in every corner of Paris. The sentinels stopped all who did not wear them. The young men piqued themselves upon breaking through this regulation, which was in some degree sanctioned by the acquiescence of Louis Roman XVI. Frays took place, which were to be regretted because they excited a spirit of lawlessness. The king adopted conciliatory measures with the Assembly in order to promote tranquility. The revolutionists were but little disposed to think him sincere. Unfortunately, the royalists encouraged this incredulity by incessantly repeating that the king was not free, and that all that he did was completely null, and in no way bound him for the time to come. Such was the heat and violence of party spirit that persons the most sincerely attached to the king were not even permitted to use the language of reason, and recommend greater reserve in conversation. People would talk and argue at table, without considering that all the servants belonged to the hostile army, and it may truly be said there was as much imprudence and levity in the party assailed as there was cunning, boldness, and perseverance in that which made the attack. Chapter 5. In the beginning of the spring of 1791, the king, tired of remaining at the Tuileries, wished to return to St. Cloud. His whole household had already gone, and his dinner was prepared there. He got into his carriage at 1. The guard mutinied, shut the gates, and declared they would not let him pass. This event certainly proceeded from some suspicion of a plan to escape. 2 persons who drew near the king's carriage were very ill-treated. My father-in-law was violently laid hold of by the guards, who took his sword from him. The king and his family were obliged to alight and return to their apartments. They did not much regret this outrage in their hearts. They saw in it a justification, even in the eyes of the people, of their intention to leave Paris. So early as the month of March in the same year, the queen began to busy herself in preparing for her departure. I spent that month with her, and executed a great number of secret orders which she gave me respecting the intended event. It was with uneasiness that I saw her occupied with cares which seemed to me useless and even dangerous, and I remarked to her that the Queen of France would find linen and gowns everywhere. My observations were made in vain. She determined to have a complete wardrobe with her at Brussels, as well for her children as herself. I went out alone and almost disguised to purchase the articles necessary and have them made up. I ordered 6 chemises at the shop of one seamstress, 6 at that of another, gowns, combing cloths, etc. My sister had a complete set of clothes made for Madame, by the measure of her eldest daughter, and I ordered clothes for the Dauphin from those of my son. I filled a trunk with these things, and addressed them, by the Queen's orders, to one of her women, my aunt, Madame Cardenay, widow living at Arras, by virtue of an unlimited leave of absence in order that she might be ready to start for Brussels or any other place, as soon as she should be directed to do so. This lady had landed property in Austrian Flanders, and could at any time quit Arras unobserved. The Queen was to take only her first woman in attendance with her from Paris. She apprised me that if I should not be on duty at the moment of departure, she would make arrangements for my joining her. She determined also to take her traveling dressing case. She consulted me on her idea of sending it off, under pretense of making a present of it to the Archduchess Christina, gouvernante of the Netherlands. I ventured to oppose this plan strongly, and observed that, amidst so many people who watched her slightest actions, there would be found a sufficient number sharp-sighted enough to discover that it was only a pretext for sending away the property in question before her own departure. She persisted in her intention, and all I could arrange was that the dressing case should not be removed from her apartment, and that M. de Charge d'Affaires from the Court of Vienna during the absence of the Comte de Mercy should come and ask her, at her toilet, before all her people, to order one exactly like her own for Madame the Gouvernante of the Netherlands. The Queen, therefore, commanded me before the Charge d'Affaires to order the article in question. This occasioned only an expense of 500 louis, and appeared calculated to lull suspicion completely. About the middle of May, 1791, a month after the Queen had ordered me to bespeak the dressing case, she asked me whether it would soon be finished. I sent for the ivory turner who had it in hand. He could not complete it for 6 weeks. I informed the Queen of this, and she told me she should not be able to wait for it, as she was to set out in the course of June. She added that, as she had ordered her sister's dressing case in the presence of all her attendants, she had taken a sufficient precaution, especially by saying that her sister was out of patience at not receiving it, and that therefore her own must be emptied and cleaned, and taken to the Charge d'Affaires, who would send it off. I executed this order without any appearance of mystery. I desired the wardrobe woman to take out of the dressing case all that it contained, because that intended for the Archduchess could not be finished for some time, and to take great care to leave no remains of the perfumes which might not suit that princess. The woman in question executed her commission punctually, but on the evening of that very day, the 15th of May, 1791, she informed M. Bailey, the mayor of Paris, that preparations were making at the Queen's residence for a departure, and that the dressing case was already sent off, under pretense of its being presented to the Archduchess Christina. After the return from Varennes, M. Bailey put this woman's deposition into the Queen's hands. Madame Campan. It was necessary, likewise, to send off all the diamonds belonging to the Queen. Her Majesty shut herself up with me in a closet in the entresol, looking into the garden of the Tuileries, and we packed all the diamonds, rubies, and pearls she possessed in a small chest. The cases containing these ornaments, being altogether of considerable bulk, had been deposited, ever since the 6th of October, 1789, with the valet de chambre who had the care of the Queen's jewels. That faithful servant, himself detecting the use that was to be made of the valuables, destroyed all the boxes, which were, as usual, covered with red morocco, marked with the cipher and arms of France. It would have been impossible for him to hide them from the eyes of the popular inquisitors during the domiciliary visits in January, 1793, and the discovery might have formed a ground of accusation against the Queen. I had but a few articles to place in the box when the Queen was compelled to desist from packing it, being obliged to go down to cards, which began at 7 precisely. She therefore desired me to leave all the diamonds upon the sofa, persuaded that, as she took the key of her closet herself, and there was a sentinel under the window, no danger was to be apprehended for that night, and she reckoned upon returning very early next day to finish the work. The same woman who had given information of the sending away of the dressing case was also deputed by the Queen to take care of her more private rooms. No other servant was permitted to enter them. She renewed the flowers, swept the carpets, etc. The Queen received back the key, when the woman had finished putting them in order from her own hands, but desirous of doing her duty well, and sometimes having the key in her possession for a few minutes only, she had probably on that account ordered one without the Queen's knowledge. It is impossible not to believe this, since the dispatch of the diamonds was the subject of a second accusation, which the Queen heard of after the return from Varennes. She made a formal declaration that Her Majesty, with the assistance of Madame Campan, had packed up all her jewelry some time before the departure, that she was certain of it, as she had found the diamonds, and the cotton which served to wrap them, scattered upon the sofa in the Queen's closet in the entresol. And most assuredly, she could only have seen these preparations in the interval between 7 in the evening and 7 in the morning. The Queen having met me next day at the time appointed, the box was handed over to Leonard, Her Majesty's hairdresser. This unfortunate man, after having emigrated for some time, returned to France, and perished upon the scaffold note by editor who left the country with the Duc de Choiseul. The box remained a long time at Brussels, and at length got into the hands of Madame la Duchesse d'Angoulême, being delivered to her by the Emperor on her arrival at Vienna. In order not to leave out any of the Queen's diamonds, I requested the first tirewoman to give me the body of the full dress, and all the assortment which served for the stomacher of the full dress on days of state, articles which always remained at the wardrobe. The superintendent and the Dame d'Honneur being absent, the first tirewoman required me to sign a receipt, the terms of which she dictated, and which acquitted her of all responsibility for these diamonds. She had the prudence to burn this document on the 10th of August, 1792. The date of the sack of the Tuileries and slaughter of the Swiss guard, the Queen having determined, upon the arrest at Varennes, not to have her diamonds brought back to France, was often anxious about them during the year which elapsed between that period and the 10th of August, and dreaded above all things that such a secret should be discovered. In consequence of a decree of the Assembly, which deprived the King of the custody of the crown diamonds, the Queen had at this time already given up those which she generally used. She preferred the 12 brilliants called Hazarins, from the name of the cardinal who had enriched the treasury with them, a few rose-cut diamonds, and the Sancy. She determined to deliver, with her own hands, the box containing them to the commissioner nominated by the National Assembly to place them with the crown diamonds. After giving them to him, she offered him a row of pearls of great beauty, saying to him that it had been brought into France by Anne of Austria, that it was invaluable on account of its rarity, that, having been appropriated by that princess to the use of the queens and dauphinesses, Louis Roman 15, had placed it in her hands on her arrival in France, but that she considered it national property. "That is an open question, madame," said the commissary. "Monsieur," replied the queen, "it is one for me to decide and is now settled." My father-in-law, who was dying of the grief he felt for the misfortunes of his master and mistress, strongly interested and occupied the thoughts of the queen. He had been saved from the fury of the populace in the courtyard of the Tuileries. On the day on which the king was compelled by an insurrection to give up a journey to St. Cloud, Her Majesty looked upon this trusty servant as inevitably lost, if on going away she should leave him in the apartment he occupied in the Tuileries. Prompted by her apprehensions, she ordered M. Vic Dazer, her physician, to recommend him the waters of Mont d'Or in Auvergne, and to persuade him to set off at the latter end of May. At the moment of my going away, the Queen assured me that the grand project would be executed between the 15th and the 20th of June, that, as it was not my month to be on duty, Madame Thibaut would take the journey, but that she had many directions to give me before I went. She then desired me to write to my aunt, Madame Cardin, who was by that time in possession of the clothes which I had ordered, that as soon as she should receive a letter from M. Auger, the date of which should be accompanied with a B, an L, or an M, she was to proceed with her property to Brussels, Luxembourg, or Montmedy. She desired me to explain the meaning of these 3 letters clearly to my sister, and to leave them with her in writing, in order that at the moment of my going away she might be able to take my place in writing to Eris. The Queen had a more delicate commission for me. It was to select from among my acquaintance a prudent person of obscure rank, wholly devoted to the interests of the court, who would be willing to receive a portfolio which she was to give up only to me, or someone furnished with a note from the Queen. She added that she would not travel with this portfolio, and that it was of the utmost importance that my opinion of the fidelity of the person to whom it was to be entrusted should be well founded. I proposed to her Madame Valier Coster, a painter of the Academy and an amiable and worthy artist, whom I had known from my infancy. She lived in the galleries of the Louvre. The choice seemed a good one. The Queen remembered that she had made her marriage possible by giving her a place in the financial offices, and added that gratitude ought sometimes to be reckoned on. She then pointed out to me the valet belonging to her toilet, whom I was to take with me, to show him the residence of Madame Coster, so that he might not mistake it when he should take the portfolio to her. The day before her departure, the Queen particularly recommended me to proceed to Lyon and the frontiers as soon as she should have started. She advised me to take with me a confidential person, fit to remain with M. Campan when I should leave him, and assured me that she would give orders to M. to set off as soon as she should be known to be at the frontiers in order to protect me in going out. She condescended to add that, having a long journey to make in foreign countries, she determined to give me 300 louis. I bathed the Queen's hands with tears at the moment of this sorrowful separation, and, having money at my disposal, I declined accepting her gold. I did not dread the road I had to travel in order to rejoin her. All my apprehension was that by treachery or miscalculation a scheme, the safety of which was not sufficiently clear to me, should fail. I could answer for all those who belonged to the service immediately about the Queen's person, and I was right. But her wardrobe woman gave me well-founded reason for alarm. I mentioned to the Queen many revolutionary remarks which this woman had made to me a few days before. Her office was directly under the control of the first femme de chambre, yet she had refused to obey the directions I gave her, talking insolently to me about hierarchy overturned, equality among men, of course more especially among persons holding offices at court. And this jargon, at that time in the mouths of all the partisans of the revolution, was terminated by an observation which frightened me. "You know many important secrets, madame," said this woman to me, "and I have guessed quite as many. I am not a fool. I see all that is going forward here in consequence of the bad advice given to the king and queen. I could frustrate it all if I chose." This argument, in which I had been promptly silenced, left me pale and trembling. Unfortunately, as I began my narrative to the Queen with particulars of this woman's refusal to obey me, and sovereigns are all their lives importuned with complaints upon the rights of places, she believed that my own dissatisfaction had much to do with the step I was taking, and she did not sufficiently fear the woman. Her office, although a very inferior one, brought her in nearly 15,000 francs a year. Still young, tolerably handsome, with comfortable apartments in the entressols of the Tuileries, she saw a great deal of company, and in the evening had assemblies consisting of deputies of the Revolutionary Party. M. de Gouvion, Major General of the National Guard, passed almost every day with her, and it is to be presumed that she had long worked for the party in opposition to the court. The Queen asked her for the key of a door which led to the principal vestibule of the Tuileries, telling her she wished to have a similar one, that she might not be under the necessity of going out through the pavilion of Flora. M. de Gouvion and M. de Lafayette would, of course, be apprised of this circumstance, and well-informed persons have assured me that on the very night of the Queen's departure this wretched woman had a spy with her, who saw the royal family set off. As soon as I had executed all the Queen's orders, on the 30th of May, 1791, I set out for Auvergne, and was settled in the gloomy narrow valley of Mont d'Or. When, about 4 in the afternoon of the 25th of June, I heard the beat of a drum to call the inhabitants of the hamlet together. When it had ceased, I heard a hairdresser from Brest proclaim in the provincial dialect of Auvergne, "The King and Queen were taking flight in order to ruin France, but I come to tell you that they are stopped, and are well guarded by 100,000 men under arms." I still ventured to hope that he was repeating only a false report, but he went on. The Queen, with her well-known haughtiness, lifted up the veil which covered her face, and said to the citizens who were upbraiding the King, "Well, since you recognize your sovereign, respect him." Upon hearing these expressions, which the Jacobin Club of Clermont could not have invented, I exclaimed, "The news is true." I immediately learnt that, a courier being come from Paris to Clermont, the procureur of the commune had sent off messengers to the chief places of the canton. These again sent couriers to the districts, and the districts in like manner informed the villages and hamlets which they contained. It was through this ramification, arising from the establishment of clubs, that the afflicting intelligence of the misfortune of my sovereigns reached me in the wildest part of France, and in the midst of the snows by which we were environed. On the 28th I received a note written in a hand which I recognized as that of M. Diet. This officer was slain in the Queen's chamber on the 10th of August, usher of the Queen's chamber, but dictated by Her Majesty. It contained these words: "I am this moment arrived, I have just got into my bath, I and my family exist, that is all. I have suffered much. Do not return to Paris until I desire you. Take good care of my poor Campan, soothe his sorrow. Look for happier times." This note was for greater safety, addressed to my father-in-law's valet-de-chamber. What were my feelings on perceiving that, after the most distressing crisis, we were among the first objects of the kindness of that unfortunate princess. M. Campan having been unable to benefit by the waters of Mont d'Or, and the first popular effervescence having subsided, I thought I might return to Clermont. The Committee of Surveillance, or that of General Safety, had resolved to arrest me there. But the Abbé Louis, formerly a parliamentary councillor, and then a member of the Constituent Assembly, was kind enough to affirm that I was in Auvergne solely for the purpose of attending my father-in-law, who was extremely ill. The precautions relative to my absence from Paris were limited to placing us under the surveillance of the procureur of the commune, who was at the same time president of the Jacobin Club. But he was also a physician of repute, and without having any doubt that he had received secret orders relative to me, I thought it would favor the chances of our safety if I selected him to attend my patient. I paid him according to the rate given to the best Paris physicians, and I requested him to visit us every morning and every evening. I took the precaution to subscribe to no other newspaper than the Moniteur. Dr. Monstier, for that was the physician's name, frequently took upon himself to read it to us. Whenever he thought proper to speak of the King and Queen in the insulting and brutal terms at that time unfortunately adopted throughout France, I used to stop him and say, coolly, "Monsieur, you are here in company with the servants of Louis Roman XVI and Marie Antoinette. Whatever may be the wrongs with which the nation believes it has to reproach them, our principles forbid our losing sight of the respect due to them from us." Notwithstanding that he was an inveterate patriot, he felt the force of this remark, and even procured the revocation of a second order for our arrest, becoming responsible for us to the Committee of the Assembly and to the Jacobin Society. The two chief women about the Dauphin, who had accompanied the Queen to Varennes, Diet, her usher, and Camotte, her Garcon de Toilette, the women on account of the journey, and the men, in consequence of the denunciation of the woman belonging to the wardrobe, were sent to the prisons of the Abbaye. After my departure, the Garçon de Toilette, whom I had taken to Madame Valier Coster, was sent there with the portfolio she had agreed to receive. This commission could not escape the detestable spy upon the Queen. She gave information that a portfolio had been carried out on the evening of the departure, adding that the King had placed it upon the Queen's easy chair, that the Garçon de Toilette wrapped it up in a napkin and took it under his arm, and that she did not know where he had carried it. The man, who was remarkable for his fidelity, underwent 3 examinations without making the slightest disclosure. Diet, a man of good family, a servant on whom the Queen placed particular reliance, likewise experienced the severest treatment. At length, after a lapse of 3 weeks, the Queen succeeded in obtaining the release of her servants. The Queen, about the 15th of August, had me informed by letter that I might come back to Paris without being under any apprehension of arrest there, and that she greatly desired my return. I brought my father-in-law back in a dying state, and on the day preceding that of the acceptation of the Constitutional Act, I informed the Queen that he was no more. "The loss of Lasson and Campan," said she, as she applied her handkerchief to her streaming eyes, "has taught me how valuable such subjects are to their masters. I shall never find their equals." I resumed my functions about the Queen on the 1st of September, 1791. She was unable then to converse with me on all the lamentable events which had occurred since the time of my leaving her, having on guard near her an officer whom she dreaded more than all the others. She merely told me that I should have some secret services to perform for her, and that she would not create uneasiness by long conversations with me, my return being a subject of suspicion. But next day the Queen, well knowing the discretion of the officer who was to be on guard that night, had my bed placed very near hers, and having obtained the favor of having the door shut, when I was in bed, she began the narrative of the journey and the unfortunate arrest at Varennes. I asked her permission to put on my gown, and kneeling by her bedside I remained until 3 o'clock in the morning, listening with the liveliest and most sorrowful interest to the account I am about to repeat, and of which I have seen various details, of tolerable exactness, in papers of the time. The King entrusted Count Fersen with all the preparations for departure. The carriage was ordered by him. The passport, in the name of Madame de Corfe, was procured through his connection with that lady, who was a foreigner. And lastly, he himself drove the royal family, as their coachman, as far as Bondy, where the travelers got into their berlin. Madame Brunier and Madame Neuville, the first women of Madame and the Dauphin, there joined the principal carriage. They were in a cabriolet. Monsieur and Madame set out from the Luxembourg and took another road. They, as well as the King, were recognized by the master of the last post in France, but this man, devoting himself to the fortunes of the prince, left the French territory and drove them himself as postilion. Madame Thibaut, the Queen's first woman, reached Brussels without the slightest difficulty. Madame Cardin, from Arras, met with no hindrance, and Leonard, the Queen's hairdresser, passed through Varennes a few hours before the royal family. Fate had reserved all its obstacles for the unfortunate monarch. Nothing worthy of notice occurred in the beginning of the journey. The travelers were detained a short time, about 12 leagues from Paris, by some repairs which the carriage required. The King chose to walk up one of the hills, and these 2 circumstances caused a delay of 3 hours, precisely at the time when it was intended that the berlin should have been met, just before reaching Varennes, by the detachment commanded by M. de Gauguelat. This detachment was punctually stationed upon the spot fixed on, with orders to wait there for the arrival of certain treasure, which it was to escort. But the peasantry of the neighborhood, alarmed at the sight of this body of troops, came armed with staves, and asked several questions, which manifested their anxiety. M. de Gauguelat, fearful of causing a riot, and not finding the carriage arrive as he expected, divided his men into 2 companies, and unfortunately made them leave the highway in order to return to Varennes by 2 cross roads. The King looked out of the carriage at St. Menihood and asked several questions concerning the road. Drouet, the postmaster, struck by the resemblance of Louis to the impression of his head upon the assignats, drew near the carriage, felt convinced that he recognized the Queen also, and that the remainder of the travelers consisted of the royal family and their suite, mounted his horse, reached Varennes by cross roads before the royal fugitives, and gave the alarm. Varennes lies between Verdun and Montmedy, and not far from the French frontier. The queen began to feel all the agonies of terror. They were augmented by the voice of a person unknown, who, passing close to the carriage in full gallop, cried out, bending towards the window without slackening his speed, "You are recognized." They arrived with beating hearts at the gates of Varennes without meeting one of the horsemen by whom they were to have been escorted into the place. They were ignorant where to find their relays, and some minutes were lost in waiting, to no purpose. The cabriolet had preceded them, and the two ladies in attendance found the bridge already blocked up with old carts and lumber. The town guards were all under arms. The king at last entered Varennes. M. de Gauguelat had arrived there with his detachment. He came up to the king and asked him if he chose to effect a passage by force. What an unlucky question to put to Louis Roman XVI, who from the very beginning of the revolution had shown in every crisis the fear he entertained of giving the least order which might cause an effusion of blood. "Would it be a brisk action?" said the king. "It is impossible that it should be otherwise, sire," replied the aide-de-camp. Louis Roman XVI was unwilling to expose his family. They therefore went to the house of a grocer, mayor of Varennes. The king began to speak, and gave a summary of his intentions in departing analogous to the declaration he had made at Paris. He spoke with warmth and affability, and endeavored to demonstrate to the people around him that he had only put himself, by the step he had taken, into a fit situation to treat with the Assembly, and to sanction with freedom the Constitution which he would maintain, though many of its articles were incompatible with the dignity of the throne, and the force by which it was necessary that the sovereign should be surrounded. Nothing could be more affecting, added the queen, than this moment, in which the king felt bound to communicate to the very humblest class of his subjects his principles, his wishes for the happiness of his people, and the motives which had determined him to depart. Whilst the king was speaking to this mayor, whose name was Sauce, the queen, seated at the farther end of the shop, among parcels of soap and candles, endeavored to make Madame Sauce understand that if she would prevail upon her husband to make use of his municipal authority to cover the flight of the king and his family, she would have the glory of having contributed to restore tranquility to France. This woman was moved. She could not, without streaming eyes, see herself thus solicited by her queen, but she could not be got to say anything more than, "Bon Dieu, madame, it would be the destruction of M. Sauce. I love my king, but I love my husband too, you must know, and he would be answerable, you see." Whilst this strange scene was passing in the shop, the people, hearing that the king was arrested, kept pouring in from all parts. M. de Gauguelat, making a last effort, demanded of the dragoons whether they would protect the departure of the king. They replied only by murmurs, dropping the points of their swords. Some person unknown fired a pistol at M. de Gauguelat. He was slightly wounded by the ball. M. Romuff, aide-de-camp to M. de Lafayette, arrived at that moment. He had been chosen, after the 6th of October, 1789, by the commander of the Parisian Guard to be in constant attendance about the queen. She reproached him bitterly with the object of his mission. "If you wish to make your name remarkable, monsieur," said the queen to him, "you have chosen strange and odious means, which will produce the most fatal consequences." This officer wished to hasten their departure. The queen, still cherishing the hope of seeing M. de Bouille arrive with a sufficient force to extricate the king from his critical situation, prolonged her stay at Varennes by every means in her power. The Dauphin's first woman pretended to be taken ill with a violent colic, and threw herself upon a bed in the hope of aiding the designs of her superiors. She went and implored for assistance. The queen understood her perfectly well, and refused to leave one who had devoted herself to follow them in such a state of suffering. But no delay in departing was allowed. The 3 bodyguards, Valerie, Dumoustier, and Malden, were gagged and fastened upon the seat of the carriage. A horde of National Guards, animated with fury and the barbarous joy with which their fatal triumph inspired them, surrounded the carriage of the royal family. The 3 commissioners sent by the Assembly to meet the king, de Lattre Maubourg, Barnave, and Potion, joined them in the environs of Epernay. The 2 last mentioned got into the king's carriage. The queen astonished me by the favorable opinion she had formed of Barnave. When I quitted Paris, a great many persons spoke of him only with horror. She told me he was much altered, that he was full of talent and noble feeling. "A feeling of pride which I cannot much blame in a young man belonging to the tiers état," she said. made him applaud everything which smoothed the road to rank and fame for that class in which he was born. And if we get the power in our own hands again, Barnave's pardon is already written on our hearts. The Queen added that she had not the same feeling towards those nobles who had joined the revolutionary party, who had always received marks of favor, often to the injury of those beneath them in rank, and who, born to be the safeguard of the monarchy, could never be pardoned for having deserted it. She then told me that Barnave's conduct upon the road was perfectly correct, while Potion's republican rudeness was disgusting, that the latter ate and drank in the king's berlin in a slovenly manner, throwing the bones of the fowls out through the window at the risk of sending them even into the king's face. Lifting up his glass, when Madame Elizabeth poured him out wine, to show her that there was enough, without saying a word. That this offensive behavior must have been intentional, because the man was not without education, and that Barnave was hurt at it. On being pressed by the Queen to take something, Madame, replied Barnave, on so solemn an occasion the deputies of the National Assembly ought to occupy your Majesties solely about their mission, and by no means about their wants. In short, his respectful delicacy, his considerate attentions, and all that he said, gained the esteem not only of the Queen, but of Madame Elizabeth also. The king began to talk to Pétion about the situation of France and the motives of his conduct, which were founded upon the necessity of giving to the executive power a strength necessary for its action, for the good even of the constitutional act, since France could not be a republic. Not yet, 'tis true, replied Pétion, because the French are not ripe enough for that. This audacious and cruel answer silenced the king, who said no more until his arrival at Paris. Potion held the little dauphin upon his knees, and amused himself with curling the beautiful light hair of the interesting child round his fingers, and, as he spoke with much gesticulation, he pulled his locks hard enough to make the dauphin cry out. "Give me my son," said the Queen to him. "He is accustomed to tenderness and delicacy, which render him little fit for such familiarity." The Chevalier de Dampierre was killed near the king's carriage upon leaving Varennes. A poor village cure, some leagues from the place where the crime was committed, was imprudent enough to draw near to speak to the king. The cannibals who surrounded the carriage rushed upon him. "Tigers!" exclaimed Barnave. "Have you ceased to be Frenchmen? Nation of brave men, are you become a set of assassins?" These words alone saved the cure, who was already upon the ground, from certain death. Barnave, as he spoke to them, threw himself almost out of the coach window, and Madame Elizabeth, affected by this noble burst of feeling, held him by the skirt of his coat. The Queen, while speaking of this event, said that on the most momentous occasions whimsical contrasts always struck her, and that even at such a moment the pious Elizabeth holding Barnave by the flap of his coat was a ludicrous sight. The deputy was astonished in another way. Madame Elizabeth's comments upon the state of France, her mild and persuasive eloquence, and the ease and simplicity with which she talked to him, yet without sacrificing her dignity in the slightest degree, appeared to him unique, and his heart, which was doubtless inclined to right principles though he had followed the wrong path, was overcome by admiration. The conduct of the two deputies convinced the Queen of the total separation between the Republican and constitutional parties. At the inns where she alighted, she had some private conversation with Barnave. The latter said a great deal about the errors committed by the Royalists during the Revolution, adding that he had found the interest of the court so feebly and so badly defended that he had been frequently tempted to go and offer it, in himself, an aspiring champion who knew the spirit of the age and nation. The Queen asked him what was the weapon he would have recommended her to use. "Popularity, Madame." "And how could I use that," replied Her Majesty, "of which I have been deprived?" "Ah, madam, it was much more easy for you to regain it than for me to acquire it." The Queen mainly attributed the arrest at Varennes to M. de Gauguelat. She said he calculated the time that would be spent in the journey erroneously. He performed that from Montmedy to Paris before taking the king's last orders, alone in a postchaise, and he founded all his calculations upon the time he spent thus. The trial has been made since, and it was found that a light carriage without any courier was nearly 3 hours less in running the distance than a heavy carriage preceded by a courier. The Queen also blamed him for having quitted the high road at Pont de Somervel, where the carriage was to meet the 40 hussars commanded by him. She thought that he ought to have dispersed the very small number of people at Varennes, and not have asked the hussars whether they were for the king or the nation, that, particularly, he ought to have avoided taking the king's orders, as he was previously aware of the reply de Nistel had received when it was proposed to carry off the king. After all that the queen had said to me respecting the mistakes made by de Gauguelat, I thought him of course disgraced. What was my surprise when, having been set at liberty after the amnesty which followed the acceptance of the Constitution, he presented himself to the queen and was received with the greatest kindness. She said he had done what he could, and that his zeal ought to form an excuse for all the rest. Full details of the preparations for the flight to Varennes will be found in Le Conte de Fersen et la Cour de France, Paris, Didat et Cie, 1878, a review of which was given in the Quarterly Review for July, 1880, and in the Memoirs of the Marquis de Bouille, London, Cadell and Davis, 1797, Count Fersen being the person who planned the actual escape, and de Bouille being in command of the army which was to receive the king. The plan was excellent, and would certainly have succeeded if it had not been for the royal family themselves. Marie Antoinette, it will have been seen by Madame Campan's account, nearly wrecked the plan from inability to do without a large dressing or traveling case. The king did a more fatal thing. De Bouille had pointed out the necessity for having in the king's carriage an officer knowing the route and able to show himself to give all directions, and a proper person had been provided. The king, however, objected, as he could not have the Marquis d'Agoult in the same carriage with himself, the governess of the royal children, who was to accompany them, having refused to abandon her privilege of constantly remaining with her charge. See de Bouille, pp. 307 and 334. Thus, when Louis was recognized at the window of the carriage by Drouet, he was lost by the very danger that had been foreseen, and this wretched piece of etiquette led to his death. When the royal family was brought back from Varennes to the Tuileries, the queen's attendants found the greatest difficulty in making their way to her apartments. Everything had been arranged so that the wardrobe woman, who had acted as spy, should have the service, and she was to be assisted in it only by her sister and her sister's daughter. M. de Gouvion, M. de Lafayette's aide-de-camp, had this woman's portrait placed at the foot of the staircase which led to the queen's apartments, in order that the sentinel should not permit any other women to make their way in. As soon as the queen was informed of this contemptible precaution, she told the king of it, who sent to ascertain the fact. His Majesty then called for M. de Lafayette, claimed freedom in his household, and particularly in that of the queen, and ordered him to send a woman in, whom no one but himself could confide out of the palace. M. de Lafayette was obliged to comply. On the day when the return of the royal family was expected, there were no carriages in motion in the streets of Paris. 5 or 6 of the queen's women, after being refused admittance at all the other gates, went with one of my sisters to that of the Feuillans, insisting that the sentinel should admit them. The Poissards attacked them for their boldness in resisting the order excluding them. One of them seized my sister by the arm, calling her the slave of the Austrian. "Hear me," said my sister to her, "I have been attached to the queen ever since I was 15 years of age. She gave me my marriage portion. I served her when she was powerful and happy. She is now unfortunate. Ought I to abandon her?" "She is right," cried the Poissards. "She ought not to abandon her mistress. Let us make an entry for them." They instantly surrounded the sentinel, forced the passage, and introduced the queen's women, accompanying them to the terrace of the Feuillans. One of these furies, whom the slightest impulse would have driven to tear my sister to pieces, taking her under her protection, gave her advice by which she might reach the palace in safety. "But of all things, my dear friend," said she to her, "pull off that green ribbon sash. It is the color of that d'Artois, whom we will never forgive." The measures adopted for guarding the king were rigorous with respect to the entrance into the palace, and insulting as to his private apartments. The commandants of battalion, stationed in the salon called the Grand Cabinet, and which led to the queen's bedchamber, were ordered to keep the door of it always open, in order that they might have their eyes upon the royal family. The king shut this door one day, the officer of the guard opened it, and told him such were his orders, and that he would always open it, so that his Majesty in shutting it gave himself useless trouble. It remained open even during the night, when the queen was in bed, and the officer placed himself in an armchair between the 2 doors, with his head turned towards Her Majesty. They only obtained permission to have the inner door shut when the queen was rising. The queen had the bed of her first femme de chambre placed very near her own. This bed, which ran on casters and was furnished with curtains, hid her from the officer's sight. Madame de Jarge, my companion, who continued her functions during the whole period of my absence, told me that one night the commandant of battalion, who slept between the two doors, seeing that she was sleeping soundly, and that the Queen was awake, quitted his post and went close to Her Majesty, to advise her as to the line of conduct she should pursue. Although she had the kindness to desire him to speak lower in order that he might not disturb Madame de Jarge's rest, the latter awoke, and nearly died with fright at seeing a man in the uniform of the Parisian Guard so near the Queen's bed. Her Majesty comforted her, and told her not to rise, that the person she saw was a good Frenchman, who was deceived respecting the intentions and situation of his sovereign and herself, but whose conversation showed sincere attachment to the king. There was a sentinel in the corridor which runs behind the apartments in question, where there is a staircase, which was at that time an inner one, and enabled the king and queen to communicate freely. This post, which was very onerous, because it was to be kept 24 hours, was often claimed by Saint Prig, an actor belonging to the Theatre Franchise. He took it upon himself sometimes to contrive brief interviews between the king and queen in this corridor. He left them at a distance and gave them warning if he heard the slightest noise. M. Calat, commandant of battalion of the National Guard, who was charged with the military duty of the Queen's household, in like manner softened down, so far as he could with prudence, all the revolting orders he received. For instance, one to follow the Queen to the very door of her wardrobe was never executed. An officer of the Parisian Guard dared to speak insolently of the Queen in her own apartment. M. Calat wished to make a complaint to M. de Lafayette against him and have him dismissed. The Queen opposed it and condescended to say a few words of explanation and kindness to the man. He instantly became one of her most devoted partisans. The first time I saw Her Majesty after the unfortunate catastrophe of the Varennes journey, I found her getting out of bed. Her features were not very much altered, but after the first kind words she uttered to me, she took off her cap and desired me to observe the effect which grief had produced upon her hair. It had become, in one single night, as white as that of a woman of 70. Her Majesty showed me a ring she had just had mounted for the Princess de Lamballe. It contained a lock of her whitened hair, with the inscription, "Blanched by sorrow." At the period of the acceptance of the Constitution, the princess wished to return to France. The Queen, who had no expectation that tranquility would be restored, opposed this, but the attachment of Madame de Lamballe to the royal family impelled her to come and seek death. When I returned to Paris, most of the harsh precautions were abandoned. The doors were not kept open. Greater respect was paid to the sovereign. It was known that the Constitution soon to be completed would be accepted, and a better order of things was hoped for. Chapter 6. On my arrival at Paris on the 25th of August, I found the state of feeling there much more temperate than I had dared to hope. The conversation generally ran upon the acceptance of the Constitution and the fêtes which would be given in consequence. The struggle between the Jacobins and the Constitutionals on the 17th of July, 1791, nevertheless had thrown the Queen into great terror for some moments, and the firing of the cannon from the Champ de Mars upon a party which called for a trial of the king, and the leaders of which were in the very bosom of the Assembly, left the most gloomy impressions upon her mind. The Constitutionals, the Queen's connection with whom was not slackened by the intervention of the 3 members already mentioned, had faithfully served the royal family during their detention. "We still hold the wire by which this popular mass is moved," said Barnave to M. de J one day, at the same time showing him a large volume, in which the names of all those who were influenced with the power of gold alone were registered. It was at that time proposed to hire a considerable number of persons in order to secure loud acclamations when the king and his family should make their appearance at the play upon the acceptance of the Constitution. That day, which afforded a glimmering hope of tranquility, was the 14th of September. The fêtes were brilliant, but already fresh anxieties forbade the royal family to encourage much hope. The Legislative Assembly, which had just succeeded the Constituent Assembly, October 1791, founded its conduct upon the wildest republican principles. Created from the midst of popular assemblies, it was wholly inspired by the spirit which animated them. The Constitution, as I have said, was presented to the king on the 3d of September, 1791. The ministers, with the exception of M. de Montmorin, insisted upon the necessity of accepting the Constitutional Act in its entirety. The Prince de Kaunitz was of the same opinion. Malouet wished the king to express himself candidly respecting any errors or dangers that he might observe in the Constitution. But Duport and Barnave, alarmed at the spirit prevailing in the Jacobin Club, and even in the Assembly, where Robespierre had already denounced them as traitors to the country, and dreading still greater evils, added their opinions to those of the majority of the ministers and M. de Kaunitz. Those who really desired that the Constitution should be maintained advised that it should not be accepted thus literally. The extreme revolutionary party, so called from the club originally Breton, then Amis de la Constitution, sitting at the convent of the Dominicans, called in France Jacobins of the Rue Saint-Honore. The king seemed inclined to this advice, and this is one of the strongest proofs of his sincerity. Alexander Lameth, Duport, and Barnave, still relying on the resources of their party, hoped to have credit for directing the king through the influence they believed they had acquired over the mind of the queen. They also consulted people of acknowledged talent, but belonging to no council nor to any assembly. Among these was M. Dubuc, formerly intendant of the Marine and of the colonies. He answered laconically in one phrase, "Prevent disorder from organizing itself." The letter written by the king to the assembly, claiming to accept the Constitution in the very place where it had been created, and where he announced he would be on the 14th September at midday, was received with transport, and the reading was repeatedly interrupted by plaudits. The sitting terminated amidst the greatest enthusiasm, and M. de Lafayette obtained the release of all those who were detained on account of the king's journey, the abandonment of all proceedings relative to the events of the Revolution, and the discontinuance of the use of passports and of temporary restraints upon free traveling, as well in the interior as without. The whole was conceded by acclamation. 60 members were deputed to go to the king and express to him fully the satisfaction His Majesty's letter had given. The keeper of the seals quitted the chamber, in the midst of applause, to precede the deputation to the king. The king answered the speech addressed to him, and concluded by saying to the assembly that a decree of that morning, which had abolished the order of the Holy Ghost, had left him and his son alone permission to be decorated with it, but that an order having no value in his eyes, save for the power of conferring it, he would not use it. The queen, her son, and Madame were at the door of the chamber into which the deputation was admitted. The king said to the deputies, "You see there my wife and children, who participate in my sentiments," and the queen herself confirmed the king's assurance. These apparent marks of confidence were very inconsistent with the agitated state of her mind. "These people want no sovereigns," said she. "We shall fall before their treacherous though well-planned tactics. They are demolishing the monarchy stone by stone." Next day the particulars of the reception of the deputies by the king were reported to the assembly, and excited warm approbation. But the president having put the question whether the assembly ought not to remain seated while the king took the oath, "Certainly," was repeated by many voices, and the king, standing, uncovered. M. Malouet observed that there was no occasion on which the nation, assembled in the presence of the king, did not acknowledge him as its head, that the omission to treat the head of the state with the respect due to him would be an offense to the nation, as well as to the monarch. He moved that the king should take the oath standing, and that the assembly should also stand while he was doing so. M. Malouet's observations would have carried the decree, but a deputy from Brittany exclaimed, with a shrill voice, that he had an amendment to propose which would render all unanimous. "Let us decree," said he, "that M. Malouet, and whoever else shall so please, may have leave to receive the king upon their knees, but let us stick to the decree." The king repaired to the chamber at midday. His speech was followed by plaudits which lasted several minutes. After the signing of the Constitutional Act, all sat down. The president rose to deliver his speech, but after he had begun, perceiving that the king did not rise to hear him, he sat down again. His speech made a powerful impression. The sentence with which it concluded excited fresh acclamations, cries of "Bravo!" "And vive le roi, sire," said he. "How important in our eyes, and how dear to our hearts, how sublime a feature in our history must be the epoch of that regeneration which gives citizens to France, and a country to Frenchmen to you, as a king, a new title of greatness and glory, and as a man, a source of new enjoyment. The whole assembly accompanied the king on his return, amidst the people's cries of happiness, military music, and salvos of artillery. At length I hoped to see a return of that tranquillity which had so long vanished from the countenances of my august master and mistress. Their suite left them in the salon. The queen hastily saluted the ladies, and returned much affected. The king followed her, and throwing himself into an armchair, put his handkerchief to his eyes. "Ah, madame," cried he, his voice choked by tears, "why were you present at this sitting? To witness—" These words were interrupted by sobs. The queen threw herself upon her knees before him and pressed him in her arms. I remained with them, not from any blamable curiosity, but from a stupefaction which rendered me incapable of determining what I ought to do. The queen said to me, "Oh, go, go," with an accent which expressed, "Do not remain to see the dejection and despair of your sovereign." I withdrew, struck with the contrast between the shouts of joy without the palace and the profound grief which oppressed the sovereigns within. Half an hour afterwards the queen sent for me. She desired to see M. de Gauguelat, to announce to him his departure on that very night for Vienna. The renewed attacks upon the dignity of the throne which had been made during the sitting, the spirit of an assembly worse than the former, the monarch put upon a level with the president, without any deference to the thronal, this proclaimed but too loudly that the sovereignty itself was aimed at. The queen no longer saw any ground for hope from the provinces. The king wrote to the emperor. She told me that she would herself, at midnight, bring the letter which M. de Gauguelat was to bear to the emperor, to my room. During all the remainder of the day, the chateau and the Tuileries were crowded. The illuminations were magnificent. The king and queen were requested to take an airing in their carriage in the Champs-Élysées, escorted by the aides-de-camp and leaders of the Parisian army, the Constitutional Guard not being at the time organized. Many shouts of "Vive le Roi" were heard, but as often as they ceased, one of the mob, who never quitted the door of the king's carriage for a single instant, exclaimed with a stentorian voice, "No, don't believe them. Vive la nation." This ill-omened cry struck terror into the queen. A few days afterwards M. de Montmorin sent to say he wanted to speak to me, that he would come to me if he were not apprehensive his doing so would attract observation, and that he thought it would appear less conspicuous if he should see me in the queen's great closet at a time which he specified, and when nobody would be there. I went. After having made some polite observations upon the services I had already performed, and those I might yet perform, for my master and mistress, he spoke to me of the king's imminent danger, of the plots which were hatching, and of the lamentable composition of the Legislative Assembly. And he particularly dwelt upon the necessity of appearing, by prudent remarks, determined as much as possible to abide by the act the king had just recognized. I told him that could not be done without committing ourselves in the eyes of the royalist party, with which moderation was a crime, that it was painful to hear ourselves taxed with being constitutionalists, at the same time that it was our opinion that the only constitution which was consistent with the king's honor, and the happiness and tranquility of his people, was the absolute power of the sovereign, that this was my creed, and it would pain me to give any room for suspicion that I was wavering in it. "Could you ever believe," said he, "that I should desire any other order of things? Have you any doubt of my attachment to the king's person and the maintenance of his rights?" "I know it, Count," replied I, "but you are not ignorant that you lie under the imputation of having adopted revolutionary ideas. Well, madame, have resolution enough to dissemble and to conceal your real sentiments. Dissimulation was never more necessary. Endeavors are being made to paralyze the evil intentions of the factious as much as possible, but we must not be counteracted here by certain dangerous expressions which are circulated in Paris as coming from the king and queen." I told him that I had been already struck with apprehension of the evil which might be done by the intemperate observations of persons who had no power to act, and that I had felt ill consequences from having repeatedly enjoined silence on those in the queen's service. "I know that," said the count. "The queen informed me of it, and that determined me to come and request you to increase and keep alive, as much as you can, that spirit of discretion which is so necessary." While the household of the king and queen were a prey to all these fears, the festivities in celebration of the acceptance of the Constitution proceeded. Their Majesties went to the opera. The audience consisted entirely of persons who sided with the king, and on that day, the happiness of seeing him for a short time surrounded by faithful subjects might be enjoyed. The acclamations were then sincere. La Coquette Corrigie had been selected for representation at the Théâtre Française solely because it was the piece in which Mademoiselle Cantat shone most. Yet the notions propagated by the Queen's enemies coinciding in my mind with the name of the play, I thought the choice very ill-judged. I was at a loss, however, how to tell Her Majesty so, but sincere attachment gives courage. I explained myself, she was obliged to me, and desired that another play might be performed. They accordingly selected La Gouvernante, almost equally unfortunate in title. The Queen, Madame the King's daughter, and Madame Elizabeth were all well received on this occasion. It is true that the opinions and feelings of the spectators in the boxes could not be otherwise than favorable, and great pains had been taken, previously to these two performances, to fill the pit with proper persons. But on the other hand, the Jacobins took the same precautions on their side at the Théâtre Italien, and the tumult was excessive there. The play was Grétry, less evenements imprevues. Unfortunately, Madame Dugazon thought proper to bow to the Queen as she sang the words, "Ah, how I love my mistress," in a duet. Above 20 voices immediately exclaimed from the pit, "No mistress, no master, liberty." A few replied from the boxes and slips, "Vive le roi, vive la reine." Those in the pit answered, "No master, no queen." The quarrel increased. The pit formed into parties, they began fighting, and the Jacobins were beaten. Tufts of their black hair flew about the theater. At this time none but the Jacobins had discontinued the use of hair powder. Madame Campan, a military guard, arrived. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, hearing of what was going on at the Théâtre Italien, flocked together and began to talk of marching towards the scene of action. The Queen preserved the calmest demeanor. The commandants of the guard surrounded and encouraged her. They conducted themselves promptly and discreetly. No accident happened. The Queen was highly applauded as she quitted the theater. It was the last time she was ever in one. While couriers were bearing confidential letters from the king to the princes, his brothers, and to the foreign sovereigns, the assembly invited him to write to the princes in order to induce them to return to France. The king desired the Abbé de Montesquieu to write the letter he was to send. This letter, which was admirably composed in a simple and affecting style, suited to the character of Louis Roman XVI, and filled with very powerful arguments in favor of the advantages to be derived from adopting the principles of the Constitution, was confided to me by the king, who desired me to make him a copy of it. At this period, one of the intendants of Monsieur's household, obtained a passport from the Assembly to join that prince on business relative to his domestic concerns. The Queen selected him to be the bearer of this letter. She determined to give it to him herself and to inform him of its object. I was astonished at her choice of this courier. The Queen assured me he was exactly the man for her purpose, that she relied even upon his indiscretion, and that it was merely necessary that the letter from the king to his brothers should be known to exist. The princes were doubtless informed beforehand on the subject by the private correspondence. Monsieur nevertheless manifested some degree of surprise, and the messenger returned more grieved than pleased at this mark of confidence, which nearly cost him his life during the Reign of Terror. Among the causes of uneasiness to the Queen, there was one which was but too well founded: the thoughtlessness of the French whom she sent to foreign courts. She used to say that they had no sooner passed the frontiers than they disclosed the most secret matters relative to the king's private sentiments, and that the leaders of the revolution were informed of them through their agents, many of whom were Frenchmen who passed themselves off as emigrants in the cause of their king. After the acceptance of the Constitution, the formation of the king's household, as well military as civil, formed a subject of attention. The Duc de Brissac had the command of the Constitutional Guard, which was composed of officers and men selected from the regiments, and of several officers drawn from the National Guard of Paris. The king was satisfied with the feelings and conduct of this band, which, as is well known, existed but a very short time. The new constitution abolished what were called honors and the prerogatives belonging to them. The Duchesse de Duras resigned her place of Lady of the Bedchamber, not choosing to lose her right to the tabret at court. This step hurt the Queen, who saw herself forsaken through the loss of a petty privilege at a time when her own rights and even life were so hotly attacked. Many ladies of rank left the court for the same reason. However, the king and queen did not dare to form the civil part of their household, lest by giving the new names of the posts they should acknowledge the abolition of the old ones, and also lest they should admit into the highest positions persons not calculated to fill them well. Some time was spent in discussing the question, whether the household should be formed without chevaliers and without ladies of honor. The Queen's constitutional advisers were of opinion that the Assembly, having decreed a civil list adequate to uphold the splendor of the throne, would be dissatisfied at seeing the king adopting only a military household and not forming his civil household upon the new constitutional plan. "How is it, Madame," wrote Barnave to the Queen, "that you will persist in giving these people even the smallest doubt as to your sentiments? When they decree you a civil and a military household, you, like young Achilles among the daughters of Lycomedes, eagerly seize the sword and scorn the mere ornaments." The Queen persisted in her determination to have no civil household. "If," said she, "this constitutional household be formed, not a single person of rank will remain with us, and upon a change of affairs we should be obliged to discharge the persons received into their place. Perhaps," added she, "perhaps I might find one day that I had saved the nobility if I now had resolution enough to afflict them for a time. I have it not. When any measure which injures them is wrested from us they sulk with me. Nobody comes to my card party. The king goes unattended to bed. No allowance is made for political necessity. We are punished for our very misfortunes." The Queen wrote almost all day and spent part of the night in reading. Her courage supported her physical strength. Her disposition was not at all soured by misfortunes, and she was never seen in an ill humor for a moment. She was, however, held up to the people as a woman absolutely furious and mad whenever the rights of the crown were in any way attacked. I was with her one day at one of her windows. We saw a man plainly dressed, like an ecclesiastic, surrounded by an immense crowd. The Queen imagined it was some abbe whom they were about to throw into the basin of the Tuileries. She hastily opened her window and sent a valet de chambre to know what was going forward in the garden. It was Abbe Gregoire, whom the men and women of the tribunes were bringing back in triumph, on account of a motion he had just made in the National Assembly against the royal authority. On the following day, the democratic journalists described the Queen as witnessing this triumph, and showing, by expressive gestures at her window, how highly she was exasperated by the honors conferred upon the patriot. The correspondence between the Queen and the foreign powers was carried on in cipher. That to which she gave the preference can never be detected, but the greatest patience is requisite for its use. Each correspondent must have a copy of the same edition of some work. She selected Paul and Virginia. The page and line in which the letters required, and occasionally a monosyllable, are to be found are pointed out in ciphers agreed upon. I assisted her in finding the letters, and frequently I made an exact copy for her of all that she had ciphered, without knowing a single word of its meaning. There were always several secret committees in Paris occupied in collecting information for the king respecting the measures of the factions, and in influencing some of the committees of the Assembly. Bertrand de Malville was in close correspondence with the Queen. The king employed Talon and others. Much money was expended through the latter channel for the secret measures. The Queen had no confidence in them. De Laporte, Minister of the Civil List and of the Household, also attempted to give a bias to public opinion by means of hireling publications, but these papers influenced none but the Royalist party, which did not need influencing. De Laporte had a private police which gave him some useful information. I determined to sacrifice myself to my duty, but by no means to any intrigue, and I thought that, circumstanced as I was, I ought to confine myself to obeying the Queen's orders. I frequently sent off couriers to foreign countries, and they were never discovered, so many precautions did I take. I am indebted for the preservation of my own existence to the care I took never to admit any deputy to my abode, and to refuse all interviews which even people of the highest importance often requested of me. But this line of conduct exposed me to every species of ill will, and on the same day I saw myself denounced by Prudhomme, in his Gazette Revolutionnaire, as capable of making an aristocrat of the mother of the Gracchi, if a person so dangerous as myself could have got into her household, and by Gauthier's Gazette Royaliste, as a monarchist, a constitutionalist, more dangerous to the Queen's interests than a Jacobin. At this period, an event with which I had nothing to do placed me in a still more critical situation. My brother, M. Genet, began his diplomatic career successfully. At 18, he was attached to the embassy to Vienna. At 20, he was appointed Chief Secretary of Legation in England on occasion of the Peace of 1783. A memorial which he presented to M. de Vergennes upon the dangers of the Treaty of Commerce, then entered into with England, gave offense to M. de Calonne, a patron of that treaty, and particularly to M. Gerard de Rayneville, Chief Clerk for Foreign Affairs. So long as M. de Vergennes lived, having upon my father's death declared himself the protector of my brother, he supported him against the enemies his views had created. But on his death, M. de Montmorin, being much in need of the long experience in business which he found in M. de Rayneville, was guided solely by the latter. The office of which my brother was the head was suppressed. He then went to St. Petersburg, strongly recommended to the Comte de Ségur, minister from France to that court, who appointed him Secretary of Legation. Some time afterwards, the Comte de Ségur left him at St. Petersburg, charged with the affairs of France. After his return from Russia, M. Genet was appointed ambassador to the United States by the party called Girondists, the deputies who headed it being from the department of the Gironde. He was recalled by the Robespierre party, which overthrew the former faction, on the 31st of May, 1793, and condemned to appear before the convention. Vice President Clinton, at that time governor of New York, offered him an asylum in his house and the hand of his daughter, and M. Genet established himself prosperously in America. When my brother quitted Versailles, he was much hurt at being deprived of a considerable income for having penned a memorial which his zeal alone had dictated, and the importance of which was afterwards but too well understood. I perceived from his correspondence that he inclined to some of the new notions. He told me it was right he should no longer conceal from me that he sided with the constitutional party, that the king had in fact commanded it, having himself accepted the Constitution, that he would proceed firmly in that course, because in this case disingenuousness would be fatal, and that he took that side of the question because he had had it proved to him that the foreign powers would not serve the king's cause without advancing pretensions prompted by long-standing interests, which always would influence their counsels, that he saw no salvation for the king and queen but from within France, and that he would serve the constitutional king as he served him before the Revolution. And lastly, he requested me to impart to the Queen the real sentiments of one of His Majesty's agents at a foreign court. I immediately went to the Queen and gave her my brother's letter. She read it attentively and said, "This is the letter of a young man led astray by discontent and ambition. I know you do not think as he does. Do not fear that you will lose the confidence of the king and myself." I offered to discontinue all correspondence with my brother. She opposed that, saying it would be dangerous. I then entreated she would permit me in future to show her my own and my brother's letters, to which she consented. I wrote warmly to my brother against the course he had adopted. I sent my letters by sure channels, he answered me by the post, and no longer touched upon anything but family affairs. Once only he informed me that if I should write to him respecting the affairs of the day, he would give me no answer. "Serve your august mistress with the unbounded devotion which is due from you," said he, "and let us each do our duty. I will only observe to you that at Paris, the fogs of the Seine often prevent people from seeing that immense capital, even from the pavilion of Flora, and I see it more clearly from St. Petersburg." The Queen said, as she read this letter, "Perhaps he speaks but too truly. Who can decide upon so disastrous a position as ours has become?" The day on which I gave the Queen my brother's first letter to read, she had several audiences to give to ladies and other persons belonging to the court, who came on purpose to inform her that my brother was an avowed constitutionalist and revolutionist. The Queen replied, "I know it. Madame Campan has told me so." Persons jealous of my situation having subjected me to mortifications, and these unpleasant circumstances recurring daily, I requested the Queen's permission to withdraw from court. She exclaimed against the very idea, represented it to me as extremely dangerous for my own reputation, and had the kindness to add that, for my sake as well as for her own, she never would consent to it. After this conversation, I retired to my apartment. A few minutes later, a footman brought me this note from the Queen. I have never ceased to give you and yours proofs of my attachment. I wish to tell you in writing that I have full faith in your honor and fidelity, as well as in your other good qualities, and that I ever rely on the zeal and address you exert to serve me. I had just received this letter from the Queen when M. de la Chapelle, Commissary General of the King's household and head of the offices of M. de Laporte, Minister of the Civil List, came to see me. The palace having been already sacked by the brigands on the 20th of June, 1792, he proposed that I should entrust the paper to him, that he might place it in a safer situation than the apartments of the Queen. When he returned into his offices, he placed the letter she had condescended to write to me behind a large picture in his closet. But on the loth of Auguste M. de la Chapelle was thrown into the prisons of the Abbaye, and the Committee of Public Safety established themselves in his offices, whence they issued all their decrees of death. There it was that a villainous servant belonging to M. de Laporte went to declare that in the minister's apartments, under a board in the floor, a number of papers would be found. They were brought forth, and M. de Laporte was sent to the scaffold, where he suffered for having betrayed the state by serving his master and sovereign. M. de la Chapelle was saved, as if by a miracle, from the massacres of the 2d of September. The Committee of Public Safety, having removed to the King's apartments at the Tuileries, M. de la Chapelle had permission to return to his closet to take away some property belonging to him. Turning round the picture, behind which he had hidden the Queen's letter, he found it in the place into which he had slipped it, and, delighted to see that I was safe from the ill consequences the discovery of this paper might have brought upon me, he burnt it instantly. In times of danger, a mere nothing may save life or destroy it. Madame Campan. At the moment that I was going to express my gratitude to the Queen, I heard a tapping at the door of my room, which opened upon the Queen's inner corridor. I opened it. It was the King. I was confused. He perceived it, and said to me, kindly, I alarm you, Madame Campan. I come, however, to comfort you. The Queen has told me how much she is hurt at the injustice of several persons towards you. But how is it that you complain of injustice and calumny when you see that we are victims of them? In some of your companions it is jealousy, in the people belonging to the court it is anxiety. Our situation is so disastrous, and we have met with so much ingratitude and treachery, that the apprehensions of those who love us are excusable. I could quiet them by telling them all the secret services you perform for us daily, but I will not do it. Out of good will to you they would repeat all I should say, and you would be lost with the assembly. It is much better, both for you and for us, that you should be thought a constitutionalist. It has been mentioned to me 100 times already. I have never contradicted it, but I come to give you my word that if we are fortunate enough to see an end of all this, I will, at the Queen's residence, and in the presence of my brothers, relate the important services you have rendered us, and I will recompense you and your son for them. I threw myself at the King's feet and kissed his hand. He raised me up, saying, Come, come, do not grieve. The Queen, who loves you, confides in you as I do. Down to the day of the acceptance, it was impossible to introduce Barnave into the interior of the palace. But when the Queen was free from the inner guard, she said she would see him. The very great precautions, which it was necessary for the deputy to take in order to conceal his connection with the King, and Queen compelled them to spend 2 hours waiting for him in one of the corridors of the Tuileries, and all in vain. The first day that he was to be admitted, a man whom Barnave knew to be dangerous having met him in the courtyard of the palace, he determined to cross it without stopping and walked in the gardens in order to lull suspicion. I was desired to wait for Barnave at a little door belonging to the entressols of the palace, with my hand upon the open lock. I was in that position for an hour. The King came to me frequently, and always to speak to me of the uneasiness which a servant belonging to the chateau, who was a patriot, gave him. He came again to ask me whether I had heard the door called de Decret opened. I assured him nobody had been in the corridor, and he became easy. He was dreadfully apprehensive that his connection with Barnave would be discovered. It would, said the King, be a ground for grave accusations, and the unfortunate man would be lost. I then ventured to remind His Majesty that as Barnave was not the only one in the secret of the business, which brought him in contact with their Majesties, one of his colleagues might be induced to speak of the association with which they were honored, and that in letting them know by my presence that I also was informed of it, a risk was incurred of removing from those gentlemen part of the responsibility of the secret. Upon this observation, the king quitted me hastily and returned a moment afterwards with the queen. "Give me your place," said she. "I will wait for him in my turn. You have convinced the king. We must not increase in their eyes the number of persons informed of their communications with us." The police of M. de Laporte, intendant of the civil list, apprised him, as early as the latter end of 1791, that a man belonging to the king's offices who had set up as a pasture cook at the Palais Royal was about to resume the duties of his situation, which had devolved upon him again on the death of one who held it for life, that he was so furious a Jacobin that he had dared to say it would be a good thing for France if the king's days were shortened. His duty was confined to making the pastry. He was closely watched by the head officers of the kitchen, who were devoted to His Majesty. But it is so easy to introduce a subtle poison into made dishes that it was determined the king and queen should eat only plain roast meat in future, that their bread should be brought to them by M. Thierry de Vildavre, intendant of the smaller apartments, and that he should likewise take upon himself to supply the wine. The king was fond of pastry. I was directed to order some, as if for myself, sometimes of one pastry cook and sometimes of another. The pounded sugar, too, was kept in my room. The king, the queen, and Madame Elizabeth ate together, and nobody remained to wait on them. Each had a dumb waiter and a little bell to call the servants when they were wanted. M. Thierry used himself to bring me their majesties, bread and wine, and I locked them up in a private cupboard in the king's closet on the ground floor. As soon as the king sat down to table, I took in the pastry and bread. All was hidden under the table lest it might be necessary to have the servants in. The king thought it dangerous as well as distressing to show any apprehension of attempts against his person or any mistrust of his officers of the kitchen. As he never drank a whole bottle of wine at his meals, the princesses drank nothing but water. He filled up that out of which he had drunk about half from the bottle served up by the officers of his butlery. I took it away after dinner. Although he never ate any other pastry than that which I brought, he took care in the same manner that it should seem that he had eaten of that served at table. The lady who succeeded me found this duty all regulated, and she executed it in the same manner. The public never was in possession of these particulars, nor of the apprehensions which gave rise to them. At the end of 3 or 4 months, the police of M. de Laporte gave notice that nothing more was to be dreaded from that sort of plot against the king's life, that the plan was entirely changed, and that all the blows now to be struck would be directed as much against the throne as against the person of the sovereign. There are others besides myself who know that at this time, one of the things about which the queen most desired to be satisfied was the opinion of the famous Pitt. She would sometimes say to me, "I never pronounce the name of Pitt without feeling a chill like that of death." I repeat here her very expressions. That man is the mortal enemy of France, and he takes a dreadful revenge for the impolitic support given by the cabinet of Versailles to the American insurgents. He wishes by our destruction to guarantee the maritime power of his country forever against the efforts made by the king to improve his marine power and their happy results during the last war. He knows that it is not only the king's policy, but his private inclination to be solicitous about his fleets, and that the most active step he has taken during his whole reign was to visit the port of Cherbourg. Pitt had served the cause of the French Revolution from the first disturbances. He will perhaps serve it until its annihilation. I will endeavor to learn to what point he intends to lead us, and I am sending him to London for that purpose. He has been intimately connected with Pitt, and they have often had political conversations respecting the French government. I will get him to make him speak out, at least so far as such a man can speak out. Some time afterwards, the Queen told me that her secret envoy was returned from London, and that all he had been able to wring from Pitt, whom he found alarmingly reserved, was that he would not suffer the French monarchy to perish, that to suffer the revolutionary spirit to erect an organized republic in France would be a great error, affecting the tranquility of Europe. Whenever, said she, Pitt expressed himself upon the necessity of supporting monarchy in France, he maintained the most profound silence upon what concerns the monarch. The result of these conversations is anything but encouraging, but even as to that monarchy which he wishes to save, will he have means and strength to save it if he suffers us to fall? The death of the Emperor Leopold took place on the 1st of March, 1792, When the news of this event reached the Tuileries, the queen was gone out. Upon her return, I put the letter containing it into her hands. She exclaimed that the emperor had been poisoned, that she had remarked and preserved a newspaper, in which, in an article upon the sitting of the Jacobins, at the time when the Emperor Leopold declared for the coalition, it was said, speaking of him, that a pie crust would settle that matter. At this period Barnave obtained the queen's consent that he should read all the letters she should write. He was fearful of private correspondences that might hamper the plan marked out for her. He mistrusted Her Majesty's sincerity on this point, and the diversity of counsels and the necessity of yielding, on the one hand, to some of the views of the constitutionalists, and on the other, to those of the French princes and even of foreign courts, were unfortunately the circumstances which most rapidly impelled the court towards its ruin. However, the emigrants showed great apprehensions of the consequences which might follow in the interior from a connection with the constitutionalists, whom they described as a party existing only in idea, and totally without means of repairing their errors. The Jacobins were preferred to them, because, said they, there would be no treaty to be made with anyone at the moment of extricating the king and his family from the abyss in which they were plunged. Chapter 8. During July, the correspondence of M. Bertrand de Malville with the king and queen was most active. M. de Marsilly, formerly a lieutenant of the Cent-Suisses of the Guard, was the bearer of the letters. I received by night only the king's answer, written with his own hand, in the margin of my letter. I always sent him back with the day's letter that to which he had replied the day before, so that my letters and his answers, of which I contented myself with taking notes only, never remained with me 24 hours. I proposed this arrangement to His Majesty to remove all uneasiness from his mind. My letters were generally delivered to the king or the queen by M. de Marsilly, captain of the king's guard, whose attachment and fidelity were known to their majesties. I also sometimes employed M. Bernard de Marigny, who had left Brest for the purpose of sharing with His Majesty's faithful servants the dangers which threatened the king. Memoirs of Bertrand de Malville, Volume Roman II, p. 12. He came to me the first time with a note from the Queen directed to M. Bertrand himself. In this note the Queen said, "Address yourself with full confidence to Madame Campan. The conduct of her brother in Russia has not at all influenced her sentiments. She is wholly devoted to us, and if, hereafter, you should have anything to say to us verbally, you may rely entirely upon her devotion and discretion." The mobs which gathered almost nightly in the faubourgs alarmed the Queen's friends. They entreated her not to sleep in her room on the ground floor of the Tuileries. She removed to the first floor, to a room which was between the king's apartments and those of the Dauphin. Being awake always from daybreak, she ordered that neither the shutters nor the window blinds should be closed, that her long sleepless nights might be the less weary. About the middle of one of these nights, when the moon was shining into her bedchamber, she gazed at it, and told me that in a month she should not see that moon unless freed from her chains, and beholding the king at liberty. She then imparted to me all that was concurring to deliver them, but said that the opinions of their intimate advisers were alarmingly at variance, that some vouched for complete success, while others pointed out insurmountable dangers. She added that she possessed the itinerary of the march of the princes and the King of Prussia, that on such a day they would be at Verdun, on another day at such a place, that Lille was about to be besieged, but that M. de J., whose prudence and intelligence the king, as well as herself, highly valued, alarmed them much respecting the success of that siege, and made them apprehensive that, even were the commandant devoted to them, the civil authority, which by the Constitution gave great power to the mayors of towns, would overrule the military commandant. She was also very uneasy as to what would take place at Paris during the interval, and spoke to me of the king's want of energy, but always in terms expressive of her veneration for his virtues and her attachment to himself. "The king," said she, "is not a coward. He possesses abundance of passive courage, but he is overwhelmed by an awkward shyness, a mistrust of himself, which proceeds from his education as much as from his disposition. He is afraid to command, and above all things, dreads speaking to assembled numbers. He lived like a child, and always ill at ease under the eyes of Louis Roman XV, until the age of 21. This constraint confirmed his timidity. Circumstanced as we are, a few well-delivered words addressed to the Parisians who are devoted to him would multiply the strength of our party 100-fold, he will not utter them. What can we expect from those addresses to the people which he has been advised to post up? Nothing but fresh outrages. As for myself, I could do anything, and would appear on horseback if necessary. But if I were really to begin to act, that would be furnishing arms to the king's enemies. The cry against the Austrian and against the sway of a woman would become general in France, and moreover, by showing myself, I should render the king a mere nothing. A queen who is not regent ought, under these circumstances, to remain passive and prepare to die. The garden of the Tuileries was full of maddened men, who insulted all who seemed to side with the court. The life of Marie Antoinette was cried under the queen's windows, infamous plates were annexed to the book, the hawkers showed them to the passers-by. On all sides were heard the jubilant outcries of a people in a state of delirium almost as frightful as the explosion of their rage. The queen and her children were unable to breathe the open air any longer. It was determined that the garden of the Tuileries should be closed. As soon as this step was taken, the Assembly decreed that the whole length of the terrace des Feuillants belonged to it, and fixed the boundary between what was called the National Ground and the Coblentz Ground by a tricolored ribbon stretched from one end of the terrace to the other. All good citizens were ordered, by notices affixed to it, not to go down into the garden, under pain of being treated in the same manner as Foulon and Berthier. A young man who did not observe this written order went down into the garden. Furious outcries, threats of la lanterne, and the crowd of people which collected upon the terrace warned him of his imprudence and the danger which he ran. He immediately pulled off his shoes, took out his handkerchief, and wiped the dust from their soles. The people cried out, "Bravo, the good citizen forever!" He was carried off in triumph. The shutting up of the Tuileries did not enable the queen and her children to walk in the garden. The people on the terrace sent forth dreadful shouts, and she was twice compelled to return to her apartments. In the early part of August, many zealous persons offered the king money. He refused considerable sums, being unwilling to injure the fortunes of individuals. M. de la Ferte, intendant of the Menus Plaisirs, brought me 1,000 louis, requesting me to lay them at the feet of the queen. He thought she could not have too much money at so perilous a time, and that every good Frenchman should hasten to place all his ready money in her hands. She refused this sum, and others of much greater amount which were offered to her. M. Auguy, my brother-in-law, Receiver-General of the Finances, offered her, through his wife, a portfolio containing 100,000 crowns in paper money. On this occasion, the queen said the most affecting things to my sister, expressive of her happiness at having contributed to the fortunes of such faithful subjects as herself and her husband, but declined her offer Madame Campan. However, a few days afterwards, she told me she would accept M. de la Ferte's 24,000 francs, because they would make up a sum which the king had to expend. She therefore directed me to go and receive those 24,000 francs, to add them to the 100,000 francs she had placed in my hands, and to change the whole into assignats to increase their amount. Her orders were executed, and the assignats were delivered to the king. The queen informed me that Madame Elizabeth had found a well-meaning man who had engaged to gain over Peshin by the bribe of a large sum of money, and that deputy would, by a preconcerted signal, inform the king of the success of the project. His Majesty soon had an opportunity of seeing Peshin, and on the queen asking him before me if he was satisfied with him, the king replied, "Neither more nor less satisfied than usual. He did not make the concerted signal, and I believe I have been cheated." The queen then condescended to explain the whole of the enigma to me. Peshin, said she, was, while talking to the king, to have kept his finger fixed upon his right eye for at least 2 seconds. He did not even put his hand up to his chin, said the king. After all, it is but so much money stolen. The thief will not boast of it, and the affair will remain a secret. Let us talk of something else. He turned to me and said, "Your father was an intimate friend of Mandat, who now commands the National Guard. Describe him to me. What ought I to expect from him?" I answered that he was one of His Majesty's most faithful subjects, but that with a great deal of loyalty he possessed very little sense, and that he was involved in the constitutional vortex. "I understand," said the king. "He is a man who would defend my palace and my person, because that is enjoined by the Constitution which he has sworn to support, but who would fight against the party in favor of sovereign authority. It is well to know this with certainty." On the next day, the Princess de Lamballe sent for me very early in the morning. I found her on a sofa facing a window that looked upon the Pont Royal. She then occupied that apartment of the pavilion of Flora which was on a level with that of the Queen. She desired me to sit down by her. Her Highness had a writing desk upon her knees. "You have had many enemies," said she. "Attempts have been made to deprive you of the Queen's favor. They have been far from successful. Do you know that even I myself, not being so well acquainted with you as the Queen, was rendered suspicious of you? And that upon the arrival of the court at the Tuileries, I gave you a companion to be a spy upon you, and that I had another belonging to the police placed at your door. I was assured that you received 5 or 6 of the most virulent deputies of the tiers état, but it was that wardrobe woman whose rooms were above you. In short," said the princess, "persons of integrity have nothing to fear from the evil disposed when they belong to so upright a prince as the king. As to the Queen, she knows you, and has loved you ever since she came into France. You shall judge of the king's opinion of you. It was yesterday evening decided in the family circle that, at a time when the Tuileries is likely to be attacked, it was necessary to have the most faithful account of the opinions and conduct of all the individuals composing the Queen's service. The king takes the same precaution on his part respecting all who are about him. He said there was with him a person of great integrity to whom he would commit this inquiry, and that, with regard to the Queen's household, you must be spoken to, that he had long studied your character, and that he esteemed your veracity." The princess had a list of the names of all who belonged to the Queen's chamber on her desk. She asked me for information respecting each individual. I was fortunate in having none but the most favorable information to give. I had to speak of my avowed enemy in the Queen's chamber, of her who most wished that I should be responsible for my brother's political opinions. The princess, as the head of the chamber, could not be ignorant of this circumstance, but as the person in question, who idolized the king and queen, would not have hesitated to sacrifice her life in order to save theirs, and as possibly her attachment to them, united to considerable narrowness of intellect and a limited education, contributed to her jealousy of me, I spoke of her in the highest terms. The princess wrote as I dictated, and occasionally looked at me with astonishment. When I had done, I entreated her to write in the margin that the lady alluded to was my declared enemy. She embraced me, saying, "Ah, do not write it. We should not record an unhappy circumstance which ought to be forgot." We came to a man of genius who was much attached to the Queen, and I described him as a man born solely to contradict, showing himself an aristocrat with democrats and a democrat among aristocrats, but still a man of probity, and well disposed to his sovereign. The princess said she knew many persons of that disposition, and that she was delighted I had nothing to say against this man, because she herself had placed him about the Queen. The whole of Her Majesty's chamber, which consisted entirely of persons of fidelity, gave throughout all the dreadful convulsions of the revolution proofs of the greatest prudence and self-devotion. The same cannot be said of the antechambers. With the exception of 3 or 4, all the servants of that class were outrageous Jacobins, and I saw on those occasions the necessity of composing the private household of princes of persons completely separated from the class of the people. The situation of the royal family was so unbearable during the months which immediately preceded the 10th of August that the Queen longed for the crisis, whatever might be its issue. She frequently said that a long confinement in a tower by the seaside would seem to her less intolerable than those feuds in which the weakness of her party daily threatened an inevitable catastrophe. A few days before the 10th of August, the squabbles between the Royalists and the Jacobins, and between the Jacobins and the Constitutionalists, increased in warmth. Among the latter, those men who defended the principles they professed with the greatest talent, courage, and constancy were at the same time the most exposed to danger. Montche says, "The question of dethronement was discussed with a degree of frenzy in the Assembly. Such of the deputies as voted against it were abused, ill-treated, and surrounded by assassins. They had a battle to fight at every step they took, and at length they did not dare to sleep in their own houses. Of this number were Rignault de Beaucaron, Fraudière, Girardin, and Vaublanc. Girardin complained of having been struck in one of the lobbies of the Assembly. A voice cried out to him, 'Say, where were you struck?' 'Where?' replied Girardin. 'What a question! Behind. Do assassins ever strike otherwise?' Not only were their majesties prevented from breathing the open air, but they were also insulted at the very foot of the altar. The Sunday before the last day of the monarchy, while the royal family went through the gallery to the chapel, half the soldiers of the National Guard exclaimed, "Long live the king," and the other half, "No, no king, down with the veto." And on that day at Vespers, the choristers preconcerted to use loud and threatening emphasis when chanting the words, "Deposuit potens decede," in the Magnificat. Incensed at such an irreverent proceeding, the royalists in their turn thrice exclaimed, "Et reginam," after the Domine salvum fac regem. The tumult during the whole time of divine service was excessive. At length the terrible night of the 10th of August, 1792, arrived. On the preceding evening Potion went to the assembly and informed it that preparations were making for an insurrection on the following day, that the tocsin would sound at midnight, and that he feared he had not sufficient means for resisting the attack which was about to take place. Upon this information the assembly passed to the order of the day. Pétion, however, gave an order for repelling force by force. Pétion was the mayor of Paris, and Mandat on this day was commandant of the National Guard. Mandat was assassinated that night. Thiers, Volume I, p. 260. Mandat was armed with this order, and, finding his fidelity to the king's person supported by what he considered the law of the state, he conducted himself in all his operations with the greatest energy. On the evening of the 9th, I was present at the king's supper. While His Majesty was giving me various orders, we heard a great noise at the door of the apartment. I went to see what was the cause of it, and found the two sentinels fighting. One said, speaking of the king, that he was hearty in the cause of the Constitution, and would defend it at the peril of his life. The other maintained that he was an encumbrance to the only constitution suitable to a free people. They were almost ready to cut one another's throats. I returned with a countenance which betrayed my emotion. The king desired to know what was going forward at his door. I could not conceal it from him. The queen said she was not at all surprised at it, and that more than half the guard belonged to the Jacobin party. The tocsin sounded at midnight. The Swiss were drawn up like walls, and in the midst of their soldier-like silence, which formed a striking contrast with the perpetual din of the town guard, the king informed M. de J., an officer of the staff, of the plan of defense laid down by General Viamenal. M. de J. said to me, after this private conference, "Put your jewels and money into your pockets. Our dangers are unavoidable. The means of defense are nil. Safety might be obtained by some degree of energy in the king, but that is the only virtue in which he is deficient." An hour after midnight, the Queen and Madame Elizabeth said they would lie down on a sofa in a room in the entresals, the windows of which commanded the courtyard of the Tuileries. The Queen told me the king had just refused to put on his quilted underwaistcoat, that he had consented to wear it on the 14th of July because he was merely going to a ceremony where the blade of an assassin was to be apprehended, but that on a day on which his party might fight against the revolutionists, he thought there was something cowardly in preserving his life by such means. During this time, Madame Elizabeth disengaged herself from some of her clothing, which encumbered her in order to lie down on the sofa. She took a cornelian pin out of her cape, and before she laid it down on the table she showed it to me, and desired me to read a motto engraved upon it round a stalk of lilies. The words were, "Oblivion of injuries, pardon for offenses." "I much fear," added that virtuous princess, "this maxim has but little influence among our enemies, but it ought not to be less dear to us on that account." The exalted piety of Madame Elizabeth gave to all she said, and did a noble character, descriptive of that of her soul. On the day on which this worthy descendant of St. Louis was sacrificed, the executioner, in tying her hands behind her, raised up one of the ends of her handkerchief. Madame Elizabeth, with calmness, and in a voice which seemed not to belong to earth, said to him, "In the name of modesty, cover my bosom." I learned this from Madame de Serly, who was condemned the same day as the princess, but who obtained a respite at the moment of the execution, Madame de Montmorin, her relation, declaring that her cousin was enceinte, Madame Campan. The queen desired me to sit down by her. The two princesses could not sleep. They were conversing mournfully upon their situation when a musket was discharged in the courtyard. They both quitted the sofa, saying, "There is the first shot. Unfortunately, it will not be the last. Let us go up to the king." The queen desired me to follow her. Several of her women went with me. At 4 o'clock, the queen came out of the king's chamber and told us she had no longer any hope. That M. Mandet, who had gone to the Hôtel de Ville to receive further orders, had just been assassinated, and that the people were at that time carrying his head about the streets. Day came. The king, the queen, Madame Elizabeth, Madame, and the Dauphin went down to pass through the ranks of the sections of the National Guard. The cry of Vive le Roi was heard from a few places. I was at a window on the garden side. I saw some of the gunners quit their posts, go up to the king, and thrust their fists in his face, insulting him by the most brutal language. Messieurs de Salvert and de Bridges drove them off in a spirited manner. The king was as pale as a corpse. The royal family came in again. The queen told me that all was lost, that the king had shown no energy, and that this sort of review had done more harm than good. I was in the billiard room with my companions. We placed ourselves upon some high benches. I then saw M. de Hervely with a drawn sword in his hand, ordering the usher to open the door to the French noblesse. 200 persons entered the room nearest to that in which the family where others drew up in 2 lines in the preceding rooms. I saw a few people belonging to the court, many others whose features were unknown to me, and a few who figured technically without right among what was called the noblesse, but whose self-devotion ennobled them at once. They were all so badly armed that even in that situation, the indomitable French liveliness indulged in jests. M. de Saint-Suplet, one of the king's equerries, and a page, carried on their shoulders instead of muskets the tongs belonging to the king's antechamber, which they had broken and divided between them. Another page, who had a pocket pistol in his hand, stuck the end of it against the back of the person who stood before him, and who begged he would be good enough to rest it elsewhere. A sword and a pair of pistols were the only arms of those who had had the precaution to provide themselves with arms at all. Meanwhile, the numerous bands from the faubourgs, armed with pikes and cutlasses, filled the carousel and the streets adjacent to the Tuileries. The sanguinary Marseillais were at their head, with cannon pointed against the chateau. In this emergency, the King's Council sent M. de Jolly, the Minister of Justice, to the Assembly to request they would send the king a deputation which might serve as a safeguard to the executive power. His ruin was resolved on. They passed to the order of the day. At 8 o'clock, the department repaired to the chateau. The procureur syndic, seeing that the guard within was ready to join the assailants, went into the king's closet and requested to speak to him in private. The king received him in his chamber. The queen was with him. There M. Roederer told him that the king, all his family, and the people about them would inevitably perish unless His Majesty immediately determined to go to the National Assembly. The Queen at first opposed this advice, but the procureur syndic told her that she rendered herself responsible for the deaths of the king, her children, and all who were in the palace. She no longer objected. The king then consented to go to the assembly. As he set out, he said to the minister and persons who surrounded him, "Come, gentlemen, there is nothing more to be done here." The king hesitated. The queen manifested the highest dissatisfaction. "What?" said she. "Are we alone? Is there nobody who can act?" "Yes, madam, alone. Action is useless, resistance is impossible." One of the members of the department, M. Gerdrat, insisted on the prompt execution of the proposed measure. "Silence, monsieur," said the queen to him. "Silence, you are the only person who ought to be silent here. When the mischief is done, those who did it should not pretend to wish to remedy it." The king remained mute. Nobody spoke. It was reserved for me to give the last piece of advice. I had the firmness to say, "Let us go and not deliberate. Honor commands it, the good of the state requires it. Let us go to the National Assembly. This step ought to have been taken long ago." "Let us go," said the king, raising his right hand. "Let us start. Let us give this last mark of self-devotion, since it is necessary." The queen was persuaded. Her first anxiety was for the king, the second for her son. The king had none. "M. Roederer, gentlemen," said the queen, "you answer for the person of the king, you answer for that of my son." "Madame," replied M. Roederer, "we pledge ourselves to die at your side. That is all we can engage for." Mont, History of Marie Antoinette. The queen said to me as she left the king's chamber, "Wait in my apartments. I will come to you, or I will send for you to go I know not whither." She took with her only the Princess de Lamballe and Madame de Tourzel. The Princess de Tarrant and Madame de la Rocheyman were inconsolable at being left at the Tuileries. They, and all who belonged to the chamber, went down into the queen's apartments. We saw the royal family pass between two lines formed by the Swiss grenadiers and those of the battalions of the Petty Spurs and the Fils St. Thomas. They were so pressed upon by the crowd that during that short passage, the queen was robbed of her watch and purse. A man of great height and horrible appearance, one of such as were to be seen at the head of all the insurrections, drew near the dauphin, whom the queen was leading by the hand, and took him up in his arms. The queen uttered a scream of terror and was ready to faint. The man said to her, "Don't be frightened, I will do him no harm," and he gave him back to her at the entrance of the chamber. I leave to history all the details of that too memorable day, confining myself to recalling a few of the frightful scenes acted in the interior of the Tuileries after the king had quitted the palace. The assailants did not know that the king and his family had bade ken themselves to the assembly, and those who defended the palace from the aid of the courts were equally ignorant of it. It is supposed that if they had been aware of the fact, the siege would never have taken place. In reading of the events of the 10th of August, 1792, the reader must remember that there was hardly any armed force to resist the mob. The regiments that had shown signs of being loyal to the king had been removed from Paris by the Assembly. The Swiss had been deprived of their own artillery, and the court had sent one of their battalions into Normandy at a time when there was an idea of taking refuge there. The National Guard were either disloyal or disheartened, and the gunners, especially of that force at the Tuileries, sympathized with the mob. Thus the king had about 800 or 900 Swiss and little more than 1 battalion of the National Guard. Mandat, one of the 6 heads of the legions of the National Guard, to whose turn the command fell on that day, was true to his duty, but was sent for to the Hôtel de Ville and assassinated. Still, the small force, even after the departure of the king, would have probably beaten off the mob had not the king given the fatal order to the Swiss to cease firing. See Thiers's Revolution Francaise, Volume I, Chapter Roman 11. Bonaparte's opinion of the mob may be judged by his remarks on the 20th June, 1792, when, disgusted at seeing the king appear with the red cap on his head, he exclaimed, "Chi coglioni, why have they let in all that rabble? Why don't they sweep off 400 or 500 of them with the cannon? The rest would then set off." Burian, Volume I, p. 13, Bentley, London, 1836. Bonaparte carried out his own plan against a far stronger force of assailants on the Jourdes sections, 4th October, 1795. The Marseillais began by driving from their posts several Swiss, who yielded without resistance. A few of the assailants fired upon them. Some of the Swiss officers, seeing their men fall, and perhaps thinking the king was still at the Tuileries, gave the word to a whole battalion to fire. The aggressors were thrown into disorder, and the carousel was cleared in a moment, but they soon returned, spurred on by rage and revenge. The Swiss were but 800 strong. They fell back into the interior of the chateau. Some of the doors were battered in by the guns, others broken through with hatchets. The populace rushed from all quarters into the interior of the palace. Almost all the Swiss were massacred. The nobles, flying through the gallery which leads to the Louvre, were either stabbed or shot, and the bodies thrown out of the windows. M. Pallas and M. de Marchais, ushers of the king's chamber, were killed in defending the door of the council chamber. Many others of the king's servants fell victims to their fidelity. I mention these 2 persons in particular because, with their hats pulled over their brows and their swords in their hands, they exclaimed, as they defended themselves with unavailing courage, "We will not survive, this is our post. Our duty is to die at it." M. Diet behaved in the same manner at the door of the queen's bedchamber. He experienced the same fate. The Princess de Tarrant had fortunately opened the door of the apartments. Otherwise, the dreadful band, seeing several women collected in the queen's salon, would have fancied she was among us, and would have immediately massacred us had we resisted them. We were, indeed, all about to perish, when a man with a long beard came up, exclaiming in the name of potion, "Spare the women, don't dishonor the nation." A particular circumstance placed me in greater danger than the others. In my confusion, I imagined, a moment before the assailants entered the queen's apartments, that my sister was not among the group of women collected there, and I went up into an entresol, where I supposed she had taken refuge, to induce her to come down, fancying it safer that we should not be separated. I did not find her in the room in question. I saw there only our 2 femmes de chambre and one of the queen's 2 hayducks, a man of great height and military aspect. I saw that he was pale and sitting on a bed. I cried out to him, "Fly, the footmen and our people are already safe." "I cannot," said the man to me. "I am dying of fear." As he spoke, I heard a number of men rushing hastily up the staircase. They threw themselves upon him, and I saw him assassinated. I ran towards the staircase, followed by our women. The murderers left the haydock to come to me. The women threw themselves at their feet and held their sabers. The narrowness of the staircase impeded the assassins, but I had already felt a horrid hand thrust into my back to seize me by my clothes when someone called out from the bottom of the staircase, "What are you doing above there? We don't kill women." I was on my knees. My executioner quitted his hold of me and said, "Get up, you jade, the nation pardons you." The brutality of these words did not prevent my suddenly experiencing an indescribable feeling which partook almost equally of the love of life, and the idea that I was going to see my son and all that was dear to me again. A moment before I had thought less of death than of the pain which the steel, suspended over my head, would occasion me. Death is seldom seen so close without striking his blow. I heard every syllable uttered by the assassins, just as if I had been calm. 5 or 6 men seized me and my companions, and, having made us get up on benches placed before the windows, ordered us to call out, "The nation forever." I passed over several corpses. I recognized that of the old Vicomte de Broves, to whom the Queen had sent me at the beginning of the night to desire him and another old man in her name to go home. These brave men desired I would tell Her Majesty that they had but too strictly obeyed the King's orders in all circumstances, under which they ought to have exposed their own lives in order to preserve his, and that for this once they would not obey, though they would cherish the recollection of the Queen's goodness. Near the grille, on the side next the bridge, the men who conducted me asked whither I wished to go. Upon my inquiring, in my turn, whether they were at liberty to take me wherever I might wish to go, one of them, a Marseillais, asked me, giving me at the same time a push with the butt end of his musket, whether I still doubted the power of the people. I answered no, and I mentioned the number of my brother-in-law's house. I saw my sister ascending the steps of the parapet of the bridge, surrounded by members of the National Guard. I called to her, and she turned round. "Would you have her go with you?" said my guardian to me. I told him I did wish it. They called the people who were leading my sister to prison. She joined me. Madame de la Rocheyman and her daughter, Mademoiselle Pauline de Tourzel, Madame de Ginestous, lady to the Princess de Lamballe, the other women of the Queen, and the old Comte de Frey were led off together to the Abbaye. Our progress from the Tuileries to my sister's house was most distressing. We saw several Swiss pursued and killed, and musketshots were crossing each other in all directions. We passed under the walls of the Louvre. They were firing from the parapet into the windows of the gallery to hit the Knights of the Dagger. For thus did the populace designate those faithful subjects who had assembled at the Tuileries to defend the king. The brigands broke some vessels of water in the Queen's first antechamber. The mixture of blood and water stained the skirts of our white gowns. The Poissards screamed after us in the streets that we were attached to the Austrian. Our protectors then showed some consideration for us and made us go up a gateway to pull off our gowns, but our petticoats being too short and making us look like persons in disguise, other Poissards began to bawl out that we were young Swiss dressed up like women. We then saw a tribe of female cannibals enter the street, carrying the head of poor Mandat. Our guards made us hastily enter a little public house, called for wine, and desired us to drink with them. They assured the landlady that we were their sisters and good patriots. Happily, the Marseillais had quitted us to return to the Tuileries. One of the men who remained with us said to me in a low voice, "I am a gauze worker in the Faubourg. I was forced to march. I am not for all this. I have not killed anybody and have rescued you. You ran a great risk when we met the mad women who are carrying Mandat's head. These horrible women said yesterday at midnight, upon the site of the Bastille, that they must have their revenge for the 6th of October at Versailles, and that they had sworn to kill the Queen and all the women attached to her. The danger of the action saved you all." As I crossed the carousel, I saw my house in flames, but as soon as the first moment of affright was over, I thought no more of my personal misfortunes. My ideas turned solely upon the dreadful situation of the Queen. On reaching my sister's, we found all our family in despair, believing they should never see us again. I could not remain in her house. Some of the mob, collected round the door, exclaimed that Marie Antoinette's confidante was in the house, and that they must have her head. I disguised myself and was concealed in the house of M. Morel, secretary for the lotteries. On the morrow I was inquired for there, in the name of the Queen. A deputy, whose sentiments were known to her, took upon himself to find me out. I borrowed clothes and went with my sister to the Feuillants former monastery near the Tuileries, so called from the Bernardines, one of the Cistercian orders. Later, a revolutionary club. We got there at the same time with M. Thierry de Ville-d'Avray, the king's first valet de chambre. We were taken into an office, where we wrote down our names and places of abode, and we received tickets for admission into the rooms belonging to Camus, the keeper of the archives, where the king was with his family. As we entered the first room, a person who was there said to me, "Ah, you are a brave woman, but where is that Thierry, that man loaded with his master's bounties?" M. Thierry, who never ceased to give his sovereign proofs of unalterable attachment, was one of the victims of the 2d of September, Madame Campan. "He is here," said I. "He is following me. I perceive that even scenes of death do not banish jealousy from among you." Having belonged to the court from my earliest youth, I was known to many persons whom I did not know. As I traversed a corridor above the cloisters which led to the cells inhabited by the unfortunate Louis Roman XVI, and his family, several of the grenadiers called me by name. One of them said to me, "Well, the poor king is lost. The Comte d'Artois would have managed it better." "Not at all," said another. The royal family occupied a small suite of apartments consisting of 4 cells, formerly belonging to the ancient monastery of the Feuillants. In the first were the men who had accompanied the king: the Prince de Poix, the Baron d'Aubier, M. de Saint Pardoux, equerry to Madame Elizabeth, de Goguelat, de Chamilly, and de Hue. In the second we found the king. He was having his hair dressed. He took 2 locks of it, and gave one to my sister and one to me. We offered to kiss his hand. He opposed it, and embraced us without saying anything. In the third was the queen, in bed, and in indescribable affliction. We found her accompanied only by a stout woman who appeared tolerably civil. She was the keeper of the apartments. She waited upon the queen, who as yet had none of her own people about her. Her Majesty stretched out her arms to us, saying, "Come, unfortunate women, come and see one still more unhappy than yourselves, since she has been the cause of all your misfortunes. We are ruined," continued she. "We have arrived at that point to which they have been leading us for 3 years, through all possible outrages. We shall fall in this dreadful revolution, and many others will perish after us. All have contributed to our downfall. The reformers have urged it like mad people, and others through ambition, for the wildest Jacobin seeks wealth and office, and the mob is eager for plunder. There is not one real patriot among all this infamous horde. The emigrant party have their intrigues and schemes, foreigners seek to profit by the dissensions of France. Every one has a share in our misfortunes." The Dauphin came in with Madame and the Marquise de Tourzel. On seeing them the Queen said to me, "Poor children, how heartrending it is, instead of handing down to them so fine an inheritance, to say it ends with us." She afterwards conversed with me about the Tuileries and the persons who had fallen. She condescended also to mention the burning of my house. I looked upon that loss as a mischance which ought not to dwell upon her mind, and I told her so. She spoke of the Princess de Tarrant, whom she greatly loved and valued, of Madame de la Rocheyman and her daughter, of the other persons whom she had left at the palace, and of the Duchesse de Lines, who was to have passed the night at the Tuileries. Respecting her, she said, hers was one of the first heads turned by the rage for that mischievous philosophy, but her heart brought her back, and I again found a friend in her. During the reign of terror, I withdrew to the Château de Coubertin, near that of Dampierre. The Duchesse de Lines frequently came to ask me to tell her what the Queen had said about her at the Feuillants. She would say as she went away, "I have often need to request you to repeat those words of the Queen, Madame Campan." I asked the Queen what the ambassadors from foreign powers had done under existing circumstances. She told me that they could do nothing, and that the wife of the English ambassador had just given her a proof of the personal interest she took in her welfare by sending her linen for her son. I informed her that, in the pillaging of my house, all my accounts with her had been thrown into the carousel, and that every sheet of my month's expenditure was signed by her, sometimes leaving 4 or 5 inches of blank paper above her signature, a circumstance which rendered me very uneasy, from an apprehension that an improper use might be made of those signatures. She desired me to demand admission to the Committee of General Safety, and to make this declaration there. I repaired thither instantly and found a deputy, with whose name I have never become acquainted. After hearing me, he said that he would not receive my deposition, that Marie Antoinette was now nothing more than any other Frenchwoman, and that if any of those detached papers bearing her signature should be misapplied, she would have, at a future period, a right to lodge a complaint, and to support her declaration by the facts which I had just related. The Queen then regretted having sent me, and feared that she had, by her very caution, pointed out a method of fabricating forgeries which might be dangerous to her. Then again she exclaimed, "My apprehensions are as absurd as the step I made you take. They need nothing more for our ruin. All has been told." She gave us details of what had taken place, subsequently, to the King's arrival at the Assembly. They are all well known, and I have no occasion to record them. I will merely mention that she told us, though with much delicacy, that she was not a little hurt at the King's conduct since he had quitted the Tuileries, that his habit of laying no restraint upon his great appetite had prompted him to eat as if he had been at his palace, that those who did not know him as she did not feel the piety and the magnanimity of his resignation, all which produced so bad an effect that deputies who were devoted to him had warned him of it, but no change could be effected. I still see in imagination, and shall always see, that narrow cell at the Feuillans, hung with green paper, that wretched couch whence the dethroned Queen stretched out her arms to us, saying that our misfortunes, of which she was the cause, increased her own. There, for the last time, I saw the tears, I heard the sobs of her whom high birth, natural endowments, and above all, goodness of heart, had seemed to destine to adorn any throne, and be the happiness of any people. It is impossible for those who lived with Louis Roman XVI and Marie Antoinette not to be fully convinced, while doing full justice to the King's virtues, that if the Queen had been from the moment of her arrival in France the object of the care and affection of a prince of decision and authority, she would have only added to the glory of his reign. What affecting things I have heard the Queen say in the affliction caused her by the belief of part of the court, and the whole of the people, that she did not love France. How did that opinion shock those who knew her heart and her sentiments? Twice did I see her on the point of going from her apartments in the Tuileries into the gardens, to address the immense throng constantly assembled there to insult her. "Yes," exclaimed she, as she paced her chamber with hurried steps, "I will say to them, Frenchmen, they have had the cruelty to persuade you that I do not love France, I, the mother of a dauphin who will reign over this noble country, I, whom Providence has seated upon the most powerful throne of Europe. Of all the daughters of Maria Theresa, am I not that one whom fortune has most highly favored? And ought I not to feel all these advantages? What should I find at Vienna? Nothing but sepulchres. What should I lose in France? Everything which can confer glory." I protest I only repeat her own words. The soundness of her judgment soon pointed out to her the dangers of such a proceeding. "I should descend from the throne," said she, "merely, perhaps, to excite a momentary sympathy, which the factious would soon render more injurious than beneficial to me." Yes, not only did Marie Antoinette love France, but few women took greater pride in the courage of Frenchmen. I could adduce a multitude of proofs of this. I will relate 2 traits which demonstrate the noblest enthusiasm. The Queen was telling me that, at the coronation of the Emperor Francis Roman II, that prince, bespeaking the admiration of a French general officer, who was then an emigrant, for the fine appearance of his troops, said to him, "There are the men to beat your sans culottes." "That remains to be seen, sire," instantly replied the officer. The Queen added, "I don't know the name of that brave Frenchman, but I will learn it. The King ought to be in possession of it." As she was reading the public papers a few days before the 10th of August, she observed that mention was made of the courage of a young man who died in defending the flag he carried, and shouting, "Vive la nation!" "Ah, the fine lad!" Said the Queen, "What a happiness it would have been for us if such men had never left off crying, 'Vive de Roy!'" In all that I have hitherto said of this most unfortunate of women and of queens, those who did not live with her, those who knew her but partially, and especially the majority of foreigners, prejudiced by infamous libels, may imagine I have thought it my duty to sacrifice truth on the altar of gratitude. Fortunately, I can invoke unexceptionable witnesses. They will declare whether what I assert that I have seen and heard appears to them either untrue or improbable. Chapter 9. The queen, having been robbed of her purse as she was passing from the Tuileries to the Feuillants, requested my sister to lend her 25 louis. On being interrogated, the queen declared that these 25 louis had been lent to her by my sister. This formed a pretense for arresting her and me, and led to her death. Madame Campan. I spent part of the day at the Feuillants, and Her Majesty told me she would ask Potion to let me be with her in the place which the Assembly should decree for her prison. I then returned home to prepare everything that might be necessary for me to accompany her. On the same day, 11th August, at 9 in the evening, I returned to the Feuillants. I found there were orders at all the gates forbidding my being admitted. I claimed a right to enter by virtue of the first permission which had been given to me. I was again refused. I was told that the queen had as many people as were requisite about her. My sister was with her, as well as one of my companions, who came out of the prisons of the Abbaye on the 11th. I renewed my solicitations on the 12th. My tears and entreaties moved neither the keepers of the gates, nor even a deputy, to whom I addressed myself. I soon heard of the removal of Louis Roman XVI and his family to the Temple. I went to Potion accompanied by M. Valadin, for whom I had procured a place in the post office, and who was devoted to me. He determined to go up to Potion alone. He told him that those who requested to be confined could not be suspected of evil designs, and that no political opinion could afford a ground of objection to these solicitations. Seeing that the well-meaning man did not succeed, I thought to do more in person, but Potion persisted in his refusal and threatened to send me to La Force. Thinking to give me a kind of consolation, he added I might be certain that all those who were then with Louis Roman XVI and his family would not stay with them long. And in fact, 2 or 3 days afterwards, the Princess de Lamballe, Madame de Tourzel, her daughter, the Queen's first woman, the first woman of the Dauphin and of Madame M. de Chamilly and M. de Hue were carried off during the night and transferred to La Force. After the departure of the King and Queen for the Temple, my sister was detained a prisoner in the apartments their Majesties had quitted for 24 hours. From this time, I was reduced to the misery of having no further intelligence of my august and unfortunate mistress, but through the medium of the newspapers or the National Guard, who did duty at the Temple. The King and Queen said nothing to me at the Feuillants about the portfolio which had been deposited with me. No doubt they expected to see me again. The Minister Roland and the deputies composing the Provisional Government were very intent on a search for papers belonging to their Majesties. They had the whole of the Tuileries ransacked. The infamous Robespierre bethought himself of M. Campan, the Queen's private secretary, and said that his death was feigned, that he was living unknown in some obscure part of France and was doubtless the depositary of all the important papers. In a great portfolio belonging to the king, there had been found a solitary letter from the Comte d'Artois, which, by its date, and the subjects of which it treated, indicated the existence of a continued correspondence. This letter appeared among the documents used on the trial of Louis Roman XVI. A former preceptor of my son's had studied with Robespierre. The latter, meeting him in the street, and knowing the connection which had subsisted between him and the family of M. Campan, required him to say, upon his honor, whether he was certain of the death of the latter. The man replied that M. Campan had died at La Briche in 1791, and that he had seen him interred in the cemetery of Epinay. "Well, then," resumed Robespierre, "bring me the certificate of his burial at 12 tomorrow. It is a document for which I have pressing occasion." Upon hearing the deputy's demand, I instantly sent for a certificate of M. Campan's burial, and Robespierre received it at 9 o'clock the next morning. But I considered that, in thinking of my father-in-law, they were coming very near me, the real depositary of these important papers. I passed days and nights in considering what I could do for the best under such circumstances. I was thus situated when the order to inform against those who had been denounced as suspected on the 10th of August led to domiciliary visits. My servants were told that the people of the quarter in which I lived were talking much of the search that would be made in my house, and came to apprise me of it. I heard that 50 armed men would make themselves masters of M. Auguy's house, where I then was. I had just received this intelligence when M. Gougenot, the king's maître d'hôtel and receiver-general of the taxes, a man much attached to his sovereign, came into my room wrapped in a riding cloak. under which, with great difficulty, he carried the king's portfolio, which I had entrusted to him. He threw it down at my feet and said to me, "There is your deposit. I did not receive it from our unfortunate king's own hands. In delivering it to you, I have executed my trust." After saying this, he was about to withdraw. I stopped him, praying him to consult with me what I ought to do in such a trying emergency. He would not listen to my entreaties, or even hear me describe the course I intended to pursue. I told him my abode was about to be surrounded. I imparted to him what the Queen had said to me about the contents of the portfolio. To all this he answered, "There it is, decide for yourself. I will have no hand in it." Upon that I remained a few seconds thinking, and my conduct was founded upon the following reasons. I spoke aloud, although to myself. I walked about the room with agitated steps. Gougenot was thunderstruck. "Yes," said I, "when we can no longer communicate with our king and receive his orders, however attached we may be to him, we can only serve him according to the best of our own judgment." The Queen said to me, "This portfolio contains scarcely anything but documents of a most dangerous description in the event of a trial taking place, if it should fall into the hands of revolutionary persons." She mentioned, too, a single document which would, under the same circumstances, be useful. It is my duty to interpret her words and consider them as orders. She meant to say, "You will save such a paper, you will destroy the rest if they are likely to be taken from you." If it were not so, was there any occasion for her to enter into any detail as to what the portfolio contained? The order to keep it was sufficient. Probably it contains, moreover, the letters of that part of the family which has emigrated. There is nothing which may have been foreseen or decided upon that can be useful now, and there can be no political thread which has not been cut by the events of the 10th of August and the imprisonment of the king. My house is about to be surrounded. I cannot conceal anything of such bulk. I might then, through want of foresight, give up that which would cause the condemnation of the king. Let us open the portfolio, save the document alluded to, and destroy the rest. I took a knife and cut open one side of the portfolio. I saw a great number of envelopes endorsed by the king's own hand. Gougenot found there the former seals of the king, such as they were before the assembly had changed the inscription. No doubt it was in order to have the ancient seals ready at a moment's notice, in case of a counter-revolution, that the Queen desired me not to quit the Tuileries. Gougenot threw the seals into the river, one from above the Pont Neuf and the other from near the Pont Royal. Madame Campan. At this moment we heard a great noise. He agreed to tie up the portfolio, take it again under his cloak, and go to a safe place to execute what I had taken upon me to determine. He made me swear, by all I held most sacred, that I would affirm, under every possible emergency, that the course I was pursuing had not been dictated to me by anybody, and that, whatever might be the result, I would take all the credit or all the blame upon myself. I lifted up my hand and took the oath he required. He went out. Half an hour afterwards, a great number of armed men came to my house. They placed sentinels at all the outlets. They broke open secretaires and closets of which they had not the keys. They searched the flower pots and boxes. They examined the cellars, and the commandant repeatedly said, "Look particularly for papers." In the afternoon, Gougenot returned. He had still the seals of France about him, and he brought me a statement of all that he had burnt. The portfolio contained 20 letters from Monsieur, 18 or 19 from the Comte d'Artois, 17 from Madame Adelaide, 18 from Madame Victoire, a great many letters from Comte Alexander de Weymouth, and many from M. de Malesherbes, with documents annexed to them. There were also some from M. de Montmorin and other ex-ministers or ambassadors. Each correspondence had its title written in the king's own hand upon the blank paper which contained it. The most voluminous was that from Mirabeau. It was tied up with a scheme for an escape, which he thought necessary. Gougenot, who had skimmed over these letters with more attention than the rest, told me they were of so interesting a nature that the king had no doubt kept them as documents exceedingly valuable for a history of his reign, and that the correspondence with the princes, which was entirely relative to what was going forward abroad, in concert with the king, would have been fatal to him if it had been seized. After he had finished, he placed in my hands the prox-verbal, signed by all the ministers, to which the king attached so much importance, because he had given his opinion against the declaration of war. A copy of the letter written by the king to the princes, his brothers, inviting them to return to France, an account of the diamonds which the queen had sent to Brussels, These 2 documents were in my handwriting, and a receipt for 400,000 francs under the hand of a celebrated banker. This sum was part of the 800,000 francs which the Queen had gradually saved during her reign, out of her pension of 300,000 francs per annum, and out of the 100,000 francs given by way of present on the birth of the Dauphin. This receipt, written on a very small piece of paper, was in the cover of an almanac. I agreed with M. Gougenot, who was obliged by his office to reside in Paris, that he should retain the procs, verbal of the council and the receipt for the 400,000 francs, and that we should wait either for orders or for the means of transmitting these documents to the king or queen, and I set out for Versailles. The strictness of the precautions taken to guard the illustrious prisoners was daily increased. The idea that I could not inform the king of the course I had adopted of burning his papers, and the fear that I should not be able to transmit to him that which he had pointed out as necessary, tormented me to such a degree that it is wonderful my health endured the strain. The dreadful trial drew near. Official advocates were granted to the king. The heroic virtue of M. de Malesherbes induced him to brave the most imminent dangers, either to save his master or to perish with him. I hoped also to be able to find some means of informing His Majesty of what I had thought it right to do. I sent a man, on whom I could rely, to Paris, to request M. Gougenot to come to me at Versailles. He came immediately. We agreed that he should see M. de Malesherbes, without availing himself of any intermediate person for that purpose. M. Gougenot awaited his return from the temple at the door of his hotel and made a sign that he wished to speak to him. A moment afterwards, a servant came to introduce him into the magistrate's room. He imparted to M. de Malesherbes what I had thought it right to do with respect to the king's papers, and placed in his hands the procs, verbal of the council, which His Majesty had preserved in order to serve, if occasion required it, for a ground of his defense. However, that paper is not mentioned in either of the speeches of his advocate. Probably it was determined not to make use of it. I stop at that terrible period, which is marked by the assassination of a king whose virtues are well known. But I cannot refrain from relating what he deigned to say in my favor to M. de Malesherbes. Let Madame Campan know that she did what I should myself have ordered her to do. I thank her for it. She is one of those whom I regret I have it not in my power to recompense for their fidelity to my person and for their good services. I did not hear of this until the morning after he had suffered, and I think I should have sunk under my despair if this honorable testimony had not given me some consolation. Supplement to Chapter 9. Madame Campan's narrative breaking off abruptly at the time of the painful end met with by her sister. We have supplemented it by abridged accounts of the chief incidents in the tragedy, which overwhelmed the royal house she so faithfully served, taken from contemporary records and the best historical authorities. The royal family in the Temple. The Assembly having, at the instance of the Commune of Paris, decreed that the royal family should be immured in the Temple, they were removed thither from the Feuillants on the 13th of August, 1792, in the charge of Potion, mayor of Paris, and Santerre, the commandant general. 12 commissioners of the General Council were to keep constant watch at the temple, which had been fortified by earthworks and garrisoned by detachments of the National Guard, no person being allowed to enter without permission from the municipality. The temple, formerly the headquarters of the Knights Templars in Paris, consisted of 2 buildings: the palace, facing the Rue du Temple, usually occupied by one of the princes of the blood, and the tower, standing behind the palace. Clary gives a more minute description of this singular building. The small tower of the temple in which the king was then confined stood with its back against the great tower, without any interior communication, and formed a long square, flanked by 2 turrets. In one of these turrets there was a narrow staircase that led from the first floor to a gallery on the platform. In the other were small rooms, answering to each story of the tower. The body of the building was 4 stories high. The first consisted of an antechamber, a dining room, and a small room in the turret, where there was a library containing from 12 to 1,500 volumes. The second story was divided nearly in the same manner. The largest room was the Queen's bedchamber, in which the Dauphin also slept. The second, which was separated from the Queen's by a small antechamber almost without light, was occupied by Madame Royale and Madame Elizabeth. The king's apartments were on the 3rd story. He slept in the great room and made a study of the turret closet. There was a kitchen separated from the king's chamber by a small dark room, which had been successively occupied by M. de Chamilly and M. de Hugh. The fourth story was shut up, and on the ground floor there were kitchens of which no use was made. Journal, p. 96. The tower was a square building, with a round tower at each corner and a small turret on one side, usually called the tourelle. In the narrative of the Duchesse d'Angoulême, she says that the soldiers who escorted the royal prisoners wished to take the king alone to the tower, and his family to the palace of the Temple, but that on the way Manuel received an order to imprison them all in the tower, where so little provision had been made for their reception that Madame Elizabeth slept in the kitchen. The royal family were accompanied by the Princess de Lamballe, Madame de Tourzel and her daughter Pauline, Mesdames de Navarre, de Saint-Brice, Thibaut and Bazire, de Hugh and de Chamilly, and 3 men servants in order from the commune soon removed these devoted attendants, and M. de Hugh alone was permitted to return. "We all passed the day together," says Madame Real. "My father taught my brother geography, my mother history, and to learn verses by heart, and my aunt gave him lessons in arithmetic. My father fortunately found a library which amused him, and my mother worked tapestry. We went every day to walk in the garden for the sake of my brother's health, though the king was always insulted by the guard. On the feast of St. Louis, Ca-Ira was sung under the walls of the temple. Manuel that evening brought my aunt a letter from her aunts at Rome. It was the last the family received from without. My father was no longer called king. He was treated with no kind of respect. The officers always sat in his presence and never took off their hats. They deprived him of his sword and searched his pockets. Pétion sent as jailer the horrible man who had broken open my father's door on the 20th June, 1792, and who had been near assassinating him. This man never left the tower and was indefatigable in endeavoring to torment him. One time he would sing the carmagnole and 1,000 other horrors before us. Again, knowing that my mother disliked the smoke of tobacco, he would puff it in her face, as well as in that of my father, as they happened to pass him. He took care always to be in bed before we went to supper, because he knew that we must pass through his room. My father suffered it all with gentleness, forgiving the man from the bottom of his heart. My mother bore it with a dignity that frequently repressed his insolence. The only occasion, Madame Real adds, on which the Queen showed any impatience at the conduct of the officials, was when a municipal officer woke the Dauphin suddenly in the night to make certain that he was safe, as though the sight of the peacefully sleeping child would not have been in itself the best assurance. Cléry, the valet de chambre of the Dauphin, having with difficulty obtained permission to resume his duties, entered the Temple on the 24th August, and for 8 days shared with M. de Hugh the personal attendance. But on the 2 September de Hugh was arrested, seals were placed on the little room he had occupied, and Cléry passed the night in that of the king. On the following morning, Manuel arrived, charged by the commune to inform the king that de Hugh would not be permitted to return and to offer to send another person. "I thank you," answered the king. "I will manage with the valet de chambre of my son, and if the council refuse, I will serve myself. I am determined to do it." On the 3 September Manuel visited the temple and assured the king that Madame de Lamballe and all the other prisoners who had been removed to La Force were well and safely guarded. But at 3 o'clock, says Madame Real, just after dinner, and as the king was sitting down to trick-track with my mother, which he played for the purpose of having an opportunity of saying a few words to her unheard by the keepers, the most horrid shouts were heard. The officer who happened to be on guard in the room behaved well. He shut the door and the window and even drew the curtains to prevent their seeing anything, but outside the workmen and the jailer Rocher joined the assassins and increased the tumult. Several officers of the guard and the municipality now arrived, and on my father asking what was the matter, a young officer replied, "Well, since you will know, it is the head of Madame de Lamballe that they want to show you." At these words, my mother was overcome with horror. It was the only occasion on which her firmness abandoned her. The municipal officers were very angry with the young man, but the king, with his usual goodness, excused him, saying that it was his own fault since he had questioned the officer. The noise lasted till 5 o'clock. We learned that the people had wished to force the door, and that the municipal officers had been enabled to prevent it only by putting a tricolored scarf across it, and allowing 6 of the murderers to march round our prison with the head of the princess, leaving at the door her body, which they would have dragged in also. Clery was not so fortunate as to escape the frightful spectacle. He had gone down to dine with Tisson and his wife, employed as servants in the temple, and says, "We were hardly seated when a head, on the end of a pike, was presented at the window. Tisson's wife gave a great cry. The assassins fancied they recognized the queen's voice and responded by savage laughter. Under the idea that His Majesty was still at table, they placed their dreadful trophy where it must be seen. It was the head of the Princess de Lamballe. Although bleeding, it was not disfigured, and her light hair, still in curls, hung about the pike. At length, the immense mob that surrounded the temple gradually withdrew, to follow the head of the Princess de Lamballe to the Palais Royal. The pike that bore the head was fixed before the Duc d'Orléans's window as he was going to dinner. It is said that he looked at this horrid sight without horror, went into the dining room, sat down to table, and helped his guests without saying a word. His silence and coolness left it doubtful whether the assassins, in presenting him this bloody trophy, intended to offer him an insult or to pay him homage. De Mauleville's Annals of the French Revolution, Volume Roman 7, p. 398. Meanwhile, the royal family could scarcely believe that for the time their lives were saved. "My aunt and I heard the drums beating to arms all night," says Madame Réal. "My unhappy mother did not even attempt to sleep. We heard her sobs." In the comparative tranquility which followed the September massacres, the royal family resumed the regular habits they had adopted on entering the temple. "The king usually rose at 6 in the morning," says Clery. "He shaved himself, and I dressed his hair. He then went to his reading room, which, being very small, the municipal officer on duty remained in the bedchamber with the door open, that he might always keep the king in sight. His Majesty continued praying on his knees for some time, and then read till 9. During that interval, after putting his chamber to rights and preparing the breakfast, I went down to the queen, who never opened her door till I arrived, in order to prevent the municipal officer from going into her apartment. At 9 o'clock the queen, the children, and Madame Elizabeth went up to the king's chamber to breakfast. At 10, the king and his family went down to the queen's chamber, and there passed the day. He employed himself in educating his son, made him recite passages from Corneille and Racine, gave him lessons in geography, and exercised him in coloring the maps. The queen, on her part, was employed in the education of her daughter, and these different lessons lasted till 11 o'clock. The remaining time till noon was passed in needlework, knitting, or making tapestry. At 1 o'clock, when the weather was fine, the royal family were conducted to the garden by 4 municipal officers and the commander of a legion of the National Guard. As there were a number of workmen in the temple employed in pulling down houses and building new walls, they only allowed a part of the chestnut tree walk for the promenade, in which I was allowed to share, and where I also played with the young prince at ball, quoits, or races. At 2 we returned to the tower, where I served the dinner, at which time Santerre regularly came to the temple, attended by 2 aides-de-camp. The king sometimes spoke to him, the queen never. After the meal the royal family came down into the queen's room, and their majesties generally played a game of piquet or trick-track. At 4 o'clock the king took a little repose, the princesses round him, each with a book. When the king woke the conversation was resumed, and I gave writing lessons to his son, taking the copies, according to his instructions, from the works of Montesquieu and other celebrated authors. After the lesson I took the young prince into Madame Elizabeth's room, where we played at ball, and battledore and shuttlecock. In the evening the family sat round a table, while the queen read to them from books of history or other works proper to instruct and amuse the children. Madame Elizabeth took the book in her turn, and in this manner they read till 8 o'clock. After that I served the supper of the young prince, in which the royal family shared, and the king amused the children with charades out of a collection of French papers which he found in the library. After the dauphin had supped, I undressed him, and the queen heard him say his prayers. At 9 the king went to supper, and afterwards went for a moment to the queen's chamber, shook hands with her and his sister for the night, kissed his children, and then retired to the turret room, where he sat reading till midnight. The queen and the princesses locked themselves in, and one of the municipal officers remained in the little room which parted their chamber, where he passed the night. The other followed his majesty. In this manner was the time passed as long as the king remained in the small tower. But even these harmless pursuits were too often made the means of further insulting and thwarting the unfortunate family. Commissary, Leclerc interrupted the prince's writing lessons, proposing to substitute Republican works for those from which the king selected his copies. A smith, who was present when the queen was reading the history of France to her children, denounced her to the Commune for choosing the period when the Constable de Bourbon took arms against France, and said she wished to inspire her son with unpatriotic feelings. A municipal officer asserted that the multiplication table the prince was studying would afford a means of speaking in cipher, so arithmetic had to be abandoned. Much the same occurred even with the needlework. The queen and princess finished some chairbacks, which they wished to send to the Duchesse de Tarrant. But the officials considered that the patterns were hieroglyphics, intended for carrying on a correspondence, and ordered that none of the princess's work should leave the temple. The short daily walk in the garden was also embittered by the rude behavior of the military and municipal jailers. Sometimes, however, it afforded an opportunity for marks of sympathy to be shown. People would station themselves at the windows of houses overlooking the temple gardens and evince by gestures their loyal affection. And some of the sentinels showed, even by tears, that their duty was painful to them. On the 21st September, the National Convention was constituted, Pétion being made president and Collot de Herbois moving the abolition of royalty amidst transports of applause. That afternoon, a municipal officer attended by gendarmes à cheval and followed by a crowd of people arrived at the temple and, after a flourish of trumpets, proclaimed the establishment of the French Republic. The man, says Cléry, had the voice of a stentor. The royal family could distinctly hear the announcement of the king's deposition. Hebert, so well known under the title of Pierre Duchesne, and Destournelles were on guard. They were sitting near the door and turned to the king with meaning smiles. He had a book in his hand and went on reading without changing countenance. The queen showed the same firmness. The proclamation finished, the trumpets sounded afresh. I went to the window, the people took me for Louis Roman XVI, and I was overwhelmed with insults. After the new decree, the prisoners were treated with increased harshness. Pens, paper, ink, and pencils were taken from them. The king and Madame Elizabeth gave up all, but the queen and her daughter each concealed a pencil. In the beginning of October, says Madame Réal, after my father had supped, he was told to stop, that he was not to return to his former apartments, and that he was to be separated from his family. At this dreadful sentence, the queen lost her usual courage. We parted from him with abundance of tears, though we expected to see him again in the morning. At 9 o'clock, says Cléry, the king asked to be taken to his family, but the municipal officers replied that they had no orders for that. Shortly afterwards, a boy brought the king some bread and a decanter of lemonade for his breakfast. The king gave half the bread to Cléry, saying, "It seems they have forgotten your breakfast. Take this, the rest is enough for me." Cléry refused, but the king insisted. I could not contain my tears, he adds. The king perceived them, and his own fell also. They brought in our breakfast separately from his, however. My mother would take nothing. The officers, alarmed at her silent and concentrated sorrow, allowed us to see the king, but at mealtimes only, and on condition that we should not speak low, nor in any foreign language, but loud and in good French. We went down, therefore, with the greatest joy to dine with my father. In the evening, when my brother was in bed, my mother and my aunt alternately sat with him or went with me to sup with my father. In the morning, after breakfast, we remained in the king's apartments while Cléry dressed our hair, as he was no longer allowed to come to my mother's room, and this arrangement gave us the pleasure of spending a few moments more with my father. When the first deputation from the Council of the Commune visited the temple and formally inquired whether the king had any complaint to make, he replied, "No, while he was permitted to remain with his family, he was happy." The royal prisoners had no comfort except their affection for each other. At that time, even common necessaries were denied them. Their small stock of linen had been lent them by persons of the court during the time they spent at the Feuillants. The princesses mended their clothes every day, and after the king had gone to bed, Madame Elizabeth mended his. With much trouble, says Cléry, I procured some fresh linen for them. But the workwomen having marked it with crowned letters, the princesses were ordered to pick them out. The room in the great tower to which the king had been removed contained only one bed and no other article of furniture. A chair was brought on which Cléry spent the first night. Painters were still at work on the room, and the smell of the paint, he says, was almost unbearable. This room was afterwards furnished by collecting from various parts of the temple a chest of drawers, a small bureau, a few odd chairs, a chimney glass, and a bed hung with green damask, which had been used by the captain of the guard to the Comte d'Artois. A room for the queen was being prepared over that of the king, and she implored the workmen to finish it quickly, but it was not ready for her occupation for some time, and when she was allowed to remove to it, the dauphin was taken from her and placed with his father. When their majesties met again in the great tower, says Clery, there was little change in the hours fixed for meals, reading, walking, and the education of their children. They were not allowed to have mass said in the temple, and therefore commissioned Clery to get them the breviary in use in the diocese of Paris. Among the books read by the king while in the tower were Hume's History of England, in the original, Tasso, and the De Imitation Christi. The jealous suspicions of the municipal officers led to the most absurd investigations. A draft board was taken to pieces lest the squares should hide treasonable papers. Macaroons were broken in half to see that they did not contain letters. Peaches were cut open, and the stones cracked, and Clery was compelled to drink the essence of soap prepared for shaving the king, under the pretense that it might contain poison. In November, the king and all the family had feverish colds, and Clery had an attack of rheumatic fever. On the first day of his illness, he got up and tried to dress his master, but the king, seeing how ill he was, ordered him to lie down and himself dressed the dauphin. The little prince waited on Clery all day, and in the evening the king contrived to approach his bed and said, in a low voice, "I should like to take care of you myself, but you know how we are watched. Take courage, tomorrow you shall see my doctor." Madame Elizabeth brought the valet cooling draughts, of which she deprived herself, and after Clery was able to get up, the young prince one night with great difficulty kept awake till 11 o'clock in order to give him a box of lozenges when he went to make the king's bed. On 7th December, a deputation from the commune brought an order that the royal family should be deprived of knives, razors, scissors, penknives, and all other cutting instruments. The king gave up a knife and took from a morocco case a pair of scissors and a penknife, and the officials then searched the room, taking away the little toilet implements of gold and silver, and afterwards removing the princess's working materials. Returning to the king's room, they insisted upon seeing what remained in his pocket case. "Are these toys which I have in my hand also cutting instruments?" asked the king, showing them a corkscrew, a turn screw, and a steel for lighting. These also were taken from him. Shortly afterwards, Madame Elizabeth was mending the king's coat, and having no scissors, was compelled to break the thread with her teeth. "What a contrast!" he exclaimed, looking at her tenderly. "You wanted nothing in your pretty house at Montreuil." "Ah, brother," she answered, "how can I have any regret when I partake your misfortunes?" The queen had frequently to take on herself some of the humble duties of a servant. This was especially painful to Louis Roman XVI, when the anniversary of some state festival brought the contrast between past and present with unusual keenness before him. "Ah, madame," he once exclaimed, "what an employment for a queen of France! Could they see that at Vienna? Who would have foreseen that, in uniting your lot to mine, you would have descended so low?" "And you esteem as nothing," she replied, "the glory of being the wife of one of the best and most persecuted of men? Are not such misfortunes the noblest honors?" Meanwhile, the assembly had decided that the king should be brought to trial. Nearly all parties, except the Girondists, no matter how bitterly opposed to each other, could agree in making him the scapegoat, and the first rumor of the approaching ordeal was conveyed to the temple by Clery's wife, who, with a friend, had permission occasionally to visit him. "I did not know how to announce this terrible news to the king," he says, "but time was pressing, and he had forbidden my concealing anything from him. In the evening, while undressing him, I gave him an account of all I had learnt, and added that there were only 4 days to concert some plan of corresponding with the queen. The arrival of the municipal officer would not allow me to say more. Next morning, when the king rose, I could not get a moment for speaking with him. He went up with his son to breakfast with the princesses, and I followed. After breakfast, he talked long with the queen, who, by a look full of trouble, made me understand that they were discussing what I had told the king. During the day, I found an opportunity of describing to Madame Elizabeth how much it had cost me to augment the king's distresses by informing him of his approaching trial. She reassured me, saying that the king felt this as a mark of attachment on my part, and added, "That which most troubles him is the fear of being separated from us." In the evening, the king told me how satisfied he was at having had warning that he was to appear before the convention. "Continue," he said, "to endeavor to find out something as to what they want to do with me. Never fear distressing me. I have agreed with my family not to seem pre-informed in order not to compromise you." On the 11th December, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the prisoners heard the generale beaten throughout Paris, and cavalry and cannon entered the temple gardens. At 9, the king and the dauphin went as usual to breakfast with the queen. They were allowed to remain together for an hour, but constantly under the eyes of their republican guardians. At last they were obliged to part, doubtful whether they would ever see each other again. The little prince, who remained with his father and was ignorant of the new cause for anxiety, begged hard that the king would play at ninepins with him as usual. Twice the dauphin could not get beyond a certain number. "Each time that I get up to 16, he said, with some vexation, "I lose the game." The king did not reply, but Clary fancied the words made a painful impression on him. At 11, while the king was giving the dauphin a reading lesson, 2 municipal officers entered and said they had come to take young Louis to his mother. The king inquired why, but was only told that such were the orders of the council. At 1 o'clock the mayor of Paris, Chambon accompanied by Chomet, procureur de la commune, Santerre, commandant of the National Guard, and others, arrived at the temple and read a decree to the king, which ordered that Louis Capet should be brought before the convention. "Capet is not my name," he replied, "but that of one of my ancestors. I could have wished," he added, "that you had left my son with me during the last 2 hours. But this treatment is consistent with all I have experienced here. I follow you, not because I recognize the authority of the convention, but because I can be compelled to obey it." He then followed the mayor to a carriage which waited, with a numerous escort, at the gate of the temple. The family left behind were overwhelmed with grief and apprehension. "It is impossible to describe the anxiety we suffered," says Madame Réal. "My mother used every endeavor with the officer who guarded her to discover what was passing. It was the first time she had condescended to question any of these men. He would tell her nothing." Chapter 10. During the alarm for the life of the queen, regret at not possessing an heir to the throne was not even thought of. The king himself was wholly occupied with the care of preserving an adored wife. The young princess was presented to her mother. "Poor little one," said the queen, "you were not wished for, but you are not on that account less dear to me. A son would have been rather the property of the state. You shall be mine, you shall have my undivided care, shall share all my happiness, and console me in all my troubles." The king dispatched a courier to Paris, and wrote letters himself to Vienna, by the queen's bedside, and part of the rejoicings ordered took place in the capital. A great number of attendants watched near the queen during the first nights of her confinement. This custom distressed her. She knew how to feel for others, and ordered large armchairs for her women, the backs of which were capable of being let down by springs, and which served perfectly well instead of beds. M. de Lasson, the chief physician, the chief surgeon, the chief apothecary, the principal officers of the buttery, etc., were likewise 9 nights without going to bed. The royal children were watched for a long time, and one of the women on duty remained, nightly up and dressed, during the first 3 years from their birth. The queen made her entry into Paris for the churching. 100 maidens were portioned and married at Notre Dame. There were few popular acclamations, but Her Majesty was perfectly well received at the opera. A few days after the queen's recovery from her confinement, the cure of the Magdalene de la City at Paris wrote to M. Campan and requested a private interview with him. It was to desire he would deliver into the hands of the queen a little box containing her wedding ring, with this note written by the cure: "I have received under the seal of confession the ring which I send to your Majesty," with an avowal that it was stolen from you in 1771 in order to be used in sorceries to prevent your having any children. On seeing her ring again, the queen said that she had in fact lost it about 7 years before, while washing her hands, and that she had resolved to use no endeavor to discover the superstitious woman who had done her the injury. The queen's attachment to the Comtesse Jules increased every day. She went frequently to her house at Paris, and even took up her own abode at the Château de la Muette to be nearer during her confinement. She married Mademoiselle de Polignac, when scarcely 13 years of age, to M. de Grammont, who, on account of this marriage, was made Duc de Guiche and captain of the king's guards in reversion after the Duc de Villeroy. The Duchesse de Sivrac, Madame Victoire's Dame de Henneur, had been promised the place for the Duc de Lorges, her son. The number of discontented families at court increased. The title of favorite was too openly given to the Comtesse Jules by her friends. The lot of the favorite of a queen is not, in France, a happy one. The favorites of kings are treated, out of gallantry, with much greater indulgence. A short time after the birth of Madame, the queen became again enceinte. She had mentioned it only to the king, to her physician, and to a few persons honored with her intimate confidence, when, having overexerted her strength in pulling lip one of the glasses of her carriage, she felt that she had hurt herself, and 8 days afterwards she miscarried. The king spent the whole morning at her bedside, consoling her and manifesting the tenderest concern for her. The queen wept exceedingly. The king took her affectionately in his arms and mingled his tears with hers. The king enjoined silence among the small number of persons who were informed of this unfortunate occurrence, and it remained generally unknown. These particulars furnish an accurate idea of the manner in which this august couple lived together. The Empress Maria Theresa did not enjoy the happiness of seeing her daughter given heir to the crown of France. That illustrious princess died at the close of 1780, after having proved by her example that, as in the instance of Queen Blanche, the talents of a sovereign might be blended with the virtues of a pious princess. The king was deeply affected at the death of the empress, and on the arrival of the courier from Vienna, said that he could not bring himself to afflict the queen by informing her of an event which grieved even him so much. His Majesty thought the Abbé de Vermond, who had possessed the confidence of Maria Theresa during his stay at Vienna, the most proper person to discharge this painful duty. He sent his first valet de chambre, M. de Chamely, to the Abbé on the evening of the day he received the dispatches from Vienna, to order him to come the next day to the queen before her breakfast hour, to acquit himself discreetly of the afflicting commission with which he was charged, and to let his Majesty know the moment of his entering the queen's chamber. It was the king's intention to be there precisely a quarter of an hour after him, and he was punctual to his time. He was announced. The Abbé came out, and his Majesty said to him, as he drew up at the door to let him pass, "I thank you, Monsieur l'Abbé, for the service you have just done me." This was the only time during 19 years that the king spoke to him. Within an hour after learning the event, the queen put on temporary mourning, while waiting until her court mourning should be ready. She kept herself shut up in her apartments for several days, went out only to mass, saw none but the royal family, and received none but the Princess de Lamballe and the Duchesse de Polignac. She talked incessantly of the courage, the misfortunes, the successes, and the virtues of her mother. The shroud and dress in which Maria Theresa was to be buried, made entirely by her own hands, were found ready prepared in one of her closets. She often regretted that the numerous duties of her august mother had prevented her from watching in person over the education of her daughters, and modestly said that she herself would have been more worthy if she had had the good fortune to receive lessons directly from a sovereign so enlightened and so deserving of admiration. The queen told me one day that her mother was left a widow at an age when her beauty was yet striking, that she was secretly informed of a plot laid by her 3 principal ministers to make themselves agreeable to her, of a compact made between them, that the losers should not feel any jealousy towards him who should be fortunate enough to gain his sovereign's heart, and that they had sworn that the successful one should be always the friend of the other 2. The empress being assured of this scheme, one day after the breaking up of the council over which she had presided, turned the conversation upon the subject of female sovereigns and the duties of their sex and rank, and then applying her general reflections to herself in particular, told them that she hoped to guard herself all her life against weaknesses of the heart, but that if ever an irresistible feeling should make her alter her resolution, it should be only in favor of a man proof against ambition, not engaged in state affairs, but attached only to a private life, and its calm enjoyments in a word, if her heart should betray her so far as to lead her to love a man invested with any important office. From the moment he should discover her sentiments, he would forfeit his place and his influence with the public. This was sufficient. The 3 ministers, more ambitious than amorous, gave up their projects forever. On the 22nd of October, 1781, the Queen gave birth to a dauphin. The first dauphin, Louis, born 1781, died 1789. So deep a silence prevailed in the room that the Queen thought her child was a daughter. But after the keeper of the seals had declared the sex of the infant, the King went up to the Queen's bed and said to her, "Madame, you have fulfilled my wishes and those of France. You are the mother of a dauphin." The King's joy was boundless. Tears streamed from his eyes, he gave his hand to every one present, and his happiness carried away his habitual reserve. Cheerful and affable, he was incessantly taking occasion to introduce the words, "my son," or "the dauphin." As soon as the Queen was in bed, she wished to see the long-looked-for infant. The Princess de Guémeny brought him to her. The Queen said there was no need for commending him to the princess, but in order to enable her to attend to him more freely, she would herself share the care of the education of her daughter. When the dauphin was settled in his apartment, he received the customary homages and visits. The Duc d'Angoulême, meeting his father at the entrance of the dauphin's apartment, said to him, "Oh, papa, how little my cousin is! The day will come when you will think him great enough, my dear," answered the prince, almost involuntarily, eldest son of the Comte d'Artois, until the birth of the dauphin with near prospects of the succession. The birth of the dauphin appeared to give joy to all classes. Men stopped one another in the streets, spoke without being acquainted, and those who were acquainted embraced each other. In the birth of a legitimate heir, to the sovereign every man beholds a pledge of prosperity and tranquility. M. Mérard de Saint just made a quatrain on the birth of the dauphin to the following effect: "This infant prince our hopes are centered in will doubtless make us happy, rich, and free. And since with somebody he must begin, my fervent prayer is that it may be me." Note by the editor. The rejoicings were splendid and ingenious. The artificers and tradesmen of Paris spent considerable sums in order to go to Versailles in a body, with their various insignia. Almost every troop had music with it. When they arrived at the court of the palace, they there arranged themselves so as to present a most interesting living picture. Chimney sweepers, quite as well dressed as those that appear upon the stage, carried an ornamented chimney, at the top of which was perched one of the smallest of their fraternity. The chairman carried a sedan highly gilt, in which were to be seen a handsome nurse and a little dauphin. The butchers made their appearance with their fat ox. Cooks, masons, blacksmiths, all trades were on the alert. The smiths hammered away upon an anvil, the shoemakers finished off a little pair of boots for the dauphin, and the tailors a little suit of the uniform of his regiment. The king remained a long time upon a balcony to enjoy the sight. The whole court was delighted with it. So general was the enthusiasm that, the police not having carefully examined the procession, the grave diggers had the imprudence to send their deputation also, with the emblematic devices of their ill-omened occupation. They were met by the Princess Sophie, the king's aunt, who was thrilled with horror at the sight, and entreated the king to have the audacious fellows driven out of the procession, which was then drawing up on the terrace. The Dames de la Halle came to congratulate the queen, and were received with the suitable ceremonies. 50 of them appeared dressed in black silk gowns, the established full dress of their order, and almost all wore diamonds. The Princess de Chimay went to the door of the queen's bedroom to receive 3 of these ladies, who were led up to the queen's bed. One of them addressed Her Majesty in a speech written by M. de la Harpe. It was set down on the inside of a fan, to which the speaker repeatedly referred, but without any embarrassment. She was handsome, and had a remarkably fine voice. The queen was affected by the address, and answered it with great affability, wishing a distinction to be made between these women and the Poissards, who always left a disagreeable impression on her mind. The king ordered a substantial repast for all these women. One of His Majesty's maîtres d'hôtel, wearing his hat, sat as president and did the honors of the table. The public were admitted, and numbers of people had the curiosity to go. The Garden du Corps obtained the king's permission to give the queen a dress ball in the great hall of the opera at Versailles. Her Majesty opened the ball in a minuet with a private selected by the corps, to whom the king granted the baton of an exempt. The fête was most splendid. All then was joy, happiness, and peace. The dauphin was a year old when the Prince de Guémeny's bankruptcy compelled the princess, his wife, who was governess to the children of France, to resign her situation. The queen was at La Muette for the inoculation of her daughter. She sent for me, and condescended to say she wished to converse with me about a scheme which delighted her, but in the execution of which she foresaw some inconveniences. Her plan was to appoint the Duchesse de Polignac to the office lately held by the Princess de Guéménée. She saw with extreme pleasure the facilities which this appointment would give her for superintending the education of her children, without running any risk of hurting the pride of the governess, and that it would bring together the objects of her warmest affections, her children and her friend. The friends of the Duchesse de Polignac, continued the Queen, will be gratified by the splendor and importance conferred by the employment. As to the Duchess, I know her. The place by no means suits her simple and quiet habits, nor the sort of indolence of her disposition. She will give me the greatest possible proof of her devotion if she yields to my wish. The Queen also spoke of the Princess de Chimay and the Duchesse de Duras, whom the public pointed out as fit for the post, but she thought the Princess de Chimay's piety too rigid, and as to the Duchesse de Duras, her wit and learning quite frightened her. What the Queen dreaded as the consequence of her selection of the Duchesse de Polignac was principally the jealousy of the courtiers, but she showed so lively a desire to see her scheme executed that I had no doubt she would soon set at naught all the obstacles she discovered. I was not mistaken. A few days afterwards the Duchess was appointed governess. The Queen's object in sending for me was no doubt to furnish me with the means of explaining the feelings which induced her to prefer a governess disposed by friendship to suffer her to enjoy all the privileges of a mother. Her Majesty knew that I saw a great deal of company. The Queen frequently dined with the Duchess after having been present at the King's private dinner. 61,000 francs were therefore added to the salary of the governess as a compensation for this increase of expense. The Queen was tired of the excursions to Marly and had no great difficulty in setting the King against them. He did not like the expense of them, for everybody was entertained there gratis. Louis Roman XIV had established a kind of parade upon these excursions, differing from that of Versailles, but still more annoying. Card and supper parties occurred every day and required much dress. On Sundays and holidays the fountains played, the people were admitted into the gardens, and there was as great a crowd as at the fêtes of St. Cloud. Every age has its peculiar coloring. Marly showed that of Louis Roman XIV, even more than Versailles. Everything in the former place appeared to have been produced by the magic power of a fairy's wand. Not the slightest trace of all this splendor remains. The revolutionary spoilers even tore up the pipes which served to supply the fountains. Perhaps a brief description of this palace and the usages established there by Louis Roman XIV may be acceptable. The very extensive gardens of Marly ascended almost imperceptibly to the Pavilion of the Sun, which was occupied only by the King and his family. The pavilions of the 12 zodiacal signs bounded the two sides of the lawn. They were connected by bowers impervious to the rays of the sun. The pavilions nearest to that of the sun were reserved for the princes of the blood and the ministers. The rest were occupied by persons holding superior offices at court or invited to stay at Marly. Each pavilion was named after fresco paintings, which covered its walls and which had been executed by the most celebrated artists of the age of Louis Roman XIV. On a line with the upper pavilion, there was on the left a chapel. On the right a pavilion called La Perspective, which concealed a long suite of offices containing 100 lodging rooms intended for the persons belonging to the service of the court, kitchens, and spacious dining rooms, in which more than 30 tables were splendidly laid out. During half of Louis Roman XV's reign, the ladies still wore the habit de cour de Marly, so named by Louis Roman XIV, and which differed little from that devised for Versailles. The French gown, gathered in the back and with great hoops, replaced this dress and continued to be worn till the end of the reign of Louis Roman XVI. The diamonds, feathers, rouge, and embroidered stuffs spangled with gold effaced all trace of a rural residence. But the people loved to see the splendor of their sovereign and a brilliant court glittering in the shades of the woods. After dinner and before the hour for cards, the Queen, the princesses, and their ladies paraded among the clumps of trees in little carriages, beneath canopies richly embroidered with gold, drawn by men in the King's livery. The trees planted by Louis Roman XIV were of prodigious height, which, however, was surpassed in several of the groups by fountains of the clearest water, while, among others, cascades over white marble, the waters of which, met by the sunbeams, looked like draperies of silver gauze, formed a contrast to the solemn darkness of the groves. In the evening, nothing more was necessary for any well-dressed man to procure admission to the Queen's card parties than to be named and presented, by some officer of the court, to the gentleman usher of the card-room. This room, which was very large and of octagonal shape, rose to the top of the Italian roof and terminated in a cupola furnished with balconies, in which ladies who had not been presented easily obtained leave to place themselves, and enjoy the sight of the brilliant assemblage. Though not of the number of persons belonging to the court, gentlemen admitted into this salon might request one of the ladies seated with the Queen at lansquenet or faro to bet upon her cards with such gold or notes as they presented to her. Rich people and the gamblers of Paris did not miss one of the evenings at the Marly salon, and there were always considerable sums won and lost. Louis Roman XVI hated high play and very often showed displeasure when the loss of large sums was mentioned. The fashion of wearing a black coat without being in mourning had not then been introduced, and the king gave a few of his coups de boutoir to certain chevaliers de Saint Louis, dressed in this manner, who came to venture 2 or 3 louis, in the hope that fortune would favor the handsome duchesses who deigned to place them on their cards. Bacamont in his Memoirs, tome Roman 12, p. 189, which are often satirical and always somewhat questionable, speaks of the singular precautions taken at play at court. The bankers at the Queen's table, says he, in order to prevent the mistakes I soften the harshness of his expression, which daily happen, have obtained permission from Her Majesty that before beginning to play the table shall be bordered by a ribbon entirely round it, and that no other money than that upon the cards beyond the ribbon shall be considered as staked. Note by the editor. Singular contrasts are often seen amidst the grandeur of courts. In order to manage such high play at the Queen's faro table, it was necessary to have a banker provided with large sums of money, and this necessity placed at the table, to which none but the highest titled persons were admitted in general, not only M. de Chalabert, who was its banker, but also a retired captain of foot, who officiated as his second. A word, trivial, but perfectly appropriate to express the manner in which the court was attended there, was often heard. Gentlemen presented at court, who had not been invited to stay at Marly, came there notwithstanding, as they did to Versailles, and returned again to Paris. Under such circumstances, it was said such a one had been to Marly only en passant, a contemptuous expression, meaning literally as a scamp or rascal, and it appeared odd to hear a captivating marquis, in answer to the inquiry whether he was of the royal party at Marly, say, "No, I am only here en passant," meaning simply, I am here on the footing of all those whose nobility is of a later date than 1400. The Marly excursions were exceedingly expensive to the king. Besides the superior tables, those of the almoners, equerries, maîtres d'hôtel, etc., were all supplied with such a degree of magnificence as to allow of inviting strangers to them, and almost all the visitors from Paris were boarded at the expense of the court. The personal frugality of the unfortunate prince, who sank beneath the weight of the national debts, thus favored the Queen's predilection for her petty Trianon, and for 5 or 6 years preceding the Revolution, the court very seldom visited Marly. The king, always attentive to the comfort of his family, gave Mesdames, his aunts, the use of the Château de Bellevue, and afterwards purchased the Princess de Guémené's house at the entrance to Paris for Elizabeth. The Comtesse de Provence bought a small house at Montreuil. Monsieur already had Brunei. The Comtesse d'Artois built Bagatelle. Versailles became, in the estimation of all the royal family, the least agreeable of residences. They only fancied themselves at home in the plainest houses, surrounded by English gardens, where they better enjoyed the beauties of nature. The taste for cascades and statues was entirely past. The Queen occasionally remained a whole month at Petit Trianon, and had established there all the ways of life in a chateau. She entered the sitting-room without driving the ladies from their pianoforte or embroidery. The gentlemen continued their billiards or backgammon without suffering her presence to interrupt them. There was but little room in the small chateau of Trianon. Madame Elizabeth accompanied the Queen there, but the ladies of honor and ladies of the palace had no establishment at Trianon. When invited by the Queen, they came from Versailles to dinner. The king and princes came regularly to sup. A white gown, a gauze kerchief, and a straw hat were the uniform dress of the princesses. The extreme simplicity of the queen's toilet began to be strongly censured, at first among the courtiers and afterwards throughout the kingdom. And through one of those inconsistencies more common in France than elsewhere, while the queen was blamed, she was blindly imitated. There was not a woman but would have the same undress, the same cap, and the same feathers as she had been seen to wear. They crowded to Mademoiselle Burton, her milliner. There was an absolute revolution in the dress of our ladies, which gave importance to that woman. Long trains, and all those fashions which confer a certain nobility on dress, were discarded, and at last a duchess could not be distinguished from an actress. The men caught the mania. The upper classes had long before given up to their lackeys' feathers, tufts of ribbon, and laced hats. They now got rid of red heels and embroidery, and walked about our streets in plain cloth, short, thick shoes, and with knotty cudgels in their hands. Many humiliating scrapes were the consequence of this metamorphosis. Bearing no mark to distinguish them from the common herd, some of the lowest classes got into quarrels with them, in which the nobles had not always the best of it. Mont. History of Marie Antoinette. Examining all the manufactories of the hamlet, seeing the cows milked, and fishing in the lake delighted the queen. And every year she showed increased aversion to the pompous excursions to Marly. The idea of acting comedies, as was then done in almost all country houses, followed on the queen's wish to live at Trianon without ceremony. The queen got through the characters she assumed indifferently enough. She could hardly be ignorant of this, as her performances evidently excited little pleasure. Indeed, one day while she was thus exhibiting, somebody ventured to say, by no means inaudibly, "Well, this is royally ill played." The lesson was thrown away upon her, for never did she sacrifice to the opinion of another that which she thought permissible. When she was told that her extreme plainness in dress, the nature of her amusements, and her dislike to that splendor which ought always to attend a queen, had an appearance of levity, which was misinterpreted by a portion of the public, she replied with Madame de Maintenon, "I am upon the stage, and of course I shall be either hissed or applauded." Louis Roman XIV had a similar taste. He danced upon the stage, but he had shown by brilliant actions that he knew how to enforce respect. And besides, he unhesitatingly gave up the amusement from the moment he heard those beautiful lines in which Racine pointed out how very unworthy of him such pastimes were. Monche. History of Marie Antoinette. It was agreed that no young man except the Comte d'Artois should be admitted into the company of performers, and that the audience should consist only of the king, monsieur, and the princesses who did not play. But in order to stimulate the actors a little, the first boxes were to be occupied by the readers, the queen's ladies, their sisters and daughters, making altogether about 40 persons. The queen laughed heartily at the voice of M. de Hemmer, formerly a very fine one, but latterly become rather tremulous. His shepherd's dress in Colin, in the Devon-Dew village, contrasted very ridiculously with his time of life, and the queen said it would be difficult for malevolence itself to find anything to criticize in the choice of such a lover. The king was highly amused with these plays, and was present at every performance. Caillat, a celebrated actor who had long quitted the stage, and Dazincourt, both of acknowledged good character, were selected to give lessons, the first in comic opera, of which the easier sorts were preferred, and the second in comedy. The office of hearer of rehearsals, prompter, and stage manager was given to my father-in-law. The Duc de Fronsac, first gentleman of the chamber, was much hurt at this. He thought himself called upon to make serious remonstrances upon the subject, and wrote to the queen, who made him the following answer: "You cannot be first gentleman when we are the actors. Besides, I have already intimated to you my determination respecting Trianon. I hold no court there, I live like a private person, and M. Campan shall be always employed to execute orders relative to the private fêtes I choose to give there." This not putting a stop to the duke's remonstrances, the king was obliged to interfere. The duke continued obstinate, and insisted that he was entitled to manage the private amusements as much as those which were public. It became absolutely necessary to end the argument in a positive manner. The diminutive Duc de Fronsac never failed, when he came to pay his respects to the queen at her toilet, to turn the conversation upon Trianon, in order to make some ironical remarks on my father-in-law, of whom, from the time of his appointment, he always spoke as my colleague Campan. The queen would shrug her shoulders, and say, when he was gone, it is quite shocking to find so little a man in the son of the Marechal de Richelieu. So long as no strangers were admitted to the performances, they were but little censured. But the praise obtained by the performers made them look for a larger circle of admirers. The company, for a private company, was good enough, and the acting was applauded to the skies. Nevertheless, as the audience withdrew, adverse criticisms were occasionally heard. The Queen permitted the officers of the bodyguards and the equerries of the king and princes to be present at the plays. Private boxes were provided for some of the people belonging to the court, a few more ladies were invited, and claims arose on all sides for the favor of admission. The Queen refused to admit the officers of the bodyguards of the princes, the officers of the kings sent Suisses, and many other persons, who were highly mortified at the refusal. While delight at having given an heir to the throne of the Bourbons, and a succession of fêtes and amusements, filled up the happy days of Marie Antoinette, the public was engrossed by the Anglo-American War. Two kings, or rather their ministers, planted and propagated the love of liberty in the New World. The King of England, by shutting his ears and his heart against the continued and respectful representations of subjects at a distance from their native land, who had become numerous, rich, and powerful through the resources of the soil they had fertilized, and the King of France, by giving support to this people in rebellion against their ancient sovereign. Many young soldiers, belonging to the first families of the country, followed Lafayette's example and forsook luxury, amusement, and love to go and tender their aid to the revolted Americans. Beaumarchais, secretly seconded by Messieurs de Maurepas and de Vergennes, obtained permission to send out supplies of arms and clothing. Franklin appeared at court in the dress of an American agriculturist. His unpowdered hair, his round hat, his brown cloth coat formed a contrast to the laced and embroidered coats and the powder and perfume of the courtiers of Versailles. This novelty turned the light heads of the Frenchwomen. Elegant entertainments were given to Dr. Franklin, who, to the reputation of a man of science, added the patriotic virtues which invested him with the character of an apostle of liberty. I was present at one of these entertainments, when the most beautiful woman out of 300 was selected to place a crown of laurels upon the white head of the American philosopher and 2 kisses upon his cheeks. Even in the palace of Versailles, Franklin's medallion was sold under the king's eyes in the exhibition of Sèvres porcelain. The legend of this medallion was, Erapuit silo fulmen, sceptrum tyrannis. The king never declared his opinion upon an enthusiasm which his correct judgment no doubt led him to blame. The Queen spoke out more plainly about the part France was taking respecting the independence of the American colonies, and constantly opposed it. Far was she from foreseeing that a revolution at such a distance could excite one in which a misguided populace would drag her from her palace to a death equally unjust and cruel. She only saw something ungenerous in the method which France adopted of checking the power of England. However, as Queen of France, she enjoyed the sight of a whole people rendering homage to the prudence, courage, and good qualities of a young Frenchman. And she shared the enthusiasm inspired by the conduct and military success of the Marquis de Lafayette. The Queen granted him several audiences on his first return from America, and, until the 10th of August, on which day my house was plundered, I preserved some lines from Gaston and Bayard, in which the friends of M. de Lafayette saw the exact outline of his character, written by her own hand. Why talk of youth when all the ripe experience of the old dwells with him? In his schemes profound and cool, he acts with wise precaution, and reserves for time of action his impetuous fire. To guard the camp, to scale the leaguered wall, or dare the hottest of the fight, are toils that suit impetuous bearing of his youth, yet like the gray-haired veteran he can shun the field of peril. Still before my eyes I place his bright example, for I love his lofty courage and his prudent thought. Gifted like him, a warrior has no age. During the American War, a general officer in the service of the United States advanced with a score of men under the English batteries to reconnoiter their position. His aide-de-camp, struck by a ball, fell at his side. The officers and orderly dragoons fled precipitately. The general, though under the fire of the cannon, approached the wounded man to see whether any help could be afforded him. Finding the wound had been mortal, he slowly rejoined the group which had got out of the reach of the cannon. This instance of courage and humanity took place at the Battle of Monmouth. General Clinton, who commanded the English troops, knew that the Marquis de Lafayette generally rode a white horse. It was upon a white horse that the general officer who retired so slowly was mounted. Clinton desired the gunners not to fire. This noble forbearance probably saved M. de Lafayette's life, for he it was. At that time he was but 22 years of age. Historical anecdotes of the reign of Louis Roman XVI. These lines had been applauded and encored at the French theatre. Everybody's head was turned. There was no class of persons that did not heartily approve of the support given openly by the French government to the cause of American independence. The constitution planned for the new nation was digested at Paris, and while liberty, equality, and the rights of man were commented upon by the Condorsets, Baileys, Murraybows, etc., the minister Segur published the King's Edict, which, by repealing that of 1st November, 1750, declared all officers not noble by 4 generations incapable of filling the rank of captain, and denied all military rank to the Rocheriers, excepting sons of the Chevaliers de St. Louis. M. de Segur, says Chamfort, having published an ordinance which prohibited the admission of any other than gentlemen into the artillery corps, and, on the other hand, none but well-educated persons being proper for admission, a curious scene took place. The Abbé Bossat, examiner of the pupils, gave certificates only to plebeians, while Charon gave them only to gentlemen. Out of 100 pupils, there were not above 4 or 5 who were qualified in both respects. The injustice and absurdity of this law was no doubt a secondary cause of the Revolution. To understand the despair and rage with which this law inspired the tears, one should have belonged to that honorable class. The provinces were full of Rocherier families, who for ages had lived as people of property upon their own domains and paid the taxes. If these persons had several sons, they would place one in the king's service, one in the church, another in the Order of Malta as a chevalier servant d'arms, and one in the magistracy. While the eldest preserved the paternal manor, and if he were situated in a country celebrated for wine, he would, besides selling his own produce, add a kind of commission trade in the wines of the canton. I have seen an individual of this justly respected class, who had been long employed in diplomatic business, and even honored with the title of minister plenipotentiary, the son-in-law and nephew of colonels and town mayors, and, on his mother's side, nephew of a lieutenant general with a cordon rouge, unable to introduce his sons as sous-lieutenants into a regiment of foot. Another decision of the court, which could not be announced by an edict, was that all ecclesiastical benefices, from the humblest priory up to the richest abbey, should in future be appanages of the nobility. Being the son of a village surgeon, the Abbé de Vermond, who had great influence in the disposition of benefices, was particularly struck with the justice of this decree. During the absence of the abbé in an excursion he made for his health, I prevailed on the Queen to write a postscript to the petition of a cure, one of my friends, who was soliciting a priory near his curacy, with the intention of retiring to it. I obtained it for him. On the abbé's return, he told me very harshly that I should act in a manner quite contrary to the king's wishes if I again obtained such a favor. That the wealth of the church was for the future to be invariably devoted to the support of the poorer nobility. That it was the interest of the state that it should be so. And a plebeian priest, happy in a good curacy, had only to remain curate. Can we be astonished at the part shortly afterwards taken by the deputies of the Third Estate, when called to the States General? Chapter 11. About the close of the last century, several of the northern sovereigns took a fancy for traveling. Christian Roman III, King of Denmark, visited the court of France in 1763 during the reign of Louis Roman XV. We have seen the King of Sweden and Joseph Roman II. At Versailles, the Grand Duke of Russia, afterwards Paul I, son of Catherine Roman II, and the Princess of Württemberg, his wife, likewise resolved to visit France. They traveled under the titles of the Comte and Comtesse du Nord. They were presented on the 20th of May, 1782. The Queen received them with grace and dignity. On the day of their arrival at Versailles, they dined in private with the King and Queen. The plain, unassuming appearance of Paul I pleased Louis Roman XVI. He spoke to him with more confidence and cheerfulness than he had spoken to Joseph Roman II. The Comtesse du Nord was not at first so successful with the Queen. This lady was of a fine height, very fat for her age, with all the German stiffness, well informed, and perhaps displaying her acquirements with rather too much confidence. When the Comte and Comtesse du Nord were presented, the queen was exceedingly nervous. She withdrew into her closet before she went into the room where she was to dine with the illustrious travelers, and asked for a glass of water, confessing she had just experienced how much more difficult it was to play the part of a queen in the presence of other sovereigns, or of princes born to become so, than before courtiers. She soon recovered from her confusion and reappeared with ease and confidence. The dinner was tolerably cheerful, and the conversation very animated. Brilliant entertainments were given at court in honor of the King of Sweden and the Comte du Nord. They were received in private by the king and queen, but they were treated with much more ceremony than the emperor, and their majesties always appeared to me to be very cautious before these personages. However, the king one day asked the Russian Grand Duke if it were true that he could not rely on the fidelity of any one of those who accompanied him. The prince answered him without hesitation, and before a considerable number of persons, that he should be very sorry to have with him even a poodle that was much attached to him, because his mother would take care to have it thrown into the Seine, with a stone round its neck, before he should leave Paris. This reply, which I myself heard, horrified me, whether it depicted the disposition of Catherine, or only expressed the prince's prejudice against her. The queen gave the Grand Duke a supper at Trianon, and had the gardens illuminated as they had been for the emperor. The Cardinal de Rohan very indiscreetly ventured to introduce himself there without the queen's knowledge. Having been treated with the utmost coolness ever since his return from Vienna, he had not dared to ask her himself for permission to see the illumination. But he persuaded the porter of Trianon to admit him as soon as the queen should have set off for Versailles, and His Eminence engaged to remain in the porter's lodge until all the carriages should have left the chateau. He did not keep his word, and while the porter was busy in the discharge of his duty, the cardinal, who wore his red stockings and had merely thrown on a greatcoat, went down into the garden, and, with an air of mystery, drew up in 2 different places to see the royal family and suite pass by. Her Majesty was highly offended at this piece of boldness, and next day ordered the porter to be discharged. There was a general feeling of disgust at the cardinal's conduct, and of commiseration towards the porter for the loss of his place. Affected at the misfortune of the father of a family, I obtained his forgiveness, and since that time I have often regretted the feeling which induced me to interfere. The notoriety of the discharge of the porter of Trianon, and the odium that circumstance would have fixed upon the cardinal, would have made the queen's dislike to him still more publicly known, and would probably have prevented the scandalous and notorious intrigue of the necklace. The queen, who was much prejudiced against the King of Sweden, received him very coldly. Gustavus Roman III, King of Sweden, traveled in France under the title of Comte de Haga. Upon his accession to the throne, he managed the revolution which prostrated the authority of the Senate with equal skill, coolness, and courage. He was assassinated in 1792 at a masked ball by Åkerström, note by the editor. All that was said of the private character of that sovereign, his connection with the Comte de Vergennes, from the time of the Revolution of Sweden, in 1772, the character of his favorite Armfelt, and the prejudices of the monarch himself against the Swedes who were well received at the court of Versailles, formed the grounds of this dislike. He came one day uninvited and unexpected, and requested to dine with the queen. The queen received him in the little closet, and desired me to send for her clerk of the kitchen, that she might be informed whether there was a proper dinner to set before Comte de Haga, and add to it if necessary. The King of Sweden assured her that there would be enough for him, and I could not help smiling when I thought of the length of the menu of the dinner of the king and queen, not half of which would have made its appearance had they dined in private. The queen looked significantly at me, and I withdrew. In the evening, she asked me why I had seemed so astonished when she ordered me to add to her dinner, saying that I ought instantly to have seen that she was giving the King of Sweden a lesson for his presumption. I owned to her that the scene had appeared to me so much in the bourgeois style that I involuntarily thought of the cutlets on the gridiron and the omelette, which in families in humble circumstances serve to piece out short commons. She was highly diverted with my answer, and repeated it to the king, who also laughed heartily at it. The peace with England satisfied all classes of society interested in the national honor. The departure of the English commissary from Dunkirk, who had been fixed at that place ever since the shameful peace of 1763, as Inspector of our Navy, occasioned an ecstasy of joy. By the Treaty of Utrecht 1713, it was stipulated that the fortifications and port of Dunkirk should be destroyed. By the Treaty of Paris 1763, a commissary was to reside at Dunkirk to see that no attempt was made to break this treaty. This stipulation was revoked by the Peace of Versailles in 1783 C. Dyer's Modern Europe, 1st edition, Volume I, pp. 205-438 and 539. The government communicated to the Englishman the order for his departure before the treaty was made public. But for that precaution, the populace would have probably committed some excess or other, in order to make the agent of English power feel the effects of the resentment which had constantly increased during his stay at that port. Those engaged in trade were the only persons dissatisfied with the Treaty of 1783. That article which provided for the free admission of English goods annihilated at one blow the trade of Rouen and the other manufacturing towns throughout the kingdom. The English swarmed into Paris. A considerable number of them were presented at court. The Queen paid them marked attention. Doubtless, she wished them to distinguish between the esteem she felt for their noble nation and the political views of the government in the support it had afforded to the Americans. Discontent was, however, manifested at court in consequence of the favor bestowed by the Queen on the English noblemen. These attentions were called infatuations. This was illiberal, and the Queen justly complained of such absurd jealousy. The journey to Fontainebleau and the winter at Paris and at court were extremely brilliant. The spring brought back those amusements which the Queen began to prefer to the splendor of fêtes. The most perfect harmony subsisted between the King and Queen. I never saw but one cloud between them. It was soon dispelled, and the cause of it is perfectly unknown to me. My father-in-law, whose penetration and experience I respected greatly, recommended me, when he saw me placed in the service of a young queen, to shun all kinds of confidence. "It procures," said he, "but a very fleeting and at the same time dangerous sort of favor. Serve with zeal to the best of your judgment, but never do more than obey. Instead of setting your wits to work to discover why an order or a commission which may appear of consequence is given to you, use them to prevent the possibility of your knowing anything of the matter." I had occasion to act on this wise advice. One morning at Trianon, I went into the Queen's chamber. There were letters lying upon the bed, and she was weeping bitterly. Her tears and sobs were occasionally interrupted by exclamations of awe that I were dead wretches, monsters, what have I done to them? I offered her orange flower water and ether. "Leave me," said she. "If you love me, it would be better to kill me at once." At this moment she threw her arm over my shoulder and began weeping afresh. I saw that some weighty trouble oppressed her heart and that she wanted a confidant. I suggested sending for the Duchesse de Polignac. This she strongly opposed. I renewed my arguments, and her opposition grew weaker. I disengaged myself from her arms and ran to the antechamber, where I knew that an outrider always waited, ready to mount and start at a moment's warning for Versailles. I ordered him to go full speed and tell the Duchesse de Polignac that the Queen was very uneasy and desired to see her instantly. The Duchess always had a carriage ready. In less than 10 minutes she was at the Queen's door. I was the only person there, having been forbidden to send for the other women. Madame de Polignac came in, the Queen held out her arms to her, the Duchess rushed towards her. I heard her sobs renewed and withdrew. A quarter of an hour afterwards the Queen, who had become calmer, rang to be dressed. I sent her woman in. She put on her gown and retired to her boudoir with the Duchess. Very soon afterwards, the Comte d'Artois arrived from Campigny, where he had been with the King. He eagerly inquired where the Queen was, remained half an hour with her and the Duchess, and on coming out told me the Queen asked for me. I found her seated on the couch by the side of her friend. Her features had resumed their usual cheerful and gracious appearance. She held out her hand to me and said to the Duchess, "I know I have made her so uncomfortable this morning that I must set her poor heart at ease." She then added, "You must have seen, on some fine summer's day, a black cloud suddenly appear and threaten to pour down upon the country and lay it waste. The lightest wind drives it away, and the blue sky and serene weather are restored. This is just the image of what has happened to me this morning." She afterwards told me that the King would return from Campigny after hunting there, and sup with her, that I must send for her purveyor, to select with him from his bills of fare all such dishes as the king liked best, that she would have no others served up in the evening at her table, and that this was a mark of attention that she wished the king to notice. The Duchesse de Polignac also took me by the hand, and told me how happy she was that she had been with the queen at a moment when she stood in need of a friend. I never knew what could have created in the queen so lively and so transient an alarm, but I guessed from the particular care she took respecting the king that attempts had been made to irritate him against her, that the malice of her enemies had been promptly discovered and counteracted by the king's penetration and attachment, and that the Comte d'Artois had hastened to bring her intelligence of it. It was, I think, in the summer of 1787, during one of the Trianon excursions, that the Queen of Naples Caroline, sister of Marie Antoinette, sent the Chevalier de Brissac to Her Majesty on a secret mission relative to a projected marriage between the hereditary prince, her son, and Madame, the king's daughter. In the absence of the lady of honor, he addressed himself to me. Although he said a great deal to me about the close confidence with which the Queen of Naples honored him, and about his letter of credit, I thought he had the air of an adventurer. He afterwards spent several years shut up in the Château de l'Oeuf. He had, indeed, private letters for the Queen, and his mission was not feigned. He talked to me very rashly even before his admission, and entreated me to do all that lay in my power to dispose the Queen's mind in favor of his sovereign's wishes. I declined, assuring him that it did not become me to meddle with state affairs. He endeavored, but in vain, to prove to me that the union contemplated by the Queen of Naples ought not to be looked upon in that light. I procured M. de Brissac the audience he desired, but without suffering myself even to seem acquainted with the object of his mission. The Queen told me what it was. She thought him a person ill-chosen for the occasion, and yet she thought that the Queen, her sister, had done wisely in not sending a man worthy to be avowed, it being impossible that what she solicited should take place. I had an opportunity on this occasion, as indeed on many others, of judging to what extent the Queen valued and loved France and the dignity of our court. She then told me that Madame, in marrying her cousin, the Duc d'Angoulême, would not lose her rank as daughter of the Queen, and that her situation would be far preferable to that of Queen of any other country, and that there was nothing in Europe to be compared to the court of France, and that it would be necessary, in order to avoid exposing a French princess to feelings of deep regret, in case she should be married to a foreign prince, to take her from the Palace of Versailles at 7 years of age and send her immediately to the court in which she was to dwell. And that at 12 would be too late, for recollections and comparisons would ruin the happiness of all the rest of her life. The Queen looked upon the destiny of her sisters as far beneath her own, and frequently mentioned the mortifications inflicted by the court of Spain upon her sister, the Queen of Naples, and the necessity she was under of imploring the mediation of the King of France. She showed me several letters that she had received from the Queen of Naples relative to her differences with the court of Madrid respecting the minister Acton. She thought him useful to her people, inasmuch as he was a man of considerable information and great activity. In these letters, she minutely acquainted Her Majesty with the nature of the affronts she had received, and represented Mr. Acton to her as a man whom malevolence itself could not suppose capable of interesting her otherwise than by his services. She had had to suffer the impertinences of a Spaniard named Las Casas, who had been sent to her by the king, her father-in-law, to persuade her to dismiss Mr. Acton from the business of the state and from her intimacy. She complained bitterly to the Queen, her sister, of the insulting proceedings of this charged affairs, whom she told, in order to convince him of the nature of the feelings which attached her to Mr. Acton, that she would have portraits and busts of him executed by the most eminent artists of Italy, and that she would then send them to the King of Spain, to prove that nothing but the desire to retain a man of superior capacity had induced her to bestow on him the favor he enjoyed. This Las Casas dared to answer her that it would be useless trouble, that the ugliness of a man did not always render him displeasing, and that the King of Spain had too much experience not to know that there was no accounting for the caprices of a woman. This audacious reply filled the Queen of Naples with indignation, and her emotion caused her to miscarry on the same day. In consequence of the mediation of Louis Roman XVI, the Queen of Naples obtained complete satisfaction and Mr. Acton continued Prime Minister. Among the characteristics which denoted the goodness of the Queen, her respect for personal liberty should have a place. I have seen her put up with the most troublesome importunities from people whose minds were deranged, rather than have them arrested. Her patient kindness was put to a very disagreeable trial by an ex-councillor of the Bordeaux Parliament named Castelnau. This man declared himself the lover of the Queen, and was generally known by that appellation. For 10 successive years did he follow the court in all its excursions. Pale and wan, as people who are out of their senses usually are, his sinister appearance occasioned the most uncomfortable sensations. During the 2 hours that the Queen's public card parties lasted, he would remain opposite Her Majesty. He placed himself in the same manner before her at chapel, and never failed to be at the King's dinner or the dinner in public. At the theatre, he invariably seated himself as near the Queen's box as possible. He always set off for Fontainebleau or St. Cloud the day before the court, and when Her Majesty arrived at her various residences, the first person she met on getting out of her carriage was this melancholy madman, who never spoke to anyone. When the Queen stayed at Petit Trianon, the passion of this unhappy man became still more annoying. He would hastily swallow a morsel at some eating house, and spend all the rest of the day, even when it rained, in going round and round the garden, always walking at the edge of the moat. The Queen frequently met him when she was either alone or with her children, and yet she would not suffer any violence to be used to relieve her from this intolerable annoyance. Having one day given M. de C.'s permission to enter Trianon, she sent to desire he would come to me, and directed me to inform that celebrated advocate of M. de Castelnau's derangement, and then to send for him that M. de C.'s might have some conversation with him. He talked to him nearly an hour, and made considerable impression upon his mind, and at last M. de Castelnau requested me to inform the Queen positively that, since his presence was disagreeable to her, he would retire to his province. The Queen was very much rejoiced, and desired me to express her full satisfaction to M. de C.'s. Half an hour after M. de C.'s was gone, the unhappy madman was announced. He came to tell me that he withdrew his promise, that he had not sufficient command of himself to give up seeing the Queen as often as possible. This new determination was a disagreeable message to take to Her Majesty, but how was I affected at hearing her say, "Well, let him annoy me, but do not let him be deprived of the blessing of freedom." On the arrest of the King and Queen at Varennes, this unfortunate Castelnau attempted to starve himself to death. The people in whose house he lived, becoming uneasy at his absence, had the door of his room forced open, when he was found stretched senseless on the floor. I do not know what became of him after the 10th of August. Madame Campan. The direct influence of the Queen on affairs during the earlier years of the reign was shown only in her exertions to obtain from the King a revision of the decrees in 2 celebrated causes. It was contrary to her principles to interfere in matters of justice, and never did she avail herself of her influence to bias the tribunals. The Duchesse de Praslin, through a criminal caprice, carried her enmity to her husband so far as to disinherit her children in favor of the family of M. de Guémeny. The Duchesse de Choiseul, who was warmly interested in this affair, one day entreated the Queen, in my presence, at least to condescend to ask the first president when the cause would be called on. The Queen replied that she could not even do that, for it would manifest an interest which it was her duty not to show. If the King had not inspired the Queen with a lively feeling of love, it is quite certain that she yielded him respect and affection for the goodness of his disposition, and the equity of which he gave so many proofs throughout his reign. One evening she returned very late. She came out of the King's closet and said to M. de Misery and myself, drying her eyes, which were filled with tears, "You see me weeping, but do not be uneasy at it. These are the sweetest tears that a wife can shed. They are caused by the impression which the justice and goodness of the King have made upon me. He has just complied with my request for a revision of the proceedings against Messieurs de Bellegarde and de Monthieu, victims of the Duc d'Aiguilon's hatred to the Duc de Choiseul. He has been equally just to the Duc de Guines in his affair with Tort. It is a happy thing for a queen to be able to admire and esteem him who has admitted her to a participation of his throne. And as to you, I congratulate you upon your having to live under the scepter of so virtuous a sovereign." The Queen laid before the king all the memorials of the Duc de Guines, who, during his embassy to England, was involved in difficulties by a secretary who speculated in the public funds in London on his own account, but in such a manner as to throw a suspicion of it on the ambassador. Messieurs de Vergennes and Turgot, bearing but little goodwill to the Duc de Guines, who was the friend of the Duc de Choiseul, were not disposed to render the ambassador any service. The Queen succeeded in fixing the king's particular attention on this affair, and the innocence of the Duc de Guines triumphed through the equity of Louis XVI. An incessant underhand war was carried on between the friends and partisans of M. de Choiseul, who were called the Austrians, and those who sided with Messieurs d'Aiguillon, de Maurepas, and de Vergennes, who, for the same reason, kept up the intrigues carried on at court and in Paris against the Queen. Marie Antoinette, on her part, supported those who had suffered in this political quarrel, and it was this feeling which led her to ask for a revision of the proceedings against Messieurs de Bellegarde and de Montheu. The first, a colonel and inspector of artillery, and the second, proprietor of a foundry at Saint-Étienne, were under the ministry of the Duc d'Aiguillon, condemned to imprisonment for 20 years and a day for having withdrawn from the arsenals of France, by order of the Duc de Choiseul, a vast number of muskets, as being of no value except as old iron, while in point of fact the greater part of those muskets were immediately embarked and sold to the Americans. It appears that the Duc de Choiseul imparted to the Queen, as grounds of defense for the accused, the political views which led him to authorize that reduction and sale in the manner in which it had been executed. It rendered the case of Messieurs de Bellegarde and de Montheu more unfavorable that the artillery officer who made the reduction in the capacity of inspector was, through a clandestine marriage, brother-in-law of the owner of the foundry, the purchaser of the rejected arms. The innocence of the two prisoners was, nevertheless, made apparent, and they came to Versailles with their wives and children to throw themselves at the feet of their benefactress. This affecting scene took place in the Grand Gallery at the entrance to the Queen's apartment. She wished to restrain the women from kneeling, saying that they had only had justice done them, and that she ought to be congratulated upon the most substantial happiness attendant upon her station, that of laying just appeals before the king. On every occasion, when the Queen had to speak in public, she used the most appropriate and elegant language, notwithstanding the difficulty a foreigner might be expected to experience. She answered all addresses herself, a custom which she learned at the court of Maria Theresa. The princesses of the House of Bourbon had long ceased to take the trouble of speaking in such cases. Madame Adelaide blamed the Queen for not doing as they did, assuring her that it was quite sufficient to mutter a few words that might sound like an answer, while the addressers, occupied with what they had themselves been saying, would always take it for granted that a proper answer had been returned. The Queen saw that idleness alone dictated such a proceeding, and that as the practice even of muttering a few words showed the necessity of answering in some way, it must be more proper to reply simply but clearly, and in the best style possible. Sometimes, indeed, when apprised of the subject of the address, she would write down her answer in the morning, not to learn it by heart, but in order to settle the ideas or sentiments she wished to introduce. The influence of the Comtesse de Polignac increased daily, and her friends availed themselves of it to effect changes in the ministry. The dismissal of M. de Montbury, a man without talents or character, was generally approved of. It was rightly attributed to the Queen. He had been placed in administration by M. de Maurepas and maintained by his aged wife. Both, of course, became more inveterate than ever against the Queen and the Polignac circle. The appointment of M. de Segur to the place of Minister of War, and of M. de Castries to that of Minister of Marine, were wholly the work of that circle. The Queen dreaded making ministers. Her favorite often wept when the men of her circle compelled her to interfere. Men blame women for meddling in business, and yet in courts it is continually the men themselves who make use of the influence of the women in matters with which the latter ought to have nothing to do. When M. de Segur was presented to the Queen on his new appointment, she said to me, "You have just seen a minister of my making. I am very glad, so far as regards the King's service, that he is appointed, for I think the selection a very good one, but I almost regret the part one have taken in it. I take a responsibility upon myself. I was fortunate in being free from any. And in order to relieve myself from this, as much as possible I have just promised M. de Segur, and that, upon my word of honor, not to back any petition, nor to hinder any of his operations by solicitations on behalf of my protégés. During the first administration of M. Necker, whose ambition had not then drawn him into schemes repugnant to his better judgment, and whose views appeared to the Queen to be very judicious, she indulged in hopes of the restoration of the finances. Knowing that M. de Maurepas wished to drive M. Necker to resign, she urged him to have patience until the death of an old man whom the king kept about him from a fondness for his first choice, and out of respect for his advanced age. She even went so far as to tell him that M. de Maurepas was always ill, and that his end could not be very distant. M. Necker would not wait for that event. The Queen's prediction was fulfilled. M. de Maurepas ended his days immediately after a journey to Fontainebleau in 1781. M. Necker had retired. He had been exasperated by a piece of treachery in the old minister, for which he could not forgive him. I knew something of this intrigue at the time. It has since been fully explained to me by Madame la Marechale de Beauvau. M. Necker saw that his credit at court was declining, and fearing lest that circumstance should injure his financial operations, he requested the king to grant him some favor which might show the public that he had not lost the confidence of his sovereign. He concluded his letter by pointing out 5 requests: such an office, or such a mark of distinction, or such a badge of honor, and so on, and handed it to M. de Maurepas. The or s were changed into ands, and the king was displeased at M. Necker's ambition and the assurance with which he displayed it. Madame la Marechale de Beauvau assured me that the Marechal de Castries saw the minute of M. Necker's letter, and that he likewise saw the altered copy. The interest which the Queen took in M. Necker died away during his retirement, and at last changed into strong prejudice against him. He wrote too much about the measures he would have pursued, and the benefits that would have resulted to the state from them. The ministers who succeeded him thought their operations embarrassed by the care that M. Necker and his partisans incessantly took to occupy the public with his plans. His friends were too ardent. The Queen discerned a party spirit in these combinations, and sided wholly with his enemies. After those inefficient controllers general, Messieurs Joly de Fleury and d'Ormesson, it became necessary to resort to a man of more acknowledged talent, and the Queen's friends, at that time combining with the Comte d'Artois and with M. de Vergennes, got M. de Calonne appointed. The Queen was highly displeased, and her close intimacy with the Duchesse de Polignac began to suffer for this. Her Majesty, continuing to converse with me upon the difficulties she had met with in private life, told me that ambitious men without merit sometimes found means to gain their ends by dint of importunity, and that she had to blame herself for having procured M. de Hemmer's appointment to the London embassy, merely because he teased her into it at the Duchess's house. She added, however, that it was at a time of perfect peace with the English, that the ministry knew the inefficiency of M. de Hemmer as well as she did, and that he could do neither harm nor good. Often in conversations of unreserved frankness, the Queen owned that she had purchased rather dearly a piece of experience which would make her carefully watch over the conduct of her daughters-in-law, and that she would be particularly scrupulous about the qualifications of the ladies who might attend them, that no consideration of rank or favor should bias her in so important a choice. She attributed several of her youthful mistakes to a lady of great levity, whom she found in her palace on her arrival in France. She also determined to forbid the princesses coming under her control the practice of singing with professors, and said, candidly, and with as much severity as her slanderers could have done, I ought to have heard Garrett sing, and never to have sung duets with him. The indiscreet zeal of Monsieur Auguard contributed to the public belief that the Queen disposed of all the offices of finance. He had, without any authority for doing so, required the Committee of Fermiers General to inform him of all vacancies, assuring them that they would be meeting the wishes of the Queen. The members complied, but not without murmuring. When the Queen became aware of what her secretary had done, she highly disapproved of it, caused her resentment to be made known to the Fermiers General, and abstained from asking for appointments, making only one request of the kind, as a marriage portion for one of her attendants, a young woman of good family. Chapter 12. The Queen did not sufficiently conceal the dissatisfaction she felt at having been unable to prevent the appointment of M. de Calonne. She even one day went so far as to say at the Duchess' in the midst of the partisans and protectors of that minister, that the finances of France passed alternately from the hands of an honest man without talent into those of a skillful knave. M. de Calonne was thus far from acting in concert with the Queen all the time that he continued in office, and while dull verses were circulated about Paris describing the Queen and her favorite dipping at pleasure into the coffers of the Controller General, the Queen was avoiding all communication with him. During the long and severe winter of 1783-80, for the King gave 3 millions of livres for the relief of the indigent. M. de Calonne, who felt the necessity of making advances to the Queen, caught at this opportunity of showing her respect and devotion. He offered to place in her hands 1 million of the 3 to be distributed in her name and under her direction. His proposal was rejected. The Queen answered that the charity ought to be wholly distributed in the King's name, and that she would this year debar herself of even the slightest enjoyments, in order to contribute all her savings to the relief of the unfortunate. The moment M. de Calonne left the closet, the Queen sent for me. "Congratulate me, my dear," said she. "I have just escaped a snare, or at least a matter which eventually might have caused me much regret." She related the conversation which had taken place word for word to me, adding, "That man will complete the ruin of the national finances. It is said that I placed him in his situation. The people are made to believe that I am extravagant. Yet I have refused to suffer a sum of money from the royal treasury, although destined for the most laudable purpose, even to pass through my hands." The Queen, making monthly retrenchments from the expenditure of her privy purse, and not having spent the gifts customary at the period of her confinement, was in possession of from 500,000 to 600,000 francs, her own savings. She made use of from 200,000 to 300,000 francs of this, which her first women sent to M. Lenoir, to the cures of Paris and Versailles, and to the sewers hospitalières, and so distributed them among families in need. Desirous to implant in the breast of her daughter not only a desire to succor the unfortunate, but those qualities necessary for the due discharge of that duty, the Queen incessantly talked to her, though she was yet very young, about the sufferings of the poor during a season so inclement. The princess already had a sum of from 8,000 to 10,000 francs for charitable purposes, and the Queen made her distribute part of it herself. Wishing to give her children yet another lesson of beneficence, she desired me on New Year's Eve to get from Paris, as in other years, all the fashionable playthings, and have them spread out in her closet. Then taking her children by the hand, she showed them all the dolls and mechanical toys which were ranged there, and told them that she had intended to give them some handsome New Year's gifts, but that the cold made the poor so wretched that all her money was spent in blankets and clothes to protect them from the rigor of the season, and in supplying them with bread, so that this year they would only have the pleasure of looking at the new playthings. When she returned with her children into her sitting room, she said there was still an unavoidable expense to be incurred, that assuredly many mothers would at that season think as she did, that the toyman must lose by it, and therefore she gave him 50 louis to repay him for the cost of his journey and console him for having sold nothing. The purchase of St. Cloud, a matter very simple in itself, had, on account of the prevailing spirit, unfavorable consequences to the Queen. The Palace of Versailles, pulled to pieces in the interior by a variety of new arrangements, and mutilated in point of uniformity by the removal of the ambassador's staircase, and of the peristyle of columns placed at the end of the marble court, was equally in want of substantial and ornamental repair. The King therefore desired M. Mick to lay before him several plans for the repairs of the palace. He consulted me on certain arrangements analogous to some of those adopted in the Queen's establishment, and in my presence asked M. Mick how much money would be wanted for the execution of the whole work, and how many years he would be in completing it. I forget how many millions were mentioned. M. Mick replied that 6 years would be sufficient time if the Treasury made the necessary periodical advances without any delay. "And how many years shall you require," said the King, "if the advances are not punctually made?" 10, sire," replied the architect. "We must then reckon upon 10 years," said His Majesty, "and put off this great undertaking until the year 1790. It will occupy the rest of the century." The King afterwards talked of the depreciation of property, which took place at Versailles, whilst the regent removed the court of Louis Roman XV to the Tuileries and said that he must consider how to prevent that inconvenience. It was the desire to do this that promoted the purchase of St. Cloud. The Queen first thought of it one day when she was riding out with the Duchesse de Polignac and the Comtesse Diane. She mentioned it to the king, who was much pleased with the thought, the purchase confirming him in the intention, which he had entertained for 10 years, of quitting Versailles. The king determined that the ministers, public officers, pages, and a considerable part of his stabling should remain at Versailles. Messieurs de Bretuil and de Calonne were instructed to treat with the Duc d'Orléans for the purchase of St. Cloud. At first, they hoped to be able to conclude the business by a mere exchange. The value of the Château de Choisy, de la Muette, and a forest was equivalent to the sum demanded by the House of Orleans, and in the exchange which the Queen expected, she only saw a saving to be made instead of an increase of expense. By this arrangement, the government of Choisy, in the hands of the Duc de Coigny, and that of La Muette, in the hands of the Marechal de Soubise, would be suppressed. At the same time, the 2 concierges and all the servants employed in these 2 royal houses would be reduced. But while the treaty was going forward, Messieurs de Bretuil and de Calonne gave up the point of exchange, and some millions in cash were substituted for Choisy and La Muette. The Queen advised the king to give her St. Cloud as a means of avoiding the establishment of a governor, her plan being to have merely a concierge there, by which means the governor's expenses would be saved. The king agreed, and St. Cloud was purchased for the Queen. She provided the same liveries for the porters at the gates and servants at the chateau as for those at Trianon. The concierge at the latter place had put up some regulations for the household, headed by order of the Queen. The same thing was done at St. Cloud. The Queen's livery at the door of a palace where it was expected none but that of the king would be seen, and the words, by order of the Queen, at the head of the printed papers pasted near the iron gates, caused a great sensation, and produced a very unfortunate effect, not only among the common people, but also among persons of a superior class. They saw in it an attack upon the customs of monarchy, and customs are nearly equal to laws. The Queen heard of this, but she thought that her dignity would be compromised if she made any change in the form of these regulations, though they might have been altogether superseded without inconvenience. "My name is not out of place," said she. "In gardens belonging to myself, I may give orders there without infringing on the rights of the state." This was her only answer to the representations which a few faithful servants ventured to make on the subject. The discontent of the Parisians on this occasion probably induced M. d'Espremenil, upon the first troubles about the Parliament, to say that it was impolitic and immoral to see palaces belonging to a Queen of France. The Queen never forgot this affront of M. d'Espremenil. She said that as it was offered at a time when social order had not yet been disturbed, she had felt the severest mortification at it. Shortly before the downfall of the throne, M. d'Espremenil, having openly espoused the king's side, was insulted in the gardens of the Tuileries by the Jacobins, and so ill-treated that he was carried home very ill. Somebody recommended the Queen, on account of the royalist principles he then professed, to send and inquire for him. She replied that she was truly grieved at what had happened to M. d'Espremenil, but that mere policy should never induce her to show any particular solicitude about the man who had been the first to make so insulting an attack upon her character, Madame Campan. The Queen was very much dissatisfied with the manner in which M. de Calonne had managed this matter. The Abbé de Vermond, the most active and persevering of that minister's enemies, saw with delight that the expedients of those from whom alone new resources might be expected were gradually becoming exhausted, because the period when the Archbishop of Toulouse would be placed over the finances was thereby hastened. The Royal Navy had resumed an imposing attitude during the war for the independence of America. Glorious peace with England had compensated for the former attacks of our enemies upon the fame of France, and the throne was surrounded by numerous heirs. The sole ground of uneasiness was in the finances, but that uneasiness related only to the manner in which they were administered. In a word, France felt confident in its own strength and resources, when 2 events, which seem scarcely worthy of a place in history, but which have, nevertheless, an important one in that of the French Revolution, introduced a spirit of ridicule and contempt, not only against the highest ranks, but even against the most august personages. I allude to a comedy and a great swindling transaction. Beaumarchais had long possessed a reputation in certain circles in Paris for his wit and musical talents, and at the theaters for dramas more or less indifferent, when his Barbier de Seville procured him a higher position among dramatic writers. His Memoirs, against M. Gosselin, had amused Paris by the ridicule they threw upon a parliament which was disliked, and his admission to an intimacy with M. de Maurepas procured him a degree of influence over important affairs. He then became ambitious of influencing public opinion by a kind of drama, in which established manners and customs should be held up to popular derision and the ridicule of the new philosophers. After several years of prosperity, the minds of the French had become more generally critical, and when Beaumarchais had finished his monstrous but diverting Marriage de Figaro, all people of any consequence were eager for the gratification of hearing it read, the censors having decided that it should not be performed. These readings of Figaro grew so numerous that people were daily heard to say, "I have been, or I am going to be, at the reading of Beaumarchais's play." The desire to see it performed became universal, an expression that he had the art to use compelled, as it were, the approbation of the nobility or of persons in power who aimed at ranking among the magnanimous. He made his Figaro say that none but little minds dreaded little books. The Baron de Breteuil and all the men of Madame de Polignac's circle entered the lists as the warmest protectors of the comedy. Solicitations to the king became so pressing that His Majesty determined to judge for himself of a work which so much engrossed public attention, and desired me to ask M. Lenoir, lieutenant of police, for the manuscript of the Marriage de Figaro. One morning I received a note from the Queen ordering me to be with her at 3 o'clock, and not to come without having dined, for she should detain me some time. When I got to the Queen's inner closet, I found her alone with the king. A chair and a small table were ready placed opposite to them, and upon the table lay an enormous manuscript in several books. The king said to me, "There is Beaumarchais's comedy, you must read it to us. You will find several parts troublesome on account of the erasures and references. I have already run it over, but I wish the Queen to be acquainted with the work. You will not mention this reading to anyone." I began. The king frequently interrupted me by praise or censure, which was always just. He frequently exclaimed, "That's in bad taste. This man continually brings the Italian concetti on the stage." At that soliloquy of Figaro in which he attacks various points of government, and especially at the tirade against state prisons, the king rose up and said, indignantly, "That's detestable. That shall never be played. The Bastille must be destroyed before the license to act this play can be any other than an act of the most dangerous inconsistency. This man scoffs at everything that should be respected in a government." "It will not be played, then," said the Queen. "No, certainly," replied Louis Roman XVI, "you may rely upon that." Still, it was constantly reported that Figaro was about to be performed. There were even wagers laid upon the subject. I never should have laid any myself, fancying that I was better informed as to the probability than anybody else. If I had, however, I should have been completely deceived. The protectors of Beaumarchais, feeling certain that they would succeed in their scheme of making his work public in spite of the king's prohibition, distributed the parts in the Marriage de Figaro among the actors of the Théâtre Français. Beaumarchais had made them enter into the spirit of his characters, and they determined to enjoy at least one performance of this so-called chef d'oeuvre. The first gentleman of the chamber agreed that M. de la Ferte should lend the theatre of the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs, at Paris, which was used for rehearsals of the opera. Tickets were distributed to a vast number of leaders of society, and the day for the performance was fixed. The king heard of all this only on the very morning, and signed a lettre de cachet. A lettre de cachet was any written order proceeding from the king. The term was not confined merely to orders for arrest, which prohibited the performance. When the messenger who brought the order arrived, he found a part of the theatre already filled with spectators, and the streets leading to the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs filled with carriages. The piece was not performed. This prohibition of the king's was looked upon as an attack on public liberty. The disappointment produced such discontent that the words oppression and tyranny were uttered with no less passion and bitterness at that time than during the days which immediately preceded the downfall of the throne. Beaumarchais was so far put off his guard by rage as to exclaim, "Well, gentlemen, he won't suffer it to be played here, but I swear it shall be played, perhaps in the very choir of Notre Dame." There was something prophetic in these words. It was generally insinuated, shortly afterwards, that Beaumarchais had determined to suppress all those parts of his work which could be obnoxious to the government. And on pretense of judging of the sacrifices made by the author, M. de Vaudreuil obtained permission to have this far-famed Marriage de Figaro performed at his country house. M. Campan was asked there. He had frequently heard the work read, and did not now find the alterations that had been announced. This he observed to several persons belonging to the court, who maintained that the author had made all the sacrifices required. M. Campan was so astonished at these persistent assertions of an obvious falsehood that he replied by a quotation from Beaumarchais himself, and assuming the tone of Basilio in the Barbier de Seville, he said, "Faith, gentlemen, I don't know who is deceived here. Everybody is in the secret." They then came to the point, and begged him to tell the Queen positively that all which had been pronounced reprehensible in M. de Beaumarchais's play had been cut out. My father-in-law contented himself with replying that his situation at court would not allow of his giving an opinion unless the Queen should first speak of the piece to him. The Queen said nothing to him about the matter. Shortly afterwards, permission to perform this play was at length obtained. The Queen thought the people of Paris would be finely tricked when they saw merely an ill-conceived piece, devoid of interest, as it must appear when deprived of its satire. "The king," says Grimm, "made sure that the public would judge unfavorably of the work. He said to the Marquis de Montesquieu, who was going to see the first representation, 'Well, what do you augur of its success? Sire, I hope the piece will fail.' 'And so do I,' replied the king. 'There is something still more ridiculous than my piece,' said Beaumarchais himself. 'That is its success.' Mademoiselle Arnaud foresaw it the first day, and exclaimed, 'It is a production that will fail 50 nights successively.' There was as crowded an audience on the 72nd night as on the first. The following is extracted from Grimm's correspondence. Answer of M. de Beaumarchais to, who requested the use of his private box for some ladies desirous of seeing Figaro, without being themselves seen. I have no respect for women who indulge themselves in seeing any play which they think indecorous, provided they can do so in secret. I lend myself to no such acts. I have given my piece to the public, to amuse, and not to instruct, not to give any compounding prudes the pleasure of going to admire it in a private box, and balancing their account with conscience by censuring it in company. To indulge in the pleasure of vice and assume the credit of virtue is the hypocrisy of the age. My piece is not of a doubtful nature. It must be patronized in good earnest or avoided altogether. Therefore, with all respect to you, I shall keep my box." This letter was circulated all over Paris for a week. Under the persuasion that there was not a passage left capable of malicious or dangerous application, Monsieur attended the first performance in a public box. The mad enthusiasm of the public in favor of the piece and Monsieur's just displeasure are well known. The author was sent to prison soon afterwards, though his work was extolled to the skies, and though the court durst not suspend its performance. The Queen testified her displeasure against all who had assisted the author of the Marriage de Figaro to deceive the king into giving his consent that it should be represented. Her reproaches were more particularly directed against M. de Vaudreuil for having had it performed at his house. The violent and domineering disposition of her favorite's friend at last became disagreeable to her. One evening, on the Queen's return from the Duchess', she desired her valet de chambre to bring her billiard cue into her closet and ordered me to open the box that contained it. I took out the cue, broken in two. It was of ivory and formed of one single elephant's tooth. The butt was of gold and very tastefully wrought. "There," said she, "that is the way M. de Vaudreuil has treated a thing I valued highly." I had laid it upon the couch while I was talking to the Duchess in the salon. He had the assurance to make use of it, and in a fit of passion about a blocked ball, he struck the cue so violently against the table that he broke it in two. The noise brought me back into the billiard room. I did not say a word to him, but my looks showed him how angry I was. He is the more provoked at the accident, as he aspires to the post of governor to the Dauphin. I never thought of him for the place. It is quite enough to have consulted my heart only in the choice of a governess, and I will not suffer that of a governor to the Dauphin to be at all affected by the influence of my friends. I should be responsible for it to the nation. The poor man does not know that my determination is taken, for I have never expressed it to the Duchess. Therefore, judge of the sort of an evening he must have passed. Chapter 13. Shortly after the public mind had been thrown into agitation by the performance of the Marriage de Figaro, an obscure plot, contrived by swindlers and matured in a corrupted society, attacked the Queen's character in a vital point and assailed the majesty of the throne. I am about to speak of the notorious affair of the necklace purchased, as it was said, for the Queen by Cardinal de Rohan. I will narrate all that has come to my knowledge relating to this business. The most minute particulars will prove how little reason the Queen had to apprehend the blow by which she was threatened, and which must be attributed to a fatality that human prudence could not have foreseen, but from which, to say the truth, she might have extricated herself with more skill. I have already said that in 1774, the Queen purchased jewels of Bohmer to the value of 360,000 francs, that she paid for them herself out of her own private funds, and that it required several years to enable her to complete the payment. The king afterwards presented her with a set of rubies and diamonds of a fine water, and subsequently with a pair of bracelets worth 200,000 francs. The Queen, after having her diamonds reset in new patterns, told Bohmer that she found her jewel case rich enough, and was not desirous of making any addition to it. Except on those days when the assemblies at court were particularly attended, such as the 1st of January and the 2d of February, devoted to the procession of the Order of the Holy Ghost, and on the festivals of Easter, Whitsuntide, and Christmas, the Queen no longer wore any dresses but muslin or white Florentine taffety. Her headdress was merely a hat, the plainest were preferred, and her diamonds never quitted their caskets but for the dresses of ceremony, confined to the days I have mentioned. Before the Queen was 25, she began to apprehend that she might be induced to make too frequent use of flowers and of ornaments, which at that time were exclusively reserved for youth. Madame Burton having brought a wreath for the head and neck, composed of roses, the Queen feared that the brightness of the flowers might be disadvantageous to her complexion. She was unquestionably too severe upon herself, her beauty having as yet experienced no alteration. It is easy to conceive the concert of praise and compliment that replied to the doubt she had expressed. The Queen, approaching me, said, "I charge you, from this day, to give me notice when flowers shall cease to become me." "I shall do no such thing," I replied, immediately. "I have not read Gil Bias without profiting in some degree from it, and I find your Majesty's order too much like that given him by the Archbishop of Granada, to warn him of the moment when he should begin to fall off in the composition of his homilies." "Go," said the Queen, "you are less sincere than Gil Blas, and I world have been more amenable than the Archbishop." Madame Campan. Still, this jeweler busied himself for some years in forming a collection of the finest diamonds circulating in the trade, in order to compose a necklace of several rows, which he hoped to induce Her Majesty to purchase. He brought it to M. Campan, requesting him to mention it to the Queen, that she might ask to see it, and thus be induced to wish to possess it. This M. Campan refused to do, telling him that he should be stepping out of the line of his duty were he to propose to the Queen an expense of 1,600,000 francs, and that he believed neither the Lady of Honor nor the tirewoman would take upon herself to execute such a commission. Bohmer persuaded the King's first gentleman for the year to show this superb necklace to His Majesty, who admired it so much that he himself wished to see the Queen adorned with it, and sent the case to her. But she assured him she should much regret incurring so great an expense for such an article, that she had already very beautiful diamonds, that jewels of that description were now worn at court not more than 4 or 5 times a year, that the necklace must be returned, and that the money would be much better employed in building a man-o'-war. Messieurs Bohmer and Bassange, jewelers to the crown, were proprietors of a superb diamond necklace, which had, as it was said, been intended for the Comtesse du Barry. Being under the necessity of selling it, they offered it, during the last war, to the King and Queen, but their Majesties made the following prudent answer: "We stand more in need of ships than of jewels." Secret correspondence of the court of Louis Roman XVI. Bohmer, in sad tribulation at finding his expectations delusive, endeavored for some time, it is said, to dispose of his necklace among the various courts of Europe. A year after his fruitless attempts, Bohmer again caused his diamond necklace to be offered to the king, proposing that it should be paid for partly by installments and partly in life annuities. This proposal was represented as highly advantageous, and the king, in my presence, mentioned the matter once more to the queen. I remember the queen told him that, if the bargain really was not bad, he might make it, and keep the necklace until the marriage of one of his children. But that, for her part, she would never wear it, being unwilling that the world should have to reproach her with having coveted so expensive an article. The king replied that their children were too young to justify such an expense, which would be greatly increased by the number of years the diamonds would remain useless, and that he would finally decline the offer. Bohmer complained to everybody of his misfortune, and all reasonable people blamed him for having collected diamonds to so considerable an amount without any positive order for them. This man had purchased the office of jeweler to the crown, which gave him some rights of entry at court. After several months spent in ineffectual attempts to carry his point, and in idle complaints, he obtained an audience of the queen, who had with her the young princess, her daughter. Her Majesty did not know for what purpose Bohmer sought this audience, and had not the slightest idea that it was to speak to her again about an article twice refused by herself and the king. Bohmer threw himself upon his knees, clasped his hands, burst into tears, and exclaimed, "Madame, I am ruined and disgraced if you do not purchase my necklace. I cannot outlive so many misfortunes. When I go hence, I shall throw myself into the river." "Rise, Bohmer," said the queen, in a tone sufficiently severe to recall him to himself. "I do not like these rhapsodies. Honest men have no occasion to fall on their knees to make their requests. If you were to destroy yourself, I should regret you as a madman in whom I had taken an interest, but I should not be in any way responsible for that misfortune. Not only have I never ordered the article which causes your present despair, but whenever you have talked to me about fine collections of jewels, I have told you that I should not add 4 diamonds to those which I already possessed. I told you myself that I declined taking the necklace. The king wished to give it to me, but I refused him also. Never mention it to me again. Divide it and try to sell it piecemeal, and do not drown yourself. I am very angry with you for acting this scene of despair in my presence and before this child. Let me never see you behave thus again. Go." Bohmer withdrew, overwhelmed with confusion, and nothing further was then heard of him. When Madame Sophie was born, the queen told me M. de St. James, a rich financier, had apprised her that Bohmer was still intent upon the sale of his necklace, and that she ought, for her own satisfaction, to endeavor to learn what the man had done with it. She desired me, the first time I should meet him, to speak to him about it, as if from the interest I took in his welfare. I spoke to him about his necklace, and he told me he had been very fortunate, having sold it at Constantinople for the favorite sultana. I communicated this answer to the queen, who was delighted with it, but could not comprehend how the sultan came to purchase his diamonds in Paris. The queen long avoided seeing Bohmer, being fearful of his rash character, and her valet de chamber, who had the care of her jewels, made the necessary repairs to her ornaments unassisted. On the baptism of the Duc d'Angoulême, in 1785, the king gave him a diamond epaulet and buckles, and directed Bohmer to deliver them to the queen. Bohmer presented them on her return from Mass, and at the same time gave into her hands a letter in the form of a petition. In this paper he told the queen that he was happy to see her, in possession of the finest diamonds known in Europe, and entreated her not to forget him. The queen read Bohmer's address to her aloud, and saw nothing in it but a proof of mental aberration. She lighted the paper at a wax taper standing near her, as she had some letters to seal, saying, "It is not worth keeping." She afterwards much regretted the loss of this enigmatical memorial. After having burnt the paper, Her Majesty said to me, "That man is born to be my torment. He has always some mad scheme in his head. Remember, the first time you see him, to tell him that I do not like diamonds now, and that I will buy no more so long as I live. That if I had any money to spare, I would rather add to my property at St. Cloud by the purchase of the land surrounding it. Now, mind you enter into all these particulars and impress them well upon him." I asked her whether she wished me to send for him. She replied in the negative, adding that it would be sufficient to avail myself of the first opportunity afforded by meeting him, and that the slightest advance towards such a man would be misplaced. On the 1st of August, I left Versailles for my country house at Crespy. On the 3D came Bohmer, extremely uneasy at not having received any answer from the Queen, to ask me whether I had any commission from her to him. I replied that she had entrusted me with none, that she had no commands for him, and I faithfully repeated all she had desired me to say to him. But, said Bohmer, the answer to the letter I presented to her, to whom must I apply for that? To nobody, answered I. Her Majesty burnt your memorial without even comprehending its meaning. Ah, madame, exclaimed he, that is impossible. The Queen knows that she has money to pay me. Money, M. Bohmer. Your last accounts against the Queen were discharged long ago. Madame, you are not in the secret. A man who is ruined for want of payment of 1,500,000 francs cannot be said to be satisfied. Have you lost your senses? Said I, for what can the Queen owe you so extravagant a sum? For my necklace, madame, replied Bohmer coolly. What? I exclaimed. That necklace again, which you have teased the Queen about so many years. Did you not tell me you had sold it at Constantinople? The Queen desired me to give that answer to all who should speak to me on the subject, said the wretched dupe. He then told me that the Queen wished to have the necklace, and had had it purchased for her by Monseigneur, the Cardinal de Rohan. You are deceived, I exclaimed. The Queen has not once spoken to the Cardinal since his return from Vienna. There is not a man at her court less favorably looked upon. You are deceived yourself, madame, said Bohmer. She sees him so much in private that it was to his Eminence she gave 30,000 francs, which were paid me as an installment. She took them, in his presence, out of the little secretaire of Sèvres porcelain next the fireplace in her boudoir. And the Cardinal told you all this? Yes, madame himself. What a detestable plot, cried I. Indeed, to say the truth, madame, I begin to be much alarmed, for his Eminence assured me that the Queen would wear the necklace on Whitsunday. But I did not see it upon her, and it was that which induced me to write to Her Majesty. He then asked me what he ought to do. I advised him to go on to Versailles, instead of returning to Paris, whence he had just arrived, to obtain an immediate audience from the Baron de Bretuel, who, as head of the King's household, was the minister of the department to which Bohmer belonged, and to be circumspect. And I added that he appeared to me extremely culpable not as a diamond merchant, but because being a sworn officer it was unpardonable of him to have acted without the direct orders of the King, the Queen, or the minister. He answered that he had not acted without direct orders, that he had in his possession all the notes signed by the Queen, and that he had even been obliged to show them to several bankers in order to induce them to extend the time for his payments. I urged his departure for Versailles, and he assured me he would go there immediately. Instead of following my advice, he went to the Cardinal, and it was of this visit of Bohmer's that his Eminence made a memorandum, found in a drawer overlooked by the Abbé Georgel when he burnt, by order of the Cardinal, all the papers which the latter had at Paris. The memorandum was thus worded. On this day, 3 August, Bohmer went to Madame Campan's country house, and she told him that the Queen had never had his necklace, and that he had been deceived. When Bohmer was gone, I wanted to follow him and go to the Queen. My father-in-law prevented me, and ordered me to leave the minister to elucidate such an important affair, observing that it was an infernal plot, that I had given Bohmer the best advice, and had nothing more to do with the business. Bohmer never said one word to me about the woman de Lamotte, and her name was mentioned for the first time by the Cardinal in his answers to the interrogatories put to him before the King. After seeing the Cardinal, Bohmer went to Trianon and sent a message to the Queen, purporting that I had advised him to come and speak to her. His very words were repeated to Her Majesty, who said, "He is mad. I have nothing to say to him, and will not see him." 2 or 3 days afterwards the Queen sent for me to Petit Trianon to rehearse with me the part of Rosina, which she was to perform in the Barbier de Seville. I was alone with her, sitting upon her couch. No mention was made of anything but the part. After we had spent an hour in the rehearsal, Her Majesty asked me why I had sent Bohmer to her, saying he had been in my name to speak to her, and that she would not see him. It was in this manner I learnt that he had not followed my advice in the slightest degree. The change of my countenance, when I heard the man's name, was very perceptible. The Queen perceived it, and questioned me. I entreated her to see him, and assured her it was of the utmost importance for her peace of mind, that there was a plot going on, of which she was not aware, and that it was a serious one, since engagements signed by herself were shown about to people who had lent Bohmer money. Her surprise and vexation were great. She desired me to remain at Trianon and sent off a courier to Paris, ordering Bohmer to come to her upon some pretext which has escaped my recollection. He came next morning. In fact, it was the day on which the play was performed, and that was the last amusement the Queen allowed herself at that retreat. The Queen made him enter her closet, and asked him by what fatality it was that she was still doomed to hear of his foolish pretense of selling her an article which she had steadily refused for several years. He replied that he was compelled, being unable to pacify his creditors any longer. "What are your creditors to me?" said Her Majesty. Bohmer then regularly related to her all that he had been made to believe had passed between the Queen and himself through the intervention of the Cardinal. She was equally incensed and surprised at each thing she heard. In vain did she speak. The jeweler, equally importunate and dangerous, repeated incessantly, "Madame, there is no longer time for feigning. Condescend to confess that you have my necklace, and let some assistance be given to me, or my bankruptcy will soon bring the whole to light." It is easy to imagine how the Queen must have suffered. On Bohmer's going away, I found her in an alarming condition. The idea that anyone could have believed that such a man as the Cardinal possessed her full confidence, that she should have employed him to deal with a tradesman without the King's knowledge, for a thing which she had refused to accept from the King himself, drove her to desperation. She sent first for the Abbé de Vermond, and then for the Baron de Bretuel. Their hatred and contempt for the Cardinal made them too easily forget that the lowest faults do not prevent the higher orders of the empire from being defended by those to whom they have the honor to belong. That a Rohan, a prince of the church, however culpable he might be, would be sure to have a considerable party which would naturally be joined by all the discontented persons of the court and all the frondeurs of Paris. They too easily believed that he would be stripped of all the advantages of his rank and order, and given up to the disgrace due to his irregular conduct. They deceived themselves. I saw the Queen after the departure of the Baron and the Abbé. Her agitation made me shudder. "Fraud must be unmasked," said she, "when the Roman purple and the title of prince cover a mere money-seeker. A cheat who dares to compromise the wife of his sovereign, France and all Europe should know it." It is evident that from that moment the fatal plan was decided on. The Queen perceived my alarm. I did not conceal it from her. I knew too well that she had many enemies not to be apprehensive on seeing her attract the attention of the whole world to an intrigue that they would try to complicate still more. I entreated her to seek the most prudent and moderate advice. She silenced me by desiring me to make myself easy and to rest satisfied that no imprudence would be committed. On the following Sunday, the 15th of August, being the Assumption at 12 o'clock, at the very moment when the Cardinal, dressed in his pontifical garments, was about to proceed to the chapel, he was sent for into the King's closet, where the Queen then was. The King said to him, "You have purchased diamonds of Bohmer." "Yes, sire." "What have you done with them?" "I thought they had been delivered to the Queen." "Who commissioned you?" "A lady called the Comtesse de Lamothe Valois, who handed me a letter from the Queen, and I thought I was gratifying Her Majesty by taking this business on myself." The Queen here interrupted him and said, "How, monsieur, could you believe that I should select you, to whom I have not spoken for 8 years, to negotiate anything for me, and especially through the mediation of a woman whom I do not even know?" "I see plainly," said the Cardinal, "that I have been duped. I will pay for the necklace. My desire to please your Majesty blinded me. I suspected no trick in the affair, and I am sorry for it." He then took out of his pocketbook a letter from the Queen to Madame de Lamothe, giving him this commission. The King took it, and holding it towards the Cardinal, said, "This is neither written nor signed by the Queen. How could a prince of the House of Rohan and a Grand Almoner of France ever think that the Queen would sign Marie Antoinette de France? Everybody knows that queens sign only by their baptismal names. But monsieur," pursued the King, handing him a copy of his letter to Bohmer, "have you ever written such a letter as this?" Having glanced over it, the Cardinal said, "I do not remember having written it." "But what if the original, signed by yourself, were shown to you?" If the letter be signed by myself, it is genuine." He was extremely confused and repeated several times, "I have been deceived, sire. I will pay for the necklace. I ask pardon of your majesties." "Then explain to me," resumed the king, "the whole of this enigma. I do not wish to find you guilty. I had rather you would justify yourself. Account for all the maneuvers with Behmer, these assurances and these letters." The cardinal then, turning pale and leaning against the table, said, "Sire, I am too much confused to answer your majesty in a way. Compose yourself, cardinal, and go into my cabinet. You will there find paper, pens, and inkwrite what you have to say to me." The cardinal went into the king's cabinet and returned a quarter of an hour afterwards with a document as confused as his verbal answers had been. The king then said, "Withdraw, monsieur." The cardinal left the king's chamber with the Baron de Bretuil, who gave him in custody to a lieutenant of the bodyguard, with orders to take him to his apartment. M. Dagult, aide-major of the bodyguard, afterwards took him into custody and conducted him to his hotel and thence to the Bastille. But while the cardinal had with him only the young lieutenant of the bodyguard, who was much embarrassed at having such an order to execute, his eminence met his hayduck at the door of the Salon of Hercules. He spoke to him in German and then asked the lieutenant if he could lend him a pencil. The officer gave him that which he carried about him, and the cardinal wrote to the Abbé Georgel, his grand vicar and friend, instantly to burn all Madame de Lamotte's correspondence and all his other letters. The Abbé Georgel thus relates the circumstance. The cardinal, at that trying moment, gave an astonishing proof of his presence of mind. Notwithstanding the escort which surrounded him, favored by the attendant crowd, he stopped, and stooping down with his face towards the wall, as if to fasten his buckle, snatched out his pencil and hastily wrote a few words upon a scrap of paper placed under his hand in his square red cap. He rose again and proceeded. On entering his house, his people formed a lane. He slipped this paper, unperceived, into the hand of a confidential valet de chambre, who waited for him at the door of his apartment. This story is scarcely credible. It is not at the moment of a prisoner's arrest, when an inquisitive crowd surrounds and watches him, that he can stop and write secret messages. However, the valet de chambre posts off to Paris. He arrives at the palace of the cardinal between 12 and 1 o'clock, and his horse falls dead in the stable. "I was in my apartment," said the Abbé Georgel. The valet de chambre entered wildly, with a deadly paleness on his countenance, and exclaimed, "All is lost. The prince is arrested." He instantly fell, fainting, and dropped the note of which he was the bearer. The portfolio containing the papers which might compromise the cardinal was immediately placed beyond the reach of all search. Madame de Lamotte also was foolishly allowed sufficient time, after she heard of the arrest of the cardinal, to burn all the letters she had received from him. Assisted by Bugnot, she completed this at 3 the same morning that she was arrested at Forcy Memoirs of Comte de Bugnot, Vol I, p. 74. This commission was executed before M. de Crosny, lieutenant of police, had received an order from the Baron de Bretuil to put seals upon the cardinal's papers. The destruction of all his eminence's correspondence, and particularly that with Madame de Lamotte, threw an impenetrable cloud over the whole affair. From that moment, all proofs of this intrigue disappeared. Madame de Lamotte was apprehended at Bar-sur-Aube. Her husband had already gone to England. From the beginning of this fatal affair, all the proceedings of the court appear to have been prompted by imprudence and want of foresight. The obscurity resulting left free scope for the fables of which the voluminous memorials written on one side and the other consisted. The queen so little imagined what could have given rise to the intrigue, of which she was about to become the victim, that, at the moment when the king was interrogating the cardinal, a terrific idea entered her mind. With that rapidity of thought caused by personal interest and extreme agitation, she fancied that, if a design to ruin her in the eyes of the king and the French people were the concealed motive of this intrigue, the cardinal would, perhaps, affirm that she had the necklace, that he had been honored with her confidence for this purchase, made without the king's knowledge, and point out some secret place in her apartment where he might have got some villain to hide it. Want of money and the meanest swindling were the sole motives for this criminal affair. The necklace had already been taken to pieces and sold, partly in London, partly in Holland, and the rest in Paris. The moment the cardinal's arrest was known, a universal clamor arose. Every memorial that appeared during the trial increased the outcry. On this occasion, the clergy took that course which a little wisdom and the least knowledge of the spirit of such a body ought to have foreseen. The Rohans and the House of Condé, as well as the clergy, made their complaints heard everywhere. The king consented to having a legal judgment, and early in September he addressed letters patent to the Parliament, in which he said that he was filled with the most just indignation on seeing the means which, by the confession of His Eminence the Cardinal, had been employed in order to inculpate his most dear spouse and companion. Fatal moment, in which the Queen found herself, in consequence of this highly impolitic step, on trial with a subject who ought to have been dealt with by the power of the king alone. The princes and princesses of the House of Condé and of the houses of Rohan, Soubise, and Gemini put on mourning, and were seen ranged in the way of the members of the Grand Chamber to salute them as they proceeded to the palace on the days of the cardinal's trial, and princes of the blood openly canvassed against the Queen of France. The Pope wished to claim, on behalf of the Cardinal de Rohan, the right belonging to his ecclesiastical rank, and demanded that he should be judged at Rome. The Cardinal de Bernis, ambassador from France to His Holiness, formerly Minister for Foreign Affairs, blending the wisdom of an old diplomatist with the principles of a prince of the Church, wished that this scandalous affair should be hushed up. The king's aunts, who were on very intimate terms with the ambassador, adopted his opinion, and the conduct of the king and queen was equally and loudly censured in the apartments of Versailles and in the hotels and coffee-houses of Paris. Madame, the king's sister-in-law, had been the sole protectress of de Lamotte, and had confined her patronage to granting her a pension of 12 to 1,500 francs. Her brother was in the navy, but the Marquis de Chabert, to whom he had been recommended, could never train a good officer. The queen in vain endeavored to call to mind the features of this person, of whom she had often heard as an intriguing woman, who came frequently on Sundays to the gallery of Versailles. At the time when all France was engrossed by the persecution against the cardinal, the portrait of the Comtesse de Lamotte Valois was publicly sold. Her Majesty desired me one day, when I was going to Paris, to buy her the engraving, which was said to be a tolerable likeness, that she might ascertain whether she could recognize in it any person whom she might have seen in the gallery. The public, with the exception of the lowest class, were admitted into the gallery and larger apartments of Versailles, as they were into the park. Madame Campan. The woman de Lamotte's father was a peasant at Auteuil, though he called himself Valois. Madame de Boulainvilliers once saw from her terrace 2 pretty little peasant girls, each laboring under a heavy bundle of sticks. The priest of the village, who was walking with her, told her that the children possessed some curious papers, and that he had no doubt they were descendants of a Valois, an illegitimate son of one of the princes of that name. The family of Valois had long ceased to appear in the world. Hereditary vices had gradually plunged them into the deepest misery. I have heard that the last Valois then known occupied the estate called Gros Bois, that as he seldom came to court, Louis Roman XIII asked him what he was about that he remained so constantly in the country, and that this M. de Valois merely answered, "Sire, I only do there what I ought." It was shortly afterwards discovered that he was coining. Neither the queen herself nor anyone near her ever had the slightest connection with the woman de Lamotte, and during her prosecution she could point out but one of the queen's servants, named Disclose, a valet of the queen's bedchamber, to whom she pretended she had delivered Bohmer's necklace. This Disclose was a very honest man. Upon being confronted with the woman de Lamotte, it was proved that she had never seen him but once, which was at the house of the wife of a surgeon accoucheur at Versailles, the only person she visited at court, and that she had not given him the necklace. Madame de Lamotte married a private in Monsieur's bodyguard. She lodged at Versailles at the Belle Image, a very inferior furnished house. And it is inconceivable how so obscure a person could succeed in making herself believed to be a friend of the queen, who, though so extremely affable, seldom granted audiences, and only to titled persons. The trial of the cardinal is too generally known to require me to repeat its details here. The point most embarrassing to him was the interview he had in February, 1785, with M. de St. James, to whom he confided the particulars of the queen's pretended commission, and showed the contract approved and signed Marie Antoinette de France. The memorandum, found in a drawer of the cardinal's bureau, in which he had himself written what Behemer told him after having seen me at my country house, was likewise an unfortunate document for his eminence. I offered to the king to go and declare that Behemer had told me that the cardinal assured him he had received from the queen's own hand the 30,000 francs given on account upon the bargain being concluded, and that his eminence had seen her majesty take that sum in bills from the porcelain secretaire in her boudoir. The king declined my offer, and said to me, "Were you alone when Behemer told you this?" I answered that I was alone with him in my garden. "Well," resumed he, "the man would deny the fact. He is now sure of being paid his 1,600,000 francs, which the cardinal's family will find it necessary to make good to him. We can no longer rely upon his sincerity. It would look as if you were sent by the queen, and that would not be proper." The guilty woman no sooner knew that all was about to be discovered than she sent for the jewelers, and told them the cardinal had perceived that the agreement, which he believed to have been signed by the queen, was a false and forged document. "However," added she, "the cardinal possesses a considerable fortune, and he can very well pay you." These words reveal the whole secret. The countess had taken the necklace to herself, and flattered herself that M. de Rohan, seeing himself deceived and cruelly imposed upon, would determine to pay and make the beat terms he could, rather than suffer a matter of this nature to become public. Secret correspondence of the court of Louis Roman XVI. The Procureur General's information was severe on the cardinal. The houses of Conde and Rohan and the majority of the nobility saw in this affair only an attack on the prince's rank, the clergy only a blow aimed at the privileges of a cardinal. The clergy demanded that the unfortunate business of the Prince Cardinal de Rohan should be submitted to ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and the Archbishop of Narbonne, then president of the convocation, made representations upon the subject to the king. The bishops wrote to His Majesty to remind him that a private ecclesiastic implicated in the affair, then pending, would have a right to claim his constitutional judges, and that this right was refused to a cardinal, his superior in the hierarchical order. In short, the clergy and the greater part of the nobility were at that time outrageous against authority, and chiefly against the queen. The Procureur General's conclusions, and those of a part of the heads of the magistracy, were as severe towards the cardinal as the information had been. Yet he was fully acquitted by a majority of 3 voices. The woman de Lamotte was condemned to be whipped, branded, and imprisoned, and her husband, for contumacy, was condemned to the galleys for life. The following extract is from the Memoirs of the Abbé Georgel. The sittings were long and multiplied. It was necessary to read the whole proceedings. More than 50 judges sat. A master of requests, a friend of the prince, wrote down all that was said there and sent it to his advisers, who found means to inform the cardinal of it and to add the plan of conduct he ought to pursue. D'Epermesnil and other young councillors showed upon that occasion but too much audacity in braving the court, too much eagerness in seizing an opportunity of attacking it. They were the first to shake that authority which their functions made it a duty in them to respect. Note by the editor. M. Pierre de Laurencel, the Procureur General's substitute, sent the Queen a list of the names of the members of the Grand Chamber, with the means made use of by the friends of the cardinal to gain their votes during the trial. I had this list to keep among the papers which the Queen deposited in the house of M. Campan, my father-in-law, and which, at his death, she ordered me to preserve. I burnt this statement, but I remember ladies performed a part not very creditable to their principals. It was by them, in consideration of large sums which they received, that some of the oldest and most respected members were won over. I did not see a single name amongst the whole Parliament that was gained directly. The belief confirmed by time is that the cardinal was completely duped by the woman de Lamotte and Cagliostro. The king may have been in error in thinking him an accomplice in this miserable and criminal scheme, but I have faithfully repeated His Majesty's judgment about it. However, the generally received opinion that the Baron de Breteuil's hatred for the cardinal was the cause of the scandal, and the unfortunate result of this affair contributed to the disgrace of the former, still more than his refusal to give his granddaughter in marriage to the son of the Duc de Polignac. The Abbé de Vermond threw the whole blame of the imprudence and impolicy of the affair of the Cardinal de Rohan upon the minister, and ceased to be the friend and supporter of the Baron de Breteuil with the Queen. In the early part of the year 1786, the cardinal, as has been said, was fully acquitted and came out of the Bastille, while Madame de Lamotte was condemned to be whipped, branded, and imprisoned. The court, persisting in the erroneous views which had hitherto guided its measures, conceived that the cardinal and the woman de Lamotte were equally culpable and unequally punished, and sought to restore the balance of justice by exiling the cardinal to La Chaise-Dieu, and suffering Madame de Lamotte to escape a few days after she entered El Hospital. This new error confirmed the Parisians in the idea that the wretch de Lamotte, who had never been able to make her way so far as to the room appropriated to the Queen's women, had really interested the Queen herself. Further particulars will be found in the Memoirs of the Comte de Bugnat, London, Hurst and Blackett, 1871, as he knew Madame de Lamotte from the days of her early childhood, when the 3 children, the Baron de Valois, who died captain of a frigate, and the 2 Mademoiselles de Saint-Remy, the last descendants of the Baron de Saint-Remy, a natural son of Henry Roman II, were almost starving to the time of her temporary prosperity. In fact, he was with her when she burnt the correspondence of the cardinal, in the interval the court foolishly allowed between his arrest and her capture, and de Bugnat believed he had met at her house. At the moment of their return from their successful trick, the whole party engaged in deluding the cardinal. It is worth noting that he was then struck by the face of Mademoiselle d'Oliva, who had just personated the Queen in presenting a rose to the cardinal. It may also be cited as a pleasing quality of Madame de Lamotte that she, in her ordinary conversation, used the words stupid and honest as synonymous. See Bugnat, Volume I, p. 60. Chapter 14. The Abbé de Vermond could not repress his exultation when he succeeded in getting the Archbishop of Sens appointed head of the Council of Finance. I have more than once heard him say that 17 years of patience were not too long a term for success in a court, that he spent all that time in gaining the end he had in view, but that at length the Archbishop was where he ought to be for the good of the state. The Abbé, from this time, in the Queen's private circle, no longer concealed his credit and influence. Nothing could equal the confidence with which he displayed the extent of his pretensions. He requested the Queen to order that the apartments appropriated to him should be enlarged, telling her that, being obliged to give audiences to bishops, cardinals, and ministers, he required a residence suitable to his present circumstances. The Queen continued to treat him as she did before the Archbishop's arrival at court, but the household showed him increased consideration. The word monsieur preceded that of Abbé, and from that moment not only the livery servants, but also the people of the antechambers rose when Monsieur l'Abbé was passing, though there never was, to my knowledge, any order given to that effect. The Queen was obliged, on account of the King's disposition and the very limited confidence he placed in the Archbishop of Sens, to take a part in public affairs. While M. de Maurepas lived, she kept out of that danger, as may be seen by the censure which the Baron de Besenval passes on her in his Memoirs for not availing herself of the conciliation he had promoted between the Queen and that minister, who counteracted the ascendancy which the Queen and her intimate friends might otherwise have gained over the King's mind. The Queen has often assured me that she never interfered respecting the interests of Austria, but once, and that was only to claim the execution of the Treaty of Alliance at the time when Joseph Roman II was at war with Prussia and Turkey. That, she then demanded that an army of 24,000 men should be sent to him instead of 15 millions, an alternative which had been left to option in the treaty, in case the emperor should have a just war to maintain. That she could not obtain her object, and M. de Vergennes, in an interview which she had with him upon the subject, put an end to her importunities by observing that he was answering the mother of the Dauphin and not the sister of the emperor. The 15 millions were sent. There was no want of money at Vienna, and the value of a French army was fully appreciated. But how, said the Queen, could they be so wicked as to send off those 15 millions from the General Post Office, diligently publishing, even to the street porters, that they were loading carriages with money that I was sending to my brother, whereas it is certain that the money would equally have been sent if I had belonged to another house, and besides, it was sent contrary to my inclination. This was not the first time the Queen had become unpopular in consequence of financial support afforded by France to her brother. The Emperor Joseph Roman II made in November 1783, and in May, 1784, startling claims on the Republic of the United Provinces. He demanded the opening of the Scheldt, the cession of Maestricht with its dependencies, of the country beyond the Meuse, the county of Vroonhoven, and a sum of 70 millions of florins. The first gun was fired by the Emperor on the Scheldt 6 November, 1784. Peace was concluded 8 November, 1785, through the mediation of France. The singular part was the indemnification granted to the Emperor. This was a sum of 10 millions of Dutch florins. The Articles 15, 16, and 17 of the treaty stipulated the quotas of it. Holland paid 5 millions and a half, and France, under the direction of M. de Vergennes, 4 millions and a half of florins, that is to say, 9,045,000 francs, according to M. Solevy. M. de Auger, in his Policy of Cabinets, volume Roman 3, says relative to this affair, M. de Vergennes has been much blamed for having terminated, by a sacrifice of 7 millions, the contest that existed between the United Provinces and the Emperor. In that age of philosophy, men were still very uncivilized. In that age of commerce, they made very erroneous calculations, and those who accused the Queen of sending the gold of France to her brother would have been better pleased if, to support a republic devoid of energy, the blood of 200,000 men and 300 or 400 millions of francs had been sacrificed, and at the same time the risk run of losing the advantage of peace dictated to England. Madame Campan. When the Comte de Moustier set out on his mission to the United States, after having had his public audience of leave, he came and asked me to procure him a private one. I could not succeed even with the strongest solicitations. The Queen desired me to wish him a good voyage, but added that none but ministers could have anything to say to him in private, since he was going to a country where the names of King and Queen must be detested. Marie Antoinette had then no direct influence over state affairs until after the deaths of M. de Maurepas and M. de Vergennes and the retirement of M. de Calonne. She frequently regretted her new situation and looked upon it as a misfortune which she could not avoid. One day, while I was assisting her to tie up a number of memorials and reports, which some of the ministers had handed to her to be given to the king, "Ah," said she, sighing, "there is an end of all happiness for me, since they have made an intriguer of me." I exclaimed at the word. "Yes," resumed the Queen, "that is the right term. Every woman who meddles with affairs above her understanding or out of her line of duty is an intriguer and nothing else. You will remember, however, that it is not my own fault, and that it is with regret I give myself such a title. Queens of France are happy only so long as they meddle with nothing, and merely preserve influence sufficient to advance their friends and reward a few zealous servants. Do you know what happened to me lately? One day since I began to attend private committees at the King's, while crossing the Oil de Boeuf, I heard one of the musicians of the chapel say so loud that I lost not a single word. 'A queen who does her duty will remain in her apartment to knit.' I said within myself, 'Poor wretch, thou art right, but thou knowest not my situation. I yield to necessity and my evil destiny.' This situation was the more painful to the Queen inasmuch as Louis Roman XVI had long accustomed himself to say nothing to her respecting state affairs. And when, towards the close of his reign, she was obliged to interfere in the most important matters, the same habit in the king frequently kept from her particulars which it was necessary she should have known. Obtaining, therefore, only insufficient information, and guided by persons more ambitious than skillful, the Queen could not be useful in important affairs. Yet, at the same time, her ostensible interference drew upon her, from all parties and all classes of society, an unpopularity the rapid progress of which alarmed all those who were sincerely attached to her. Carried away by the eloquence of the Archbishop of Sens, and encouraged in the confidence she placed in that minister by the incessant eulogies of the Abbé de Vermond on his abilities, the Queen unfortunately followed up her first mistake of bringing him into office in 1787 by supporting him at the time of his disgrace, which was obtained by the despair of a whole nation. She thought it was due to her dignity to give him some marked proof of her regard at the moment of his departure. Misled by her feelings, she sent him her portrait enriched with jewelry, and a brevet for the situation of Lady of the Palace for Madame de Campan, his niece, observing that it was necessary to indemnify a minister sacrificed to the intrigues of the court and a factious spirit of the nation. that otherwise none would be found willing to devote themselves to the interests of the sovereign. On the day of the archbishop's departure, the public joy was universal. Both at court and at Paris there were bonfires. The attorneys' clerks burnt the archbishop in effigy. And on the evening of his disgrace, more than 100 couriers were sent out from Versailles to spread the happy tidings among the country seats. I have seen the Queen shed bitter tears at the recollection of the errors she committed at this period. When subsequently, a short time before her death, the archbishop had the audacity to say, in a speech which was printed, that the sole object of one part of his operations, during his administration, was the salutary crisis which the Revolution had produced. The benevolence and generosity shown by the King and Queen during the severe winter of 1788, when the Seine was frozen over and the cold was more intense than it had been for 80 years, procured them some fleeting popularity. The gratitude of the Parisians for the succor their majesties poured forth was lively if not lasting. The snow was so abundant that since that period there has never been seen such a prodigious quantity in France. In different parts of Paris, pyramids and obelisks of snow were erected with inscriptions expressive of the gratitude of the people. The pyramid in the Rue d'Angeviller was supported on a base 6 feet high by 12 broad. It rose to the height of 15 feet and was terminated by a globe. 4 blocks of stone, placed at the angles, corresponded with the obelisk and gave it an elegant appearance. Several inscriptions, in honor of the King and Queen, were affixed to it. I went to see this singular monument and recollect the following inscription. To Marie Antoinette, lovely and good, to tender pity true, queen of a virtuous king, this trophy view, cold ice and snow sustain its fragile form, but every grateful heart to thee is warm. Oh, may this tribute in your hearts excite, illustrious pair, more pure and real delight, whilst thus your virtues are sincerely praised, than pompous domes by servile flattery raised. The theatres generally rang with praises of the beneficence of the sovereigns. La Partie de chasse de Henry Roman IV was represented for the benefit of the poor. The receipts were very considerable. When the fruitless measure of the Assembly of the Notables and the rebellious spirit in the parliaments had created the necessity for States General, it was long discussed in council whether they should be assembled at Versailles or at 40 or 60 leagues from the capital. The Queen was for the latter course, and insisted to the King that they ought to be far away from the immense population of Paris. The Assembly of the Notables, as may be seen in Weber's Memoirs, Volume I, overthrew the plans and caused the downfall of M. de Calonne. A prince of the blood presided over each of the meetings of that assembly. Monsieur, afterwards Louis Roman XVIII, presided over the first meeting. Monsieur, says a contemporary, gained great reputation at the Assembly of the Notables in 1787. He did not miss attending his meeting a single day, and he displayed truly patriotic virtues. His care in discussing the weighty matters of administration, in throwing light upon them, and in defending the interests and the cause of the people, was such as even to inspire the King with some degree of jealousy. Monsieur openly said that a respectful resistance to the orders of the monarch was not blamable, and that authority might be met by argument and forced to receive information without any offense whatever. Note by the editor. She feared that the people would influence the deliberations of the deputies. Several memorials were presented to the King upon that question, but M. Necker prevailed, and Versailles was the place fixed upon. The day on which the King announced that he gave his consent to the convocation of the States General, the Queen left the public dinner and placed herself in the recess of the first window of her bedchamber, with her face towards the garden. Her chief butler followed her, to present her coffee, which she usually took standing, as she was about to leave the table. She beckoned to me to come close to her. The King was engaged in conversation with someone in his room. When the attendant had served her, he retired, and she addressed me with the cup still in her hand. Great heavens, what fatal news goes forth this day? The King assents to the convocation of the States General. Then she added, raising her eyes to heaven, I dread it. This important event is a first fatal signal of discord in France. She cast her eyes down, they were filled with tears. She could not take the remainder of her coffee, but handed me the cup and went to join the King. In the evening, when she was alone with me, she spoke only of this momentous decision. It is the Parliament, said she, that has compelled the King to have recourse to a measure long considered fatal to the repose of the kingdom. These gentlemen wish to restrain the power of the King, but they give a great shock to the authority of which they make so bad a use, and they will bring on their own destruction. The double representation granted to the tiers état was now the chief topic of conversation. The queen favored this plan, to which the king had agreed. She thought the hope of obtaining ecclesiastical favors would secure the clergy of the second order, and that Necker was sure to have the same degree of influence over the lawyers, and other people of that class comprised in the tiers état. The Comte d'Artois, holding the contrary opinion, presented a memorial in the names of himself and several princes of the blood to the king against the double representation. The queen was displeased with him for this. Her confidential advisers infused into her apprehensions that the prince was made the tool of a party. But his conduct was approved of by Madame de Polignac's circle, which the queen thenceforward only frequented to avoid the appearance of a change in her habits. She almost always returned unhappy. She was treated with the profound respect due to a queen, but the devotion of friendship had vanished to make way for the coldness of etiquette, which wounded her deeply. The alienation between her and the Comte d'Artois was also very painful to her, for she had loved him almost as tenderly as if he had been her own brother. The opening of the States General took place on the 4th of May, 1789. The queen on that occasion appeared for the last time in her life in regal magnificence. During the procession, some low women, seeing the queen pass, cried out "Vive le Duc d'Orléans," in so threatening a manner that she nearly fainted. She was obliged to be supported, and those about her were afraid it would be necessary to stop the procession. The queen, however, recovered herself, and much regretted that she had not been able to command more presence of mind. The rapidly increasing distrust of the king and queen shown by the populace was greatly attributable to incessant corruption by English gold, and the projects, either of revenge or of ambition, of the Duc d'Orléans. Let it not be thought that this accusation is founded on what has been so often repeated by the heads of the French government since the Revolution. Twice between the 14th of July and the 6th of October, 1789, the day on which the court was dragged to Paris, the queen prevented me from making little excursions thither of business or pleasure, saying to me, "Do not go on such a day to Paris. The English have been scattering gold. We shall have some disturbance." The repeated visits of the Duc d'Orléans to England had excited the Anglomania to such a pitch that Paris was no longer distinguishable from London. The French, formerly imitated by the whole of Europe, became on a sudden a nation of imitators, without considering the evils that arts and manufactures must suffer in consequence of the change. Since the Treaty of Commerce made with England at the Peace of 1783, not merely equipages, but everything, even to ribands and common earthenware, were of English make. If this predominance of English fashions had been confined to filling our drawing rooms with young men in English frock coats, instead of the French dress, good taste and commerce might alone have suffered. But the principles of English government had taken possession of these young heads. Constitution, upper house, lower house, national guarantee, balance of power, Magna Charta, law of habeas corpus, all these words were incessantly repeated and seldom understood. But they were of fundamental importance to a party which was then forming. The first sitting of the States took place on the following day. The king delivered his speech with firmness and dignity. The queen told me that he had taken great pains about it and had repeated it frequently. His Majesty gave public marks of attachment and respect for the queen, who was applauded, but it was easy to see that this applause was in fact rendered to the king alone. It was evident, during the first sittings, that Murraybow would be very dangerous to the government. It affirmed that at this period he communicated to the king, and still more fully to the queen, part of his schemes for abandoning them. He brandished the weapons afforded him by his eloquence and audacity in order to make terms with the party he meant to attack. This man played the game of revolution to make his own fortune. The queen told me that he asked for an embassy, and if my memory does not deceive me, it was that of Constantinople. He was refused with well-deserved contempt, though policy would doubtless have concealed it, could the future have been foreseen. The enthusiasm prevailing at the opening of this assembly, and the debates between the tiers état, the nobility, and even the clergy, daily increased the alarm of their majesties, and all who were attached to the cause of monarchy. The queen went to bed late, or rather she began to be unable to rest. One evening, about the end of May, she was sitting in her room relating several remarkable occurrences of the day. 4 wax candles were placed upon her toilet table. The first went out of itself. I relighted it. Shortly afterwards the second, and then the third went out also. Upon which the queen, squeezing my hand in terror, said to me, "Misfortune makes us superstitious. If the 4th taper should go out like the rest, nothing can prevent my looking upon it as a sinister omen." The 4th taper went out. It was remarked to the queen that the 4 tapers had probably been run in the same mold, and that a defect in the wick had naturally occurred at the same point in each, since the candles had all gone out in the order in which they had been lighted. The deputies of the tiers at arrived at Versailles full of the strongest prejudices against the court. They believed that the king indulged in the pleasures of the table to a shameful excess, and that the queen was draining the treasury of the state in order to satisfy the most unbridled luxury. They almost all determined to see petty Trianon. The extreme plainness of the retreat in question not answering the ideas they had formed, some of them insisted upon seeing the very smallest closets, saying that the richly furnished apartments were concealed from them. They particularized one which, according to them, was ornamented with diamonds, and with wreathed columns studded with sapphires and rubies. The queen could not get these foolish ideas out of her mind, and spoke to the king on the subject. From the description given of this room by the deputies to the keepers of Trianon, the king concluded that they were looking for the scene enriched with paste ornaments, made in the reign of Louis Roman XV, for the theatre of Fontainebleau. The king supposed that his bodyguards, on their return to the country after their quarterly duty at court, related what they had seen, and that their exaggerated accounts, being repeated, became at last totally perverted. This idea of the king, after the search for the diamond chamber, suggested to the queen that the report of the king's propensity for drinking also sprang from the guards who accompanied his carriage when he hunted at Rambouillet. The king, who disliked sleeping out of his usual bed, was accustomed to leave that hunting seat after supper. He generally slept soundly in his carriage, and awoke only on his arrival at the courtyard of his palace. He used to get down from his carriage in the midst of his bodyguards, staggering, as a man half awake will do, which was mistaken for intoxication. The majority of the deputies, who came imbued with prejudices produced by error or malevolence, went to lodge with the most humble private individuals of Versailles, whose inconsiderate conversation contributed not a little to nourish such mistakes. Everything, in short, tended to render the deputies subservient to the schemes of the leaders of the rebellion. Shortly after the opening of the States General, the first Dauphin died. That young prince suffered from the rickets, which in a few months curved his spine and rendered his legs so weak that he could not walk without being supported like a feeble old man. Louis, Dauphin of France, who died at Versailles on the 4th of June, 1789, gave promise of intellectual precocity. The following particulars, which convey some idea of his disposition and of the assiduous attention bestowed upon him by the Duchesse de Polignac, will be found in a work of that time. At 2 years old, the Dauphin was very pretty. He articulated well, and answered questions put to him intelligently. While he was at the Château de la Muette, everybody was at liberty to see him. The Dauphin was dressed plainly, like a sailor. There was nothing to distinguish him from other children in external appearance but the cross of St. Louis, the blue ribbon, and the Order of the Fleece, decorations that are the distinctive signs of his rank. The Duchesse Jules de Polignac, his governess, scarcely ever left him for a single instant. She gave up all the court excursions and amusements in order to devote her whole attention to him. The prince always manifested a great regard for M. de Bourset, his valet de chambre. During the illness of which he died, he one day asked for a pair of scissors. That gentleman reminded him that they were forbidden. The child insisted mildly, and they were obliged to yield to him. Having got the scissors, he cut off a lock of his hair, which he wrapped in a sheet of paper. "There, monsieur," said he to his valet de chambre, "there is the only present I can make you, having nothing at my command. But when I am dead you will present this pledge to my papa and mamma, and while they remember me, I hope they will not forget you." Note by the editor. How many maternal tears did his condition draw from the queen, already overwhelmed with apprehensions respecting the state of the kingdom. Her grief was enhanced by petty intrigues, which, when frequently renewed, became intolerable. An open quarrel between the families and friends of the Duc Harcourt, the Dauphin's governor, and those of the Duchesse de Polignac, his governess, added greatly to the queen's affliction. The young prince showed a strong dislike to the Duchesse de Polignac, who attributed it either to the Duc or the Duchesse de Harcourt, and came to make her complaints respecting it to the queen. The Dauphin twice sent her out of his room, saying to her, with that maturity of manner which long illness always gives to children, "Go out, Duchess. You are so fond of using perfumes, and they always make me ill," and yet she never used any. The queen perceived, also, that his prejudices against her friend extended to herself. Her son would no longer speak in her presence. She knew that he had become fond of sweetmeats, and offered him some marshmallow and jujube lozenges. The undergovernors and the first valet de chambre requested her not to give the Dauphin anything, as he was to receive no food of any kind without the consent of the faculty. I forbear to describe the wound this prohibition inflicted upon the queen. She felt it the more deeply because she was aware it was unjustly believed she gave a decided preference to the Duc de Normandy, whose ruddy health and amiability did, in truth, form a striking contrast to the languid look and melancholy disposition of his elder brother. She even suspected that a plot had for some time existed to deprive her of the affection of a child whom she loved as a good and tender mother ought. Previous to the audience granted by the king on the 10th August, 1788, to the envoy of the Sultan Tippoo Saib, she had begged the Duc de Harcourt to divert the Dauphin, whose deformity was already apparent, from his intention to be present at that ceremony, being unwilling to expose him to the gaze of the crowd of inquisitive Parisians who would be in the gallery. Notwithstanding this injunction, the Dauphin was suffered to write to his mother, requesting her permission to be present at the audience. The queen was obliged to refuse him and warmly reproached the governor, who merely answered that he could not oppose the wishes of a sick child. A year before the death of the Dauphin, the queen lost the Princess Sophie. This was, as the queen said, the first of a series of misfortunes. Note, as Madame Campan has stated in the foregoing pages, that the money to foment sedition was furnished from English sources, the decree of the Convention of August, 1793, may be quoted as illustrative of the entente cordiale alleged to exist between the insurrectionary government and its friends across the Channel. The endeavors made by the English government to save the unfortunate king are well known. The motives prompting the conduct of the Duc d'Orléans are equally well known. Art. I. The National Convention denounces the British government to Europe and the English nation. Art. Roman II. Every Frenchman that shall place his money in the English funds shall be declared a traitor to his country. Art. Roman III. Every Frenchman who has money in the English funds, or those of any other power with whom France is at war, shall be obliged to declare the same. Art. Roman IV. All foreigners, subjects of the powers now at war with France, particularly the English, shall be arrested, and seals put upon their papers. Art. V. The barriers of Paris shall be instantly shut. Art. Roman VI. All good citizens shall be required in the name of the country to search for the foreigners concerned in any plot denounced. Art. Roman VII. 3 millions shall be at the disposal of the minister at war to facilitate the march of the garrison of Metz to La Vendée. Art. Roman VIII. The minister at war shall send to the army on the coast of Rochelle all the combustible materials necessary to set fire to the forests and underwood of La Vendée. Art. Roman IX. The women, the children, and old men shall be conducted to the interior parts of the country. Art. X. The property of the rebels shall be confiscated for the benefit of the Republic. Art. Roman XI. A camp shall be formed without delay between Paris and the Northern Army. Art. Roman XII. All the family of the Capets shall be banished from the French territory, those excepted who are under the sword of the law, and the offspring of Louis Capet, who shall both remain in the Temple. Art. Roman XIII. Marie Antoinette shall be delivered over to the Revolutionary Tribunal, and shall be immediately conducted to the prison of the Conciergerie. Louise Elizabeth shall remain in the Temple till after the judgment of Marie Antoinette. Art. Roman XIV. All the tombs of the kings which are at Saint Denis and in the departments shall be destroyed on August the 10th. Art. Roman XV. The present decree shall be dispatched by extraordinary couriers to all the departments. Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette, Queen of France. being the historic memoirs of Madame Campan, First Lady in Waiting to the Queen.